If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 71, Black Hearing. A few days later. September 22, 1988. The Wiesengamot chamber burned cold. Harry sat straight-backed in the visitors' gallery, watching members file into their seats. Chrissa pressed against his leg, warm in the cold air. The normal chatter was quiet, replaced by a tense feeling that made his skin tingle. "Watch carefully," Arcturus Black said quietly from beside him. "See how they group together? Those 5 near Crouch, all got better jobs when he was head of law enforcement." The old wizard's voice showed years of political know-how. The ones talking quietly behind them joined international cooperation when he was in charge. Harry nodded, watching Mr. Crouch. The man sat stiffly with his supporters, his fingers tapping nervously on the wooden rail. Though his face looked strict, it was clear from his body language that he was worried but trying to hide it. The room went quiet as Peter Pettigrew was brought in. Harry's chest felt tight as he watched Pettigrew shuffle between 2 guards, with steel handcuffs tight on his wrists. Harry remembered Pettigrew's confession, his shaky voice telling how he had betrayed Harry's parents, James and Lily. A wave of heat spread through Harry's body. People sitting nearby moved uneasily, pulling at their collars. Chrissa bumped her head against his knee, and Harry made himself breathe slowly. Damn puberty, he'd never struggled with random bursts of heat before this started. The temperature slowly went back to normal. "Stay calm," Arcturus whispered. "They're watching to see how you'll react. Don't give them what they want." Dumbledore's voice rang through the room. "This meeting of the Wiesengamot will now begin." He looked down at Pettigrew from the Chief Warlock's seat. "We're here to look at evidence about Peter Pettigrew's actions during the war, and then review Sirius Black's case." Amelia Bones stood up, fixing her monocle. "The Department of Magical Law Enforcement offers as supporting evidence the testimony given under Veritaserum on September 17, witnessed by myself, and Oris Roberts, Moody, and Dawlish." She waved her wand at a large stone basin in the center of the room. Harry frowned, not sure what she was planning to do. "The Ministry's projection pensieve," Arcturus whispered. "Only 3 exist in the world. Cost more galleons than most families make in 10 generations. He smiled at Harry's interest. "The Department of Mysteries created them for exactly these occasions. Watch, the memory will rise up for everyone to see." Silver mist drifted up from the basin and spread across the floor. Above it, an image took shape. Harry watched as an interrogation room appeared, its walls nothing but bare stone. At a plain wooden table sat Pettigrew, his eyes glazed over from the truth serum. Nearby stood Moody, whose scarred face barely contained his rage. "State your full name," Moody growled in the memory. "Peter Patrick Pettigrew." The words came out flat and emotionless. "Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter?" "Yes." Pettigrew's vacant eyes stared ahead. "Sirius convinced them to switch. He thought no one would suspect me." Harry released his tight grip on the wooden railing, leaving behind deep marks in the surface. "See how Crouch keeps glancing at certain members?" Arcturus spoke softly. "He's making sure they remember what to say when the time comes. Politics is all about the moment you choose to strike." The memory continued playing. Harry watched Pettigrew describe how he'd met Voldemort in secret, how he'd passed information for months before that final betrayal. "And how did you escape after killing those muggles?" Moody's voice cut through the projection. "I transformed into a rat." Pettigrew's glazed eyes blinked slowly. "We all learned to become animagi at school. James was a stag, Sirius a dog, and I." The silver mist swirled as several Wiesengamot members burst into loud whispers. Harry glanced at Arcturus, who had gone very still. "Unregistered animagi," a witch near Crouch stood up. "Multiple counts of breaking the law, and one of them spent 7 years in Azkaban without us knowing about this ability." "Quiet!" Dumbledore's voice carried across the chamber. The whispers died down, but Harry saw Crouch smirk slightly. The memory continued. "I cut off my finger, transformed, and ran into the sewers. I knew they would find it and think Black had killed me too." "And you spent 7 years hiding as a pet rat?" Moody asked. "With the Weasley family." Pettigrew's empty expression didn't change. "I needed to keep track of any news about the Dark Lord's return." The mist faded. Amelia Bones stepped forward again. "The department moves to charge Peter Pettigrew with multiple counts of murder, conspiracy, and..." A moment. Crouch rose from his seat. Before we continue, shouldn't we address this news about unregistered animagi? If Sirius Black possessed this ability while in Azkaban. The memory isn't finished, Amelia Bones interrupted. She waved her wand at the projection pensieve again. The silver mist swirled up once more, reforming into the interrogation room. Where is you-know-whose wand? Moody asked in the memory. Pettigrew squirmed in his chair. I took it that night. Hid it in an old yew tree outside Muggle London. The projection showed Moody leaving the room. A new scene formed, auras surrounding a twisted yew tree. One of them cast detection spells, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a long, pale wand. Gasps echoed through the chamber. Harry heard someone mutter Merlin's beard from somewhere behind him. Even Crouch looked taken aback, the smirk vanishing from his face. Ollivander has confirmed this is indeed you-know-whose wand, Bones spoke into the shocked silence. Through prior incantato, we've verified the last spells cast were the 2 killing curses used at Godric's Hollow. Whispers filled the chamber. Several members openly stared at Harry. In the back row, a witch pressed her hand against her chest in disbelief. An elderly wizard kept muttering no doubt now under his breath, the words becoming a quiet chant. In light of this undeniable evidence, the department moves to sentence Peter Pettigrew. Bones started. Before we proceed, Crouch stood up again, the matter of unregistered animagi cannot be ignored. If Sirius Black possessed such abilities while in Azkaban, the security implications. The Veritaserum testimony is supporting evidence only, Bones cut in. Unless you have proof beyond Pettigrew's word. The word of a confessed Death Eater under Truth Serum seems significant. A younger wizard from International Cooperation spoke up. Combined with Black's escape. Sirius Black hasn't escaped, Bones snapped. He's currently in Ministry holding, awaiting this review. But he could have, another of Crouch's supporters added. 7 years with an unregistered animagus ability. The risk to public safety. The prosecution of Peter Pettigrew takes precedence, Dumbledore's calm voice settled over the chamber. We will address other matters during Mr. Black's review. Harry heard Arcturus cough into his shaking hands. Notice how they're building their argument? They'll use this to justify the original imprisonment. Dangerous times require decisive action, that's always been Crouch's excuse. The Wizengamot voted quickly on Pettigrew's fate. Life in Azkaban, maximum security, with additional consideration for the animagus transformation. Harry watched the rat-faced man being led away, remembering how he'd lived for years as Percy's pet while Sirius rotted in prison. Why are they making such a big deal about the animagus thing? Harry asked Arcturus quietly. Surely being a Death Eater is worse. Justification. Arcturus leaned closer. Crouch needs to justify sending Sirius to Azkaban without a trial. If he can paint Sirius as dangerous enough. The old wizard's hands trembled slightly as he gripped his cane. Look at how they're positioning themselves. Harry glanced around the chamber. Crouch's supporters had spread out, each speaking to different groups during the brief recess. He could faintly hear whispers about unregistered abilities and security risks grew louder. But that's ridiculous, Harry muttered. They're ignoring everything else because of one broken law. Welcome to the Wizengamot. Arcturus smiled without humor. Where the truth matters less than how you present it. Watch Crouch, see how he keeps his face neutral? He's letting his allies do the work while appearing above it all. The chamber doors opened. 2 Aurors led in Sirius Black. Harry sat up straighter, seeing his godfather for the first time. The man looked thin, with dark circles under his eyes, but he walked with his head held high. 7 years, Arcturus whispered. 7 years in Azkaban, and he still carries himself like a black. Sirius Black stopped in the center of the chamber, pure hatred burning in his eyes as he stared at Pettigrew. The guards kept both men separated, but Harry could feel the rage radiating from his godfather. Pettigrew shrank back, trying to sink deeper into his chair. Sirius lifted his head to search through the crowd. A silly grin lit up his face when he spotted Harry, making him look years younger. But as his eyes moved to Arcturus, the smile vanished. He doesn't look happy to see you, Harry said quietly. No. Arcturus let out a heavy breath. My daughter-in-law Walburga, she burned Sirius off the family tapestry when he ran away from home. She always had a temper. He shook his head. I should have stepped in then, but family politics. I restored him as heir last week, but some wounds take time to heal. Why did he run away? Walburga believed in blood purity above all else. Sirius didn't. Arcturus spoke softly, watching his grandson sit down. She tried forcing him to accept those views, but Sirius has always been stubborn. Like your grandmother Doria, they both fought for what they believed in. Harry frowned. But you didn't help him. I was Lord Black. Getting involved meant taking sides between my daughter-in-law and grandson. Arcturus's voice grew heavy with regret. I told myself it was better to stay neutral, let them work it out. By the time I realized how bad things had become, Sirius was already living with your father's family. Down in the chamber, Sirius kept sneaking glances at Harry between glares at Pettigrew. The hatred in his eyes whenever he looked at the rat made Harry's skin prickle with heat again. Harry studied his godfather's face. Despite 7 years in Azkaban, Sirius seemed aware. Alert. The dark circles under his eyes and gaunt cheeks showed his imprisonment, but his mind appeared sharp. How is he so? Harry struggled to find the right words. I mean, the Dementors should have driven him mad. Arcturus leaned back, frowning. I've been wondering the same thing. Most prisoners lose their minds within 1 year. 7 years. He shook his head. Maybe knowing he was innocent helped? The Dementors feed on happy memories, but the knowledge of innocence isn't exactly happy. Could that really protect someone's mind? I doubt it. Arcturus watched Sirius carefully. But I can't think of another explanation. Unless... He tapped his cane against the floor. The Blacks have always been stubborn. Maybe he just refused to break. Harry remembered what the Dementor felt like, the cold that went beyond skin and bone, the flashback of his mother being murdered. Even a few minutes had not been pleasant. 7 years of that. And yet he sits there, glaring at Pettigrew like he just walked into Azkaban a couple of months ago. Arcturus sounded puzzled. I've seen criminals come out utterly crazy after a 5-year stint. Strong men reduced to empty shells after 2. Sirius seems traumatized, but not anywhere near what would be expected. Down in the chamber, Amelia Bones stepped forward to begin questioning. Harry narrowed his eyes, not wanting to miss a single word. State your name for the record, Bones spoke clearly. Sirius Orion Black. His voice came out rough from disuse, but steady. Were you the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter? No. Sirius clenched his fists. I convinced them to switch to Peter. I thought I was being clever. He shot another venomous glare at Pettigrew. I was wrong. Mr. Black, one of Crouch's supporters stood up. Regarding the allegation that you're an unregistered animagus. Allegation from a confessed murderer, Sirius cut in. I've spent 7 years in Azkaban because people believed Pettigrew's lies. Now you want to trust him. The Veritaserum the wizard started. Can be fooled, Bones interrupted. We have no evidence beyond Mr. Pettigrew's word. Harry glanced at Arcturus. They're really pushing this animagus thing. Of course, Arcturus said softly. A broken law gives them an excuse for the imprisonment. They'll say we didn't know he was innocent of murder, but he broke other laws. That's how politicians defend themselves. 7 years of prison had filled Sirius with anger, but he stayed focused as he answered each question. Despite the rage in his eyes, he kept steady and on point. He's handling this well, Harry muttered. Arcturus frowned. Too well. The Wizengamot members are whispering, they can't believe someone could stay this rational after 7 years with Dementors. Multiple witnesses reported you shouting I killed them after Pettigrew's escape, a witch from Crouch's group spoke up. How do you explain that? Sirius's shoulders tensed. I as good as killed them. His voice cracked with raw emotion. I convinced James and Lily to make Peter secret keeper. My brilliant plan got them murdered. He turned to glare at Pettigrew again. I hunted him down to kill him, yes. But that rat faked his death and framed me. So you admit to attempted murder? The witch pressed. I admit to hunting down the traitor who got my best friends killed. Sirius slammed his hand against the chair's arm. Several Wizengamot members flinched. 7 years. 7 years I've spent reliving that night while that coward lived as a pet rat. Mr. Black, Bones cut in sharply. Please control yourself. They're using his anger. Arcturus whispered to Harry. Making him look unstable, dangerous. Harry gripped the railing. But he has every right to be angry. The Wizengamot doesn't care about right. Arcturus shook his head. They care about looking proper. Controlled. Sirius showing any emotion works against him. Down in the chamber, Sirius took several deep breaths. The rage still burned in his eyes, but he forced his voice to stay level. I apologize for my outburst. The evidence clearly shows Peter Pettigrew's guilt, Bones spoke firmly. Combined with the recovered wand and multiple witness testimonies, the department moves to clear Sirius Black of all charges related to the deaths of James and Lily Potter, as well as the murder of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Crouch stood up. While the department's position is noted, we must address the matter of compensation and rehabilitation. 7 years in Azkaban will have left. He paused deliberately. Psychological impacts. They're going to try restricting him, Arcturus muttered. Watch. What do you mean? Harry asked, noting how Sirius's jaw clenched at Crouch's words. They'll free him, but with conditions. Regular check UPS, monitoring. Arcturus gripped his cane tighter. They need to show they're being responsible about releasing someone from Azkaban. A younger wizard near Crouch raised his hand. The Department of Magical Law Enforcement should establish a supervision schedule. Monthly evaluations to ensure Mr. Black's stable reintegration into society. I don't need a babysitter. Sirius's anger flashed across his face before he could hide it. Mr. Black, Bones spoke quickly. The department will arrange reasonable support services. Support services. Sirius laughed, but the sound held no joy. 7 years with Dementors, and now you want to help. The Ministry recognizes mistakes were made, Crouch spoke smoothly. We aim to ensure proper procedures moving forward. They're offering him a gilded cage, Arcturus whispered to Harry. Freedom with strings attached. Harry frowned. Can they do that? They can try. Arcturus smiled slightly. But watch Madame Bones. She hasn't played all her cards yet. As if on cue, Amelia Bones cleared her throat. The department moves to discuss compensation. 7 years of wrongful imprisonment demands substantial restitution. The chamber erupted in whispers. Crouch's supporters exchanged worried glances. Compensation. A wizard from international cooperation stood up. Given the circumstances of wartime emergency powers. Emergency powers do not override basic rights, Bones cut in. No trial. No evidence beyond circumstantial. The Ministry must acknowledge these failures. Harry noticed how Crouch shifted in his seat. They look worried about money. Not just money. Arcturus leaned closer. Accepting they owe compensation means accepting they were wrong. Really wrong. And some careers won't survive that admission. People argued throughout the chamber. In one corner, Crouch's supporters whispered to each other with worry. Minister Bagnold spoke quietly to an elderly witch, who kept shaking her head no. The department proposes full compensation, Bones continued, including restitution for emotional damages, and... Madam Bones, Crouch interrupted. While the Ministry acknowledges certain oversights during wartime operations, we must consider the broader implications. Setting such precedents could lead to numerous claims from other cases. Other cases? Bones's voice grew sharp. Are you suggesting there are more innocent people in Azkaban, Mr. Crouch? The chamber went dead silent. Harry could hear his own heartbeat. Even Sirius stopped glaring at Pettigrew to stare at Crouch. I merely suggest, Crouch spoke carefully, that we should handle this specific case without creating broader policy changes. The Ministry will compensate Sirius Black, Minister Bagnold spoke for the first time. The exact amount to be determined by an independent committee. She looked around the chamber. Does anyone object? No one moved. Even Crouch's supporters stayed quiet. Then let us vote on the full measure. Dumbledore raised his gavel. The immediate release of Sirius Black, cleared of all charges related to the Potter murders, with compensation to be determined. Those in favor? A wave of hands shot up across the chamber. Harry did a quick count, well over 3/4 of the members supported Black's release. Those opposed? At first, a few hands rose stubbornly, mostly Crouch's closest supporters. But seeing they were vastly outnumbered, several quickly dropped their objections. In moments, barely any hands remained raised. Motion carries. Dumbledore struck his gavel. Sirius Black, you are hereby cleared of all charges. The Ministry will contact you regarding compensation arrangements. The restraints around Sirius's wrists vanished. He stood up slowly, as if not quite believing he was free. His eyes found Harry again, and this time the smile stayed on his face despite Arcturus sitting nearby. Members of the Wizengamot began filing out of the chamber. Some shot curious glances at Harry, others whispered among themselves. Crouch walked stiffly toward the exit, surrounded by supporters who looked like they had swallowed something sour. Mr. Potter. Harry turned to find Augusta Longbottom standing beside him. He recognized her from photographs in the Daily Prophet. She served on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. Her face seemed stern, but her eyes. I wondered if... She paused, straightening her vulture-topped hat. The healers at St. Mungo's mentioned you sometimes visit. My son Frank and his wife Alice. Her voice wavered slightly. Harry remembered the stories. Frank and Alice Longbottom, tortured into insanity by Death Eaters right after Voldemort's defeat. From what he had heard, Alice was even friends with his mother. I know I should go through the official channels, Augusta continued. But perhaps... I'll come see them, Harry said quietly. Next time I'm at St. Mungo's. Augusta's shoulders relaxed slightly. Thank you. She glanced toward the chamber floor where Sirius stood talking to Amelia Bones. Your godfather seems, remarkably whole, considering. Maybe. She didn't finish the sentence, but hope flickered in her eyes. After she left, Harry looked back at Sirius. His godfather had finished with Madame Bones and now stared up at the visitors' gallery with an uncertain expression. He paused slightly when his eyes began to darken. A new offer had come. Human Bomb Jujutsu Kaisen costs 200 CP, 250 CP available to spend. You can make any part of your body explode, the size of the explosion depending on how much cursed energy you put into it. This can be anywhere from a relatively small grenade right up to the power of a decently powerful missile strike. There's no need for the body part to be attached to you either, so it's frequently used by ripping out an eye or tooth, throwing at the opponent, then detonating it when they get near. This technique doesn't come with any way to regenerate anything used for it though, so try not to use anything you can't replace. Harry considered the offer carefully. Making parts of his body explode using cursed energy sounded powerful, but... He glanced down at his hands. The cost seemed high, and losing body parts didn't appeal to him. Even if he could heal whatever injuries he had with divine energy. Besides, he already had plenty of ways to fight if needed. He shook his head slightly, declining the offer. The moment passed, and he refocused on the chamber just in time to see Sirius walking toward the visitors' gallery stairs. Beside him, Arcturus went very still, his knuckles white around the handle of his cane. Should I? Harry started to ask, but Arcturus shook his head. Let him come to us. The old wizard kept his voice steady though his shoulders were tight. He needs to feel this is his choice. Chapter 72, Sirius Black. The visitors' gallery emptied quickly after the trial, leaving Harry, Arcturus, and Chris awaiting as Sirius climbed the stairs. Harry noticed his godfather's hands shaking slightly. Sirius's eyes locked onto Harry, barely acknowledging Arcturus's presence. Dumbledore appeared next to them, speaking softly. My private meeting room might be more appropriate for this reunion. He gestured toward a door near the Wizengamot chambers. More comfortable than standing in an empty gallery. The walk to Dumbledore's room felt longer than it should have. Sirius stayed close to Harry, while Arcturus maintained a careful distance behind them. Even Chris's seemed to pick up on the tension, pressing against Harry's leg as they walked. Dumbledore's meeting room turned out to be a warm space with comfortable chairs arranged around a small table. A fire crackled in the hearth, driving away the usual ministry chill. As soon as the door closed behind them, Sirius turned to face Harry properly. He started to reach for Harry's shoulder but pulled back before making contact. You look. His voice broke for a moment. Merlin, you remind me of James. But... He frowned, puzzled. You seem older than 8. Harry shrugged. I grow fast for some reason. The healers say I'm healthy, just, accelerated. Sirius glanced at Arcturus, who kept his expression carefully blank, before looking back at Harry. Thank you. The words came out rough, filled with 7 years of things left unsaid. For catching him. For. He swallowed hard. For believing in me. Harry tilted his head. I would have burned him alive, but Grandpa Dumbledore stopped me. He spoke as casually as if discussing the weather. We needed him alive to free you. The room went silent. Sirius stared at Harry, mouth slightly open. Even Arcturus looked taken aback, his grip tightening on his cane. You. Sirius blinked several times. You tried to burn him alive. He deserved it. Harry's green eyes hardened. The way he lived as a pet rat while you suffered in Azkaban. Smoke escaped his nostrils, making Krissa press closer against his leg. I wanted him to die on the spot. Sirius ran a hand through his tangled hair. I understand that feeling. He let out a shaky breath. When I found him that night, I wanted to tear him apart. At least he'll rot in Azkaban now. Harry's voice came out cold. The Dementors can have him. Arcturus cleared his throat. Perhaps we should focus on other matters. He glanced at his grandson. Sirius, you look unwell. The years in Azkaban have not been kind. I'm fine, Sirius snapped, speaking to Arcturus for the first time. No, you're not. Harry stepped forward. Let me help. Sirius frowned. Help? But you don't even have a wand yet. I don't need one. Harry smiled. I heal people at St. Mungo's sometimes. The healers send me cases when normal magic doesn't work. What? Sirius looked at Arcturus. Is he serious? He speaks the truth. Arcturus nodded. Many permanently cursed patients have recovered under his care this past month. The healers cannot explain how he does it. Sirius gaped at Harry. But, you're 8. Does that matter? Harry stepped closer. And I look 12, remember? He reached out toward Sirius. Will you let me help? I'm not injured, Sirius protested weakly. Harry raised an eyebrow. Your skin and bones. Your hands shake. You can barely stand straight. He moved his hand closer. Please. Sirius paused, then agreed with a nod. Harry touched Sirius's chest and shut his eyes. A warm, golden light came from Harry's hand and spread across his godfather's entire body. Sirius's sunken cheeks became fuller. His messy hair became neat, and the tiredness around his eyes disappeared. Sirius stretched his arms, eyes wide. How did you? Better. Harry asked, stepping back. Much better. Sirius bounced across the room on the balls of his feet. I feel lighter, like I can breathe again. Arcturus kept his expression neutral as he watched his grandson's energetic display. He struck his cane against the floor with a sharp tap. Since you've regained your strength, we need to discuss the future. The Black family estate. Stop right there. Sirius went still, his smile vanishing. I don't want a single thing from you. You're my heir, Arcturus replied evenly. I reinstated you last week. Really? After I spent 7 years in Azkaban. Sirius let out a bitter laugh. How convenient. Harry sank into one of the comfortable chairs. At his feet, Krissa curled up into a ball. The only sound came from the crackling fire as both blacks remained silent. I made mistakes, Arcturus finally said. I should have stepped in when Walburga burned you off the tapestry. But you didn't. Sirius's hands balled into fists. You just watched while she drove me away. Arcturus met his grandson's angry stare. Yes. I chose to stay neutral when I should have protected my family. Harry studied their faces. This wasn't like Sirius's raw hatred for Pettigrew. The strain between grandfather and grandson felt worn down by time, a scar that had set wrong and still ached. Harry. Arcturus shifted his attention. The Black family library in our manor holds quite a collection of books. Rare volumes on countering dark magic you won't find elsewhere. Perhaps you'd like to visit? It might be useful to you in the future. Don't. Sirius's voice went sharp. Whatever game you're trying to start, leave Harry out of it. I can make my own choices, Harry said calmly. The books sound interesting. Harry. Sirius turned toward him, then froze. His eyes went wide as he stared at something behind Harry's head. What is that? Harry reached up to touch the faint golden circle floating behind him. Oh. This helps me heal people. A halo. Sirius's voice came out strangled. My godson has a halo. He stumbled backward until he hit the wall. You can somehow burn someone alive, can heal without a wand, and now you have an actual halo. The halo showed up recently. Harry shrugged. No one knows why, but it might just be an innate gift. Arcturus watched Sirius slide down the wall to sit on the floor. We should take a moment. Take a moment. Sirius laughed, a touch hysterical. My 8-year-old godson who looks 12 just healed 7 years of physical deterioration like it was nothing. And now he's glowing and has a halo. He ran both hands through his hair. What's next? Do you have white wings too? Harry smiled. Actually. No. Sirius shook his head. Don't tell me. I can't handle any more surprises right now. He looked between Harry and Arcturus. Does anyone else know about all of this? Everyone knows about the halo. Grandpa Dumbledore knows all the details, naturally. Harry said. And the Flamels. I live with them 2 weeks every month. The Flamels. Sirius's voice rose an octave. Nicholas and Pernell Flamel? The alchemists. They're teaching me potions, herbology, and alchemy. Harry scratched Chrissa behind her ears. We traveled the world last year. Egypt, Japan, Greece. He frowned slightly at the memory. That's where I got Chrissa. Sirius stared at the golden-furred lion cub. I thought that was just a large magical cat. Nemean lion. Harry grinned as Chrissa rolled onto her back, showing her belly. She's still growing. A Nemean. Sirius slumped further against the wall. You have an invulnerable lion as a pet. Friend and equal familiar, Harry corrected. She chose to come with me. Arcturus cleared his throat. I think we should discuss living arrangements. Now that you're free, Sirius, you'll need somewhere to stay. I have properties. Sirius waved his hand dismissively. The Ministry can't touch those holdings. He paused, glancing at his grandfather. Unless you removed my access. No. Arcturus shook his head. The charms will still recognize you. Good. Sirius pushed himself up from the floor, steadying himself against the wall. Harry, would you like to see where I grew up? It's a bit dark, but Grimmauld Place is not fit for visitors. Arcturus's voice turned sharp. The house elf has gone mad, and the charms have degraded. Kreaker was always mad. Sirius scowled. And I can handle the protections. Actually. Harry leaned forward in his chair. I'd like to see both houses. The Black Family Library sounds interesting, and I want to see where you grew up. But only if Grandpa Dumbledore comes with me. Harry met both men's eyes. Or Uncle Nick. I don't visit new places alone. You. Sirius blinked rapidly. You don't trust me. I trust you. Harry smiled. But Aunt Min taught me to be careful. Strange houses can be dangerous, especially old magical ones. He glanced at Arcturus. No offense. A wise precaution. Arcturus nodded approvingly. The Black family homes contain many surprises for unwary visitors. But I'm your godfather. Sirius protested. Who spent 7 years in Azkaban? Harry said softly. You need time to recover, to get used to freedom again. He met Sirius' grey eyes. And I need time to get to know you properly. Sirius opened his mouth, then closed it. He sank into a nearby chair, running a hand over his face. You're right. Of course you're right. A weak laugh escaped him. Merlin, how did you become so sensible? The boy shows outstanding judgment. Arcturus's lips twitched. Unlike some people at his age. Don't start. Sirius glared at his grandfather. I still haven't forgiven you. I don't expect forgiveness. Arcturus met his gaze steadily. Only a chance to do better. The door opened, revealing Dumbledore. I apologize for interrupting, but there's someone else who would like to speak with you. He stepped aside. Light brown hair flecked with grey framed the scarred face of the man who stood in the doorway. His shabby robes hung loosely from his frame as he fixed his gaze on Sirius. Multiple emotions played across his features in rapid succession, impossible to interpret. Moony. Sirius breathed out. The man, Moony, took a hesitant step forward. Then another. Sirius rose from his chair, moving toward his old friend. They met in the middle of the room, crashing into a fierce embrace. I'm sorry. Moony's voice cracked. I should have known. Should have believed. Shut up, Remus. Sirius gripped him tighter. Just shut up. Harry watched with interest. Remus. Remus Lupin from the stories Aunt Min had told him. One of his father's friends. Harry. Sirius pulled back from the hug, grinning. Come here. This is your Uncle Moony. Harry remained in his chair, head tilted. Hello, Mr. Lupin. Sirius's smile faded as his gaze shifted between Harry and Remus. Wait. Are you telling me you've never met him before? Remus Lupin. Harry nodded politely. Ant-Man mentioned you were friends with my father. The temperature in the room seemed to drop. Sirius's energy drained away as he stared at Remus. He doesn't know you. The words came out flat. Why doesn't he know you? Remus stepped back, unable to meet Sirius's accusing stare. I couldn't. Couldn't. Sirius's voice rose. What stopped you? Azkaban walls? Dementors? Because that's what kept me away. The Ministry wouldn't let a werewolf near. Don't. Sirius slammed his hand against the wall. Don't you dare use that excuse. You could have visited. Written letters. Anything. Harry watched quietly, stroking Chris's fur. The lion cub pressed closer, sensing his unease. I failed him. Remus's shoulders slumped. Failed all of you. 7 years. Sirius's anger crackled through the air. 7 years, and you never once checked on James's son. Arcturus cleared his throat. Perhaps we should stay out of this. Sirius snapped at his grandfather before turning back to Remus. Well? What do you have to say for yourself? Remus remained silent, staring at the floor. The scars on his face seemed more pronounced in the light from the hall. I know about you. Harry spoke up, making everyone turn toward him. Ant-Man told me stories about the Marauders. About my father and his friends. He met Remus's eyes. She said you were the reasonable one. Remus flinched at the word reasonable. I tried to be. He looked up at Harry. But sometimes being reasonable means making hard choices. Hard choices? Sirius barked out a laugh. What was so hard about visiting Harry? The Ministry classifies me as a dark creature. Remus's voice grew bitter. Any contact with Harry would have given them an excuse to restrict his placement even further. He shook his head. They were already trying to take him from Hogwarts. Dumbledore wouldn't have let that happen. Sirius gestured at Grandpa, who remained silent by the door. Even Dumbledore's influence has limits. Remus ran a hand through his graying hair. The werewolf laws became stricter after the war. Any excuse to paint me as dangerous. So you just gave up. Sirius paced the room like a caged animal. The Remus I knew would have fought. The Remus you knew died the night James and Lily did. Remus's voice came out raw. When I thought you had betrayed us all. Harry stood up, drawing everyone's attention. Mr. Lupin. He spoke calmly, but Chris's fur bristled. Did you ever try to contact me? Remus swallowed hard. No. I convinced myself staying away was safer. Safer. Harry's green eyes turned cold. While I grew up not knowing anything about my parents' lives except what the professors at Hogwarts could tell me. Harry Remus stepped forward. Don't. Harry raised his hand. You made your choice. Now you get to live with it. He turned to Sirius. I should go. The Flamels are expecting me for dinner. Sirius looked torn between anger at Remus and worry about Harry leaving. But we've barely had time to talk. We'll have more time later. Harry smiled at his godfather. Once you've had a chance to settle in somewhere proper. He glanced at Arcturus. Maybe we can visit both houses sometime in the next couple of weeks? With Grandpa Dumbledore, of course. Of course. Arcturus nodded. I'll ensure the protections recognize you as a welcomed guest. Sirius looked between Harry and Remus, conflict clear on his face. Harry, He stepped forward, arms half raised before dropping back to his sides. I want to be part of your life. You will be. Harry reached out and squeezed Sirius's hand. But everything doesn't have to happen today. Get some rest, find a place to live. He smiled. We have time now. Time. Sirius let out a shaky breath. Yet. We have that. He glanced at Remus, who stood quietly by the wall. Some of us chose to waste it. Sirius. Remus started. Not now. Sirius shook his head. I can't. I need time to process this. Dumbledore moved from the doorway. Harry, shall we? Nicholas sent word he's prepared something special for dinner. Harry nodded, then turned back to Sirius. Send me an owl when you're ready. He paused. And maybe we could have lunch sometime next week. I'd like that. Sirius managed a weak smile. Just, one more thing. He gestured at the still visible halo. How did this really happen? No one knows. Harry shrugged. Magic works in mysterious ways. 000000. Poll is over. Avatar, The Last Airbender won and will be the first world Harry will be teleported towards when he gets the Elder Blood perk, 400 CP. He will spend a limited amount of time there, and then be teleported back towards the HP world, but will return at regular intervals. A new poll, on questionable questing and space battles, will be set up in a while where people can vote for where and when Harry will pop up first, Fire Nation, Earth Kingdom, etc. 1 Avatar, The Last Airbender, QQ, 308, SB, 54, total, 362. 2 Kung Fu Panda, QQ, 145, SB, 16, total, 161. 3 High School DxD, QQ, 131, SB, 16, total, 147. 4 Fairy Tail, QQ, 127, SB, 18, total, 145. 5 Skyrim, QQ, 76, SB, 28, total, 104. 6 Worm, QQ, 77, SB, 17, total, 94. 7 Pokemon, QQ, 70, SB, 19, total, 89. 8 Warhammer Fantasy, QQ, 66, SB, 15, total, 81. 9 One Piece, QQ, 36, SB, 9, total, 45. 10 Xena, QQ, 24, SB, 7, total, 31. Chapter 73, Despair and Optimism. Harry stepped into St. Mungo's during the morning rush. At the front desk, a frustrated wizard with a purple, steam-emitting ear debated proper potion measurements with the welcome witch. The waiting area held its own drama as well. A young witch struggled to control her transformed hair, which had become a mass of aggressive snakes that lunged at nearby patients. Fresh disinfectant wafted through the air as Harry breathed in. These chaotic scenes had become familiar after his frequent visits throughout recent weeks. He walked past the directory board which displayed its categories in tidy rows: artifact accidents, creature-induced injuries, magical bugs, spell damage, and potion and plant poisoning. Mr. Potter. Healer Nightshade's voice pierced the commotion. She appeared beside the welcome desk in spotless lime green robes. A quill floated next to her shoulder, ready to record notes on the hovering clipboard. Thank you for coming. Harry met Healer Nightshade's steady gaze. Their last encounter from 5 weeks ago remained fresh in his mind, her insulting attitude, followed by his demonstration with fear-based soul resonance mist. Since then, her approach had become notably more professional. They made their way to the lifts while she updated him on the patients. We've documented every small change in the Longbottom's condition. Mrs. Longbottom's recent interaction with her son stands out. She offered him 2 candy wrappers instead of her usual one. Harry nodded as the lift shuddered upward. Madame Longbottom had a hopeful look in her eye when she asked me to heal them. The lift chimed at each floor, announcing departments and specialties. A paper airplane memo zoomed in at the 3rd floor, circled twice around Harry's head, then zipped back out before the doors closed. The Janus Thicky ward has strict visitor protocols, Healer Nightshade explained as they reached the 4th floor. But Madame Longbottom insisted on being present with young Neville. Muted colors dominated the hospital ward that extended ahead. The usual commotion from downstairs had no place in this wing, where silence pressed heavily against their ears. Behind the curtained beds, several patients watched them pass. Harry noticed a few familiar faces. He had seen them years ago in the Daily Prophet's War recap. These were the people who remained trapped here long after the battles had ceased. Augusta Longbottom stood by a door near the end of the ward. The stuffed vulture on her hat loomed over Neville, who clutched something in his hand while staring at the floor. Harry approached them, and then he saw that it was a chocolate frog card, one showing Frank Longbottom in aura robes, standing proud and tall. Mr. Potter. Augusta spoke with unmistakable hope in her voice. I appreciate your swift arrival after the proceedings. Of course. Harry smiled at Neville, who looked up briefly before ducking his head again. He recognized Neville from the yearly gathering at the ministry he sometimes attended. Healer Nightshade opened the door. Inside, morning light spilled through enchanted windows onto 2 beds. Alice Longbottom sat cross-legged on one, folding a piece of parchment into smaller and smaller squares. The movement of her hands never stopped, even as her vacant eyes stared at something no one else could see. Frank occupied an armchair by the window. A photo on the bedside table showed him in his prime, the same image from Neville's chocolate frog card. The man in the chair bore little resemblance to that picture. His fingers tapped an uneven rhythm against the armrest while he mumbled words too quiet to understand. "Would you like me to stay?" Healer Nightshade asked, quill poised above her clipboard. Harry glanced at Augusta Longbottom, who gripped her handbag with white knuckles. "That will be your decision, Madam Longbottom." "Stay," Augusta commanded. "Document everything." Harry approached Alice first. She was busy making sharp folds in the parchment over and over. As soon as he reached out his hand to touch hers, she stopped her work. Her eyes lifted to meet his. Though she didn't seem to know him, her expression showed that she noticed someone had entered her small world. The golden light spread from Harry's palm into Alice's body. He could sense the damage immediately. This wasn't like the dark magic or normal injuries he had purged and healed before. The Cruciatus curse had carved paths through her mind, leaving behind a maze of broken connections. The divine energy flowed through these damaged areas but found nowhere to anchor, nothing solid enough to rebuild. Harry frowned and refined the high-quality faith from Dobby and the low-quality faith from the patients he'd healed into divine energy. The vase of flowers on the windowsill bloomed brighter, and Frank's mumbling quieted. But Alice simply resumed her folding, showing no sign of improvement. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a candy wrapper, offering it to Neville with a vague pat on his hand. "Come here, Neville," Harry beckoned the boy closer. "Hold your mother's other hand." Neville shuffled forward, chocolate frog card still clutched in one hand. He took his mother's hand, and Harry channeled more energy through Alice's brain. The halo behind his head brightened slightly as he drew upon the power of virtue to amplify the divine energy. Still, the damage remained untouched. He tried combining the divine energy with soul resonance mist, hoping to reach through emotions where pure healing failed. The mist curled around Alice in gentle waves, carrying feelings of warmth and safety. She smiled, the first real expression Harry had seen, but the smile faded as quickly as it appeared. "This isn't working," Harry muttered. He could feel his Hun soul getting strained as he drew upon more and more divine energy. The quill scratched against Healer Nightshade's clipboard, recording every detail. Harry moved back, letting his hand fall from Alice's. The golden light faded, leaving behind only the sunbeams shining through the window. He walked over to Frank, but already knew what he would find. The same broken paths, the same damaged connections throughout the brain. The high-quality faith from Dobby had helped him achieve faster healing before. If he had more faith of that caliber, maybe 10 or 20 times more, he might be able to force the divine energy through whatever blocked his healing. But right now? The amount he had access to didn't seem enough at all to even try to heal the missing or damaged portions of their minds. This wasn't the first time he had failed. Just 2 weeks ago, a patient needed treatment after losing their eyes to a dark curse. Although he successfully eliminated the curse itself, the missing eyes proved impossible to restore. It had felt like they were too complicated for his divine energy to heal, much like what was happening here. Harry turned to face Augusta Longbottom. The hope in her eyes made his chest tighten. "I can't heal them." The words came out quiet but clear. "Not yet." "What do you mean, not yet?" Augusta's voice sharpened. "You've healed cursed patients before. Dark magic that Saint Mungo's couldn't touch. This is different." Harry gestured at Alice, who had gone back to folding her parchment. "The Cruciatus curse didn't leave behind dark magic I can purge. It..." He paused, but decided to be blunt. "It broke something deep inside their minds. The connections between thoughts, memories, awareness, they're all damaged or missing." Neville's hand tightened around his chocolate frog card. The Frank Longbottom in the picture smiled and waved, unaware of the heavy silence in the room. "But you're supposed to be able to heal anything," Neville whispered, speaking for the first time. Gran said. "I'm still learning." Harry met Neville's eyes. "I'm getting stronger and stronger. Maybe in a few months or years, when I understand more about how my healing works." He looked back at Augusta. "I promise I'll try again when I'm ready." Augusta's shoulders dropped, the vulture on her hat seeming to droop with her. "Months. Years." The words came out flat. She pressed her lips together, composing herself. We've already waited 7 years. What's a few more? I understand if you're angry, Harry started. No. Augusta straightened her back. You tried. That's more than most have done. She placed a hand on Neville's shoulder. Come along, Neville. Say goodbye to your parents. Neville shuffled to his mother's bed. Alice looked up from her folded parchment and reached into her pocket. This time she gave him her folded parchment, placing it carefully in Neville's palm. Her fingers brushed his cheek before she went back to her folding. Frank's mumbling had stopped. He stared out the window, but his hand moved slightly when Neville approached. For a moment, just a moment, his eyes focused on his son. I'll keep working on it, Harry promised as they prepared to leave. The healers have my contact information. When I discover something new, we'll be here. Augusta's voice carried years of resigned patience. We're always here. Healer Nightshade closed her clipboard. I'll escort to your next patient, Mr. Potter. 000000. Several hours later, Harry walked down Place Cashie, the magical shopping district hidden in the heart of Paris. Nicholas and Pernell had split off toward a different café on the other side from his destination. The autumn breeze carried the scent of fresh-baked croissants from Le Petit Dragon, where he would meet Sirius. The café's blue awning fluttered above tables protected by warming charms. A charmed bell tinkled as Harry pushed open the door. Inside, the smell of coffee mixed with butter and sugar. Enchanted sugar cubes hopped into cups while spoons stirred themselves. Look, it's Harry Potter. A young witch at a corner table whispered to her friend in French. The whispers spread through the café like ripples in water. Merlin reborn. He can heal everything, can't he? Harry flinched slightly, but continued walking and soon spotted Sirius at a window table, watching the street outside. His godfather looked better than he had at the ministry, his hair was neat, and his new robes fit properly. But his eyes still held shadows of the past, and he flinched when a waiter dropped a spoon. Harry. Sirius stood up as Harry approached. He started to reach out, then pulled back uncertainly. I ordered some pastries. The waiter said they're famous for. Mr. Potter. The waiter rushed to their table with an excited smile. What an honor to see you. I apologize, but another party has taken your regular spot. Though I think you'll enjoy this table, it offers a lovely view of the street. Should I bring you your usual order? Sirius blinked. You come here often. Sometimes with my guardians. Harry smiled at the waiter. The usual would be nice, Maurice. And maybe some of those floating eclairs. More whispers spread through the café. A small girl tugged on her mother's sleeve, pointing at Harry. Two elderly wizards reading newspapers lowered them just enough to peer over the top. Just ignore them, Harry pulled a small brass sphere from his pocket. The metal gleamed under the café lights. Uncle Nick gave me this. Watch. He placed the sphere on the table and tapped it twice. A soft hum filled the air around them, and the whispers from nearby tables became muffled, then silent. Privacy charm. Sirius leaned forward to examine the sphere. Something like that. Uncle Nick made it himself. Harry relaxed into his chair. Now we can talk without everyone trying to listen in. Maurice returned with a tray of pastries that floated an inch above the surface. The eclairs bobbed gently up and down, chocolate glaze shining slightly. He set down the tray, and quickly left to give them privacy. The food looks amazing. Sirius picked up an eclair, but his eyes stayed on Harry. So, the Flamels. You call them Uncle Nick and Aunt Nell. Harry reached for a croissant. They took me in after. He paused, considering how much to share. After some things happened at Hogwarts. Dumbledore mentioned you lived at the castle first. Sirius took a bite of his eclair, chocolate smearing at the corner of his mouth. Must have been interesting, growing up there. The ghosts told great stories. Harry smiled at the memory. And Professor McGonagall, I call her Aunt Min, she taught me about my parents. She said my father was brilliant at transfiguration. Sirius wiped his mouth with a napkin. He was. We used to. His voice caught. He cleared his throat and tried again. We practiced together almost every night in our 6th year. James wanted to master human transfiguration. A magical bike zoomed past the window, leaving a trail of rainbow sparkles. Harry watched the colors fade before asking, what was he like? As a person, I mean. Loyal. Sirius answered without hesitation. He would do anything for his friends. And he loved your mother more than anything. Well, until you came along. He smiled, but the expression held a touch of pain. The day you were born, he burst into my flat at 3 in the morning, rambling about how perfect you were. Harry picked at his croissant. Ant-Man said he liked pranks. Merlin, yes. Sirius barked out a laugh. Yes, we were terrible. There was this one time we charmed all the suits of armor to sing Christmas carols in July. Drove Filch mad for weeks. Did you get caught? Always. But that was half the fun. Sirius's eyes brightened with the memory. Your father had this invisibility cloak, but we were too tall to all fit under it by third year. Made sneaking around much harder. Harry hummed. What happened to the cloak? Sirius frowned. I don't know. James had it the night. He stopped, shoulders tensing. It's okay. Harry pushed the plate of pastries closer to Sirius. Tell me about something else. Like how you became friends. Sirius grabbed another eclair, a small smile playing at the corners of his mouth. First day on the Hogwarts Express. I found him in a compartment alone, practicing color-changing charms on his shoelaces. He looked up at me and said. He chuckled. He said, if you're going to stand there, at least help me figure out how to make them flash different colors. Did you know the spell? Harry asked. Not a clue. We spent the whole train ride trying different combinations and ended up turning his shoes bright pink. Sirius's eyes crinkled at the edges. He wore them like that for a week, told everyone it was the latest fashion. A group of children ran past the window, chasing enchanted paper airplanes. Sirius watched them for a moment, his expression distant. We were inseparable after that. Your grandmother used to say we were like twins separated at birth. What were my grandparents like? Charles and Doria. Sirius's face softened. They took me in when I ran away from home at 16. Treated me like a second son. He tapped his fingers against his coffee cup. Your grandfather made this awful jokes, real groaners. But he always laughed the loudest at them. And your grandmother, she made the best treacle tart in England. Harry smiled. Did they teach you and my father magic? Charles tried. Sirius grinned. But we were more interested in using magic for pranks than proper dueling. Mind you, your father got serious about it later, during the war. His smile faded. Maybe we should visit Grimmauld Place next week. Harry suggested quickly. Grandpa Dumbledore already agreed to come with us. Right. Sirius straightened in his chair. Yes, that would be good. Just remember the house isn't very welcoming. My mother's portrait alone. Harry picked up another pastry, considering his next question. Can I ask you something? About Snape. Sirius's face darkened. What about Snivellis? Harry frowned at the nickname but continued. He really hates my father. And me. He keeps comparing us, saying I'm just as arrogant and attention-seeking. The coffee cup in Sirius's hand trembled slightly. He set it down carefully. Snape and your father, we all had a complicated history at school. What happened? We were stupid kids. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. Snape was obsessed with the dark arts, always following us around, trying to get us expelled. And we weren't too kind to him. What do you mean? Sirius shifted in his seat. We had a rivalry that got out of hand sometimes. But Snape gave as good as he got, created nasty curses, used dark magic. He'd wait around corners to hex us when we walked past. Harry wrapped his hands around his cup, absorbing the warmth. Ant-Man mentioned he was friends at one point with my mother. Yes. Sirius's expression turned grim. Lily defended him for years. Even when he started hanging around future Death Eaters, she stayed his friend. Until... He paused, glancing at Harry. Until he called her a filthy mudblood after she tried to help him during one of our confrontations. He called her that. Harry's fingers tightened around his cup. It broke their friendship completely. Sirius picked at a loose thread on his sleeve. After that, he dove deeper into the dark arts. Started following Mulciber and Avery around, real nasty pieces of work, those two. They joined you-know-who right after graduation. Harry was quiet for a moment before speaking. Snape switched sides during the war. So Dumbledore says. Sirius's tone held clear doubt. Look, Harry. I won't pretend your father and I were perfect. We were young and stupid sometimes. But Snape made his choices. He chose the dark arts, chose those Death Eater friends, chose to push away the only person who ever really defended him. And now he takes it out on me. Which makes him a petty, bitter man who can't let go of schoolboy grudges. Sirius leaned forward. You're not your father, Harry. And you're not responsible for what happened between us and Snape. Maurice appeared at their table with fresh coffee, breaking the heavy moment. More pastries, perhaps? Harry shook his head. Thank you, Maurice. I think we're good for now. After Maurice left, Sirius glanced out the window. Nicholas and Pernell sat at a distant cafe table, pretending to read newspapers. They're very protective of you. They've been good to me. Harry brushed some crumbs off the table. Uncle Nick teaches me alchemy, and Aunt Nell knows more about magical plants than anyone I've met. And Dumbledore arranged all this. After. Harry considered his words. After a Dementor got loose once. Sirius went rigid. A Dementor? At Hogwarts. It's fine now. Harry waved off the concern. But that's when Grandpa decided I needed time away from Hogwarts. I was being reckless, and the Flamels were good for me. I should have been there. Sirius's voice came out rough. Should have found a way to. Stop. Harry met his godfather's eyes. You couldn't have done anything from Azkaban. And you're here now. A comfortable silence fell between them. Outside, the magical street lamps began to light up as evening approached. Harry watched a street vendor pack up his color-changing scarves, each one shifting through different shades as they folded themselves into his cart. Next weekend then? Harry asked. For visiting Grimmauld Place? Yes. Sirius nodded firmly. I should warn you once more, the house will be in terrible shape. And my mother's portrait is very unpleasant. I've dealt with unpleasant things before. Harry stood up, reaching for the privacy sphere. Maybe we could have lunch again after looking at the house. Sirius's face brightened. I'd like that. He hesitated, then added, Thank you, Harry. For giving me a chance. You're my godfather. Harry picked up the sphere, and the sounds of the cafe rushed back. We have time to figure everything else out. They walked to the door, but Harry noticed Sirius still tensed at sudden movements. But his smile came more naturally now, and he walked with steadier steps. The Flamels rose from their table as Harry approached. Nicholas folded his newspaper while Pernell gathered her bag. Ready to go home? Pernell asked. Harry nodded, then turned back to Sirius. I'll send an owl about next weekend. I'll be waiting. Sirius stared at the three of them for a moment. It was good to talk with you. You too. Harry smiled. And Sirius? The stories about my father, thank you. Nicholas stepped forward, extending his hand to Sirius. Mr. Black, a pleasure to meet you properly. Perhaps you'd join us for dinner sometime next month. Sirius blinked, clearly surprised at the invitation. Yes, thank you. Excellent. Pernell smiled warmly. We'll send an invitation once you've settled into a proper home. They parted ways on the street. Sirius headed toward the apparition point while Nicholas placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The squeeze of apparition brought them to the cottage garden, where evening primrose bloomed under the setting sun. Harry's steps faltered as they walked toward the door. His eyes darkened as an offer appeared in his mind. Pokeballs Pokemon Sword and Shield costs 50 CP, 350 CP available to spend. The most basic tool of the trainer, used to efficiently capture and transport Pokemon and beasts across the lands. You will receive 10 standard Pokeballs along with 1 Premier Ball. You will also receive a restock of any missing balls once per week. A Premier Ball functions as normal, but has a rare coloration of white on top and bottom, and red in the middle. Harry. Pernell touched his arm. What's wrong? Another offer. Harry blinked, focusing on the present. Something about Pokeballs for capturing and transporting Pokemon and beasts. He frowned slightly. They're not expensive, only 50 CP. But I've never heard of Pokemon before. Containment items. Nicholas stroked his beard. That could be useful for dangerous creatures. Harry nodded slowly. And they restock every week if any go missing. He made his decision, accepting the offer. A leather pouch appeared at his belt, containing 10 red and white spheres and one distinctive white and red premier ball. Harry pulled out the premier ball and held it within his palm. The evening sunlight reflected off its polished surface, highlighting the crimson band that encircled its middle. What an elegant design! Nicholas raised an eyebrow. Simple yet refined. He drew his wand and cast several detection spells at the ball. Blue light rippled across the surface, but faded without revealing anything. Most peculiar. These diagnostic charms are proving as useless as they were with your elixir of life. A golden cub shot through the cottage door as Krissa ran toward them. The Nemean lion cub skidded to a halt at Harry's feet, butting her head against his leg in greeting. Harry looked from the premier ball to Krissa, an idea forming. I wonder. He knelt beside Krissa. Would you mind if I tried something? Krissa tilted her head, golden eyes fixed on the strange sphere in Harry's hand. The offer mentioned these can transport creatures. Harry held the premier ball out for Krissa to sniff. Maybe we could test it. Krissa sniffed the premier ball, then sat back on her haunches with a curious expression. Harry stood up, and closed his eyes momentarily as knowledge flowed into his mind about how to use these pokeballs. He took a few steps back, drew his arm back, and tossed the ball toward Krissa. The premier ball bounced off Krissa's golden fur. Mid-bounce, it split open with a soft click. A beam of red light burst from inside, enveloping Krissa in a bright glow. The Nemean lion cub transformed into pure energy, pulled into the ball by an unseen force. The premier ball snapped shut and dropped to the grass. It wobbled once. Nicholas and Pernell watched in silence. It shook a second time. Harry held his breath. A third shake. Then a clear click echoed through the garden. Harry walked over and picked up the premier ball. He pressed the center button, and the sphere shrank to the size of a marble in his palm. Another press expanded it back to normal. Nicholas stepped closer. And Krissa is, inside. Harry nodded, then threw the premier ball into the air. It burst open, releasing a stream of red light that formed into Krissa. The ball snapped shut mid-flight and curved back toward Harry. He easily caught it in his hand. Krissa blinked and looked around the garden, seemingly unbothered by what just happened. Harry pointed the premier ball at her, and a thin beam of red light connected them. In an instant, Krissa transformed back into energy and returned to the ball. One more time. Harry released her again, grinning as she appeared in a flash of red light. Krissa responded with a squeaky attempt at a roar that made Pernell laugh. I assume this means she's not too bothered by the process. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. Harry nodded. It feels safe. Like she's just resting inside. He shrunk the premier ball and attached it to his belt. And now I can take her anywhere without worrying about size or space. Perfect for emergencies. Pernell smiled at Krissa, who had started chasing a garden gnome. Or simply convenient travel. The other balls might work well for helping transport injured magical creatures to sanctuaries. Harry pulled out one of the regular pokeballs, examining the red and white design. Much better than using cages. Nicholas stroked his beard. We should test the limits. Maximum duration, distance, what types of creatures they can contain. He paused. After dinner, of course. Pernell made coq au vin. Harry wasn't hungry, but he didn't mind eating something delicious. The day's events had left him exhausted, his unsuccessful attempt to heal the Longbottoms weighed heavily on his mind, even while he was enjoying lunch with Sirius. He walked into the building with his guardians while Krissa trotted at his side. At least the day hadn't been a complete loss. He'd connected with his godfather, and now had a new way to keep Krissa close. Maybe tomorrow he'd test these balls on some garden gnomes. 000000. Poll is live on questionable questing, space battles and sufficient velocity. It will be available for around 2 to 3 days. Chapter 74, Krissa's Heritage. Harry turned the premier ball in his palm, sunlight glinting off the polished surface. The white sphere with its crimson band had become a regular weight since yesterday. Inside, Krissa slumbered peacefully, he could sense her through their familiar bond. Still nothing. Nicholas lowered his wand with a sigh. Blue detection magic faded from the surface of the pokeballs spread across the garden table. These spheres really do resist analysis just like your elixir of life, no matter what I try. Pernell walked out from the cottage, carrying a small cloth-wrapped package. Some sandwiches for Krissa. She'll need her strength. She placed the bundle in Harry's enchanted pouch. And yes, I know you don't need much food, but please eat something if you get hungry. Harry nodded, attaching the premier ball to his charmed belt alongside the bag of 10 regular pokeballs. I'll be careful. Just going to test these in the forest west of here. The one with the forest trolls and Graphorn herd. Nicholas raised an eyebrow. Well, I know you can handle them, just make sure to keep your distance. I will. Harry checked his gear one final time. The representation of the hero's journal appeared on his belt as always, ready to hint at possible adventures if they popped up. Back before dark. Pernell pulled him into a quick hug. Have fun exploring. Harry walked to the edge of the garden wards. Morning dew dampened his boots as he moved through the tall grass. When he reached the boundary line, he transformed. Feathers sprouted across his body as his bones hollowed and reshaped. Within seconds, a golden eagle stood where Harry had been. He spread his wings wide, feeling the breeze ruffle his feathers. After several strong beats against the air, he soared upward into the sky. From above, the cottage shrank until it became a tiny speck. A warm thermal current lifted him westward. Below him was an ever-changing view. Fields of crops transitioned into gentle hills where patches of forest grew. His sharp eagle eyes noticed every detail of the world beneath. In the tall grass, a fox moved stealthily. Wheat swayed in waves across the fields. Through wisps of morning mist, a group of deer wandered together. A flash of silver caught his eye. A unicorn mare and foal crossed a meadow, their hooves barely touching the ground. The foal pranced around its mother, pure golden in the sunlight. Harry banked slightly, carried by another thermal as he watched them disappear into the treeline. The sun climbed higher as Harry continued west. Below, the terrain grew wilder. Patches of marsh appeared between hills, dark water gleaming. The forest he sought appeared on the horizon, ancient trees rising like a wall of green. This particular woodland was known to house various magical creatures, including trolls, dugbugs, a herd of Graphorns and more. Harry descended into a small clearing below. He kept his talons ready as the ground came closer. The transformation began right after his feet touched earth. Within moments, his body shifted back to human form. A quick stretch helped ease the stiffness from flying so long. Life filled every corner of the clearing. The air buzzed with insects moving among bright wild flowers. Birds sang overhead in the leafy canopy. After unclipping the premier ball from his belt, Harry pushed its center button. In a flash of red light, Krissa appeared on the ground, fast asleep. The young Nemean lion stirred and opened her eyes. She rose to stand on all fours before stretching her muscles. A big yawn revealed her sharp teeth. She looked around the clearing, nose twitching at the new scents. Harry knelt down next to his companion. Sleep well? The premier ball must be cozy. From his pouch he retrieved several wrapped sandwiches. Look what Aunt Nell prepared for your breakfast. Krissa pounced on the wrapped sandwiches, purring as she tore through the cloth to reach the meat inside. Harry smiled and scratched behind her ears. Easy there. We've got a whole day ahead of us. A rustling in the undergrowth caught both their attention. Harry stood up, gesturing for Krissa to stay quiet. Hear that? Sounds like something's moving in the marsh. He pulled out one of the red and white pokeballs, expanding it to full size. Want to help me test these out? Krissa finished the last bite of her sandwich and crouched low, ready to spring. Her golden fur gleamed as sunlight shone through the leaves above. Together, they quietly walked toward the edge of the clearing where the ground became softer and wetter. The smell hit them first, stagnant water and rotting plants. Harry wrinkled his nose. Definitely dugbugs around here. He pointed to disturbed mud near a fallen log. See those tracks? Fresh ones. A splash drew their eyes to a half-submerged shape. The dugbug's woody skin blended with the dead branches floating in the marsh, but Harry spotted the creature's movement. There's our first target. Remember what Uncle Nick taught us about dugbugs? They might look like floating logs, but those teeth can snap right through. Krissa didn't wait for him to finish. She jumped forward with a squeaky roar that made Harry laugh. Wait up! We need a plan. The dugbug burst from the water, snapping at Krissa with wood-like jaws. She batted at it with one paw, but the creature twisted away. Its tail swept through the mud, spraying them both with dark water. Nice try. Harry wiped mud from his face. But dugbugs are quick in the water. Try herding it toward that fallen tree, cut off its escape route. Krissa circled around, forcing the dugbug away from deeper water. Each time it tried to dive, she blocked its path. Her movements were still uncoordinated, more playful cub than skilled hunter, but her natural strength made up for lack of technique. The dugbug snapped at her legs. Krissa jumped back with a startled yelp. "You're okay?" Harry called out. "Remember, you're a Nemean lion. Those teeth can't hurt you." Reassured, Krissa pressed forward. The dugbug retreated until its back hit the fallen tree. Harry raised the pokeball, aiming carefully. Now! The pokeball sailed through the air and struck the dugbug squarely. Red light surrounded the creature, pulling it inside the sphere. The ball dropped into the mud with a soft splash and wobbled once before bursting open. The dugbug reappeared, shaking itself and snapping angrily at them. Harry ran towards it and quickly picked up the muddy pokeball, sidestepping a bite from the dugbug at the same time. "Looks like we need to weaken it first." He glanced at Krissa. "Want to show this log with teeth what a Nemean lion can do?" Krissa crouched low, tail swishing back and forth. The dugbug tried to retreat into deeper water, but she pounced forward. Her paw struck the creature's side with enough force to send it tumbling. Before it could recover, she grabbed it by what passed for a neck and shook hard. The dugbug thrashed, but Krissa's grip held firm. Her golden fur remained unscathed even when the creature's sharp teeth scraped against her. After several seconds, she dropped the now battered dugbug onto a patch of wet grass. "Good girl." Harry readied another pokeball. "Let's try this again." The second throw struck true. Red light consumed the dugbug once more. The ball fell into a shallow puddle and wobbled. Harry held his breath. A second wobble followed, then a sharp click echoed across the marsh. "We did it!" Harry splashed through the mud to retrieve the pokeball. He held it up triumphantly while Krissa jumped around him, chuffing excitedly. "Our first catch! Want to see what happens when we let it out?" Krissa sat down and tilted her head, watching as Harry expanded the ball again. He pointed it away from them and pressed the release button. The dugbug appeared in another flash of red light. But instead of attacking or fleeing, it simply lay there, watching them with calm eyes. Interesting. Harry knelt beside the creature. The pokeball must affect their behavior somehow. He stretched out his hand slowly. The dugbug allowed him to touch its woody skin without complaint. "See that, Krissa? Much friendlier now." A distant crash interrupted their examination. Harry stood up quickly, recalling the dugbug into its ball. "Sounds like something big moving through the trees." He grinned at Krissa. "Want to go investigate?" Krissa roared and jumped to her feet, already moving toward the sound. Harry followed, keeping his voice low. "Remember what I said yesterday, stay quiet until we know what we're dealing with." He pulled out a fresh pokeball. "This forest has all sorts of creatures. Could be that herd of graphorns." They left the marsh behind, moving deeper into the shadowy forest. Broken branches and deep footprints marked their path. Whatever made that noise was definitely large. Harry touched Krissa's back gently. "Ready for another adventure?" Krissa rumbled softly in response, pressing close to Harry's side as they sneaked forward. The forest grew denser here, old-growth trees towered above them, branches blocking most of the sunlight. Moss covered fallen logs while mushrooms sprouted in the perpetual shade. Another crash echoed ahead, followed by the sound of splintering wood. Harry peered around a massive oak tree and sucked in a sharp breath. "Graphorn," he whispered to Krissa. "And not just any graphorn, look at the size of those horns." The creature stood nearly 12 feet tall, purple-grey hide rippling with muscle as it used its horns to strip bark from a young tree. 2 pairs of legs, each as thick as Harry's torso, supported its massive bulk. The golden-tipped horns gleamed even in the dim forest light. "Okay." Harry pulled Krissa back behind the tree. "These are tough, tougher than dragons according to some books. We need a plan." He looked down at his companion. "Think you can dodge those horns?" Krissa puffed up her chest and made a quiet murrow sound that clearly meant of course. "Right, silly question." Harry grinned and scratched under her chin. "Just remember, even with your invulnerable fur, those horns can still knock you around. I'll try to guide it with some fire, make it easier for you to." The graphorn's head snapped up, nostrils flaring. Before Harry could finish his sentence, the creature charged straight through the tree they were hiding behind. Splinters flew everywhere as the ancient oak shattered. "Move!" Harry dove right while Krissa sprang left. The graphorn's horns passed between them, missing by inches. It skidded to a stop, hooves gouging deep furrows in the earth. Harry rolled to his feet, hands already moving. Blue flames burst from his palms, forming a curved wall that forced the Graphorn to turn away from Krissa. Now! While it's distracted, Krissa needed no encouragement. She launched herself at the Graphorn's flank, claws seeking purchase on its tough hide. The larger beast bellowed and tried to shake her off, but she held on tight. Good girl! Harry adjusted his stance, ready to redirect the Graphorn if it charged again. Try for the legs, might slow it down. The Graphorn had other ideas. It reared up on its hind legs, nearly vertical as it attempted to crush Krissa beneath its bulk. She released her grip just in time, landing gracefully while the ground shook from the Graphorn's impact. Careful! Harry sent another stream of azure flames to keep the creature turning in circles. Watch the timing, just like we practiced with the training dummies. Krissa growled in acknowledgement. She darted in and out, slowly wearing down the Graphorn while avoiding its powerful kicks and horn strikes. But the beast was incredibly strong. Even when she managed to draw blood, it barely seemed to notice. This might take a while, Harry muttered. But that was half the fun, wasn't it? If he just overpowered the beast, Krissa wouldn't learn anything. Harry stepped back, watching Krissa dart between the Graphorn's legs. She was learning quickly, each attack more precise than the last. When the Graphorn's horns swept low, she jumped over them instead of retreating. When it charged, she moved to the side at the last moment, scoring hits on its flanks. Remember what I taught you about timing? Harry called out. He sent a small burst of fire near the Graphorn's head, making it turn away from Krissa. Count the steps between charges. Most creatures follow a rhythm when they fight. Krissa's answering growl showed she understood. She circled the Graphorn, matching its movements. The massive beast grew frustrated, unable to land a solid hit on the smaller but quicker opponent. Each time it tried to crush her, she was already gone. Perfect! Harry grinned as Krissa ducked another horn swipe. Now try targeting the same spot. Even that hide will give way eventually. The Graphorn bellowed in rage when Krissa's claws found the same wound repeatedly. Blood matted its purple-grey hide. Its charges became wilder, less coordinated. Harry noticed its breathing growing heavier, front legs trembling slightly. Almost there. He readied a pokeball. One more good hit should. A chorus of grunts interrupted him. Harry spun around to find 5 forest trolls walking out from the dense trees. They carried crude clubs and wore nothing but scraps of leather. The largest one pointed at Harry, speaking in a garbled mix of grunts and snarls. Oh, wonderful! Harry glanced between the trolls and the Graphorn. Krissa! We've got company! The Graphorn seized this moment of distraction. Its horns caught Krissa in the side, sending her tumbling across the clearing. She rolled back to her feet, shaking her head to clear it. The hit hadn't pierced her invulnerable fur, but the impact still stunned her. Change of plans. Harry moved to put himself between Krissa and the approaching trolls. Take down the Graphorn. I'll handle our new friends. The trolls spread out, trying to surround them. Harry kept his movements calm as azure flames sprang to life around his hands. He could burn them all in seconds, but that wasn't the point of this trip. Krissa needed to learn, and he needed to practice working with her. Remember what we practiced? Harry backed up until he stood beside Krissa. I'll keep them contained. You focus on one target at a time. Krissa rumbled in agreement, eyes locked on the wounded Graphorn. The trolls were closing in, but Harry simply smiled. Azure fire burst towards them, and then erupted in a circle around them, causing the trolls to stumble back with surprised grunts as one of the smaller ones began swinging his club at the fire, doing nothing but charring his wooden weapon. Go! Harry thrust his hands skyward, and the fire roared to the sky. I've got these idiots! Show that Graphorn what happens when it messes with a Nemean lion. Krissa launched herself at the Graphorn. The beast tried to retreat, but Harry's fire had cut off its escape route. He kept most of his attention on maintaining the flame walls, but he couldn't help grinning as he watched Krissa's assault. She was learning so quickly. Each attack flowed into the next, no wasted movement or hesitation. The Graphorn's superior size meant nothing against her speed and precision. Blood poured from the Graphorn's wounds as Krissa struck the same spot again and again. The beast's movements grew sluggish, each bellow weaker than the last. Purple-grey hide, previously impenetrable, now hung in ragged strips where Krissa's claws had done their work. Herg! The largest stupid forest troll slammed his club against Harry's fire wall. The wooden weapon burst into flames, making him drop it with a yelp. Greya! Oh, shut up! Harry rolled his eyes, keeping the azure flame steady. Another troll tried throwing rocks through the fire, they melted into slag before reaching Harry. Krissa! How are you doing over there? Krissa answered with a proud mrow as she ducked another clumsy charge from the grap horn. The massive creature stumbled, front legs buckling. Blood dripped steadily from multiple wounds along its flanks and belly. Durr! A smaller troll pointed at Krissa, jumping up and down while making frantic gestures at his companions. Hergderg! No, you're not getting past these flames. Harry sent a tendril of fire to snap at the troll's feet, making him jump back. Just watch the show. Krissa's almost done. The graphorn made one final attempt to gore Krissa with its horns. She simply stepped aside and raked her claws across the largest wound. The beast crashed to its knees, sides heaving as blood pooled beneath it. Perfect! Harry pulled out a fresh pokeball. He drew back his arm, aimed carefully, and threw. Let's see if this works. The red and white sphere struck the graphorn's side. Red light enveloped the creature, drawing it inside. The ball dropped to the forest floor with a soft thud. 1 wobble. 2 wobbles. 3. Click. Yes. Harry punched the air in triumph. Amazing work, Krissa. Did you see how you wore it down? Uncle Nick will never believe you defeated a graphorn at such a young age. Durg. The trolls stared at the spot where the graphorn had vanished. The largest one scratched his head in confusion. Hergderg. Right, almost forgot about you lot. Harry lowered the fire walls slightly. Want to try catching one of them, Krissa? No, wait, trolls aren't beasts, are they? More like really stupid beings. He grinned at the confused trolls. Better just scare them off. Krissa padded over to Harry's side, blood still dripping from her claws. She bared her teeth at the trolls and released a squeaky roar that made Harry laugh. We really need to work on that roar. He patted her furry head. But look how well you did against the graphorn. Perfect timing on those attacks. The trolls began backing away, muttering to each other in grunts and growls. Harry let the fire walls drop completely. Go on, get out of here. And spread the word, this part of the forest belongs to Harry Potter and his Nemean lion now. Herg. The largest troll turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush. The others followed, their heavy footsteps fading into the distance. Harry walked over to retrieve the pokeball containing the graphorn. Want to see if it's as docile as the Dugbug now? He expanded the ball and pressed the release button. The graphorn appeared in a flash of red light. All its wounds remained, but the beast showed no sign of aggression. It simply stood there, watching them with calm eyes. Good. Harry circled the graphorn slowly. The wounds need treatment, but the behavior change is incredible. A rustle in the bushes caught their attention. Harry returned the graphorn to its pokeball and turned his head sharply, hands ready to call forth flames again. What now? More trolls. But the sound came from something much smaller. A shape moved through the undergrowth, definitely not a troll. Harry caught a glimpse of grey-green skin and matted hair. Krissa. He kept his voice low. I think we just found one of the forest hags. The hag arose from the bushes, hunched and twisted. Rags hung from her emaciated frame while long, dirty nails curved like talons. Her eyes fixed on Harry with undisguised hunger. A child. The hag's tongue slid across broken teeth. Sweet tender meat, wandering into my part of the forest. Krissa growled, positioning herself between Harry and the hag. The sound held none of the earlier squeakiness, pure predator now. Your forest. Harry raised an eyebrow. Funny. I just claimed it 5 minutes ago. He pulled out a pokeball, more out of curiosity than anything else. Want to see what happens when I throw this at you? The hag cackled, the sound like rocks scraping together. Such a brave little morsel. Your flesh will taste even sweeter. She raised a gnarled hand, dark magic crackling between her fingers. Perhaps I'll tenderize you first. A bolt of sickly yellow light shot from her hand. Krissa jumped forward, golden fur gleaming. The curse struck her flank and was, reflected, hitting the hag square in the chest. She screamed, dropping to her knees as the magic worked against her. Well. Harry blinked in surprise. That's new. He looked down at Krissa. Did you know you could do that? Krissa made a confused sound, examining her own fur with wide eyes. Must be from your connection to the oracle. Harry frowned slightly at just the thought of that being. Makes sense, a guardian that reflects curses back at attackers. Maybe you're the descendant of the oracle's Nemean lion? It wouldn't make much sense otherwise. The hag struggled to her feet, face twisted with rage and pain. Cursed beast! I'll strip the flesh from your bones and... Harry tossed the pokeball. It struck the hag's shoulder and bounced off harmlessly. No red light, no capture attempt. Nothing. Right. Harry caught the ball on the rebound. Not a beast. Just a being who eats children. His voice turned cold. Krissa? Pin her down. Krissa launched forward in a blur of golden fur. The hag tried to scramble away, but Krissa's weight slammed into her chest. Sharp claws pressed against the hag's throat while powerful jaws snapped inches from her face. No, wait. The hag's voice rose to a shrill screech. I was only joking. I'd never eat children, I swear it. Really? Harry walked closer, pulling a small crystal vial from his enchanted pouch. Clear liquid sloshed inside. Let's test that claim. The hag's eyes widened at the sight of the vial. Truth potion? No, you can't. Krissa. Harry nodded at his companion. Open her mouth. Krissa shifted her weight, pressing one paw against the hag's jaw. The hag tried to resist, but Krissa simply increased the pressure until her mouth opened with a pained gasp. 3 drops. Harry uncorked the vial. That's all we need. He carefully let 3 drops of Verita serum fall onto the hag's tongue. Now, let's try this again. Have you ever eaten children? The hag's eyes glazed over as the potion took effect. Yes. Her voice came out flat, emotionless. 7 children. The youngest was 4. Harry's hands clenched into fists. When was the last time? 3 months ago. A girl wandered away from her family's campsite. The hag's face twitched. She screamed for her mother. I see. Harry stepped back. Azure flames sprang to life around his hands, crackling hungrily. Krissa, move aside. Krissa released her grip on the hag and backed away. The hag tried to stand, but Harry's fire had already begun to spread. Blue flames encircled her feet, then climbed higher. No. The hag screamed as the fire reached her waist. Please. I'll never. You're right. Harry watched the flames rise. You won't. The azure fire surged upward, consuming the hag completely. Her screams cut off as the intense heat reduced flesh and bone to ash in seconds. When the flames died down, nothing remained but a scorched patch of earth and a sharp rise in the amount of justice virtue within his dantian. Harry knelt down and wrapped his arms around Krissa's neck, burying his face in her soft golden fur. You were amazing today. That curse reflection, we'll have to practice with that. He pulled back and smiled at her proud expression. But first, time to go home. Uncle Nick will want to examine the grap horn. Krissa butted her head against his chest, purring loudly. Harry retrieved her premier ball and expanded it. Ready for a nap. Red light surrounded Krissa, drawing her inside the sphere. Through their bond, he felt her contentment. The premier ball really did make a cozy resting place. After clipping the ball to his belt, Harry stretched his arms wide. The transformation started, bones and muscles shifting until a golden eagle stood in his place. Strong wings carried him above the forest canopy. Far below, he spotted the scorched spot where the hag had met her end. No regrets there. The journey home passed quickly. When the Flamel cottage came into view, Harry began his descent. He landed in the garden and transformed back to human form. The moment his feet touched the ground, his green eyes darkened. Another offer. Of the Elder Blood Witcher costs 400 CP, 400 CP available to spend. You are an unaccounted for relative of Ciri through Laura Doran, being an active carrier of the Elder Blood. This means you can travel through the Omniverse, shifting through time and space and crossing between worlds as easily as stepping through a door. Your control over this ability is rather crude and requires extensive training before it becomes truly useful. Harry's breath caught in his throat. The ability to cross between worlds as easily as stepping through a door? The memories from that other life, the one filled with immortal cultivators and world-shaking powers, he could actually visit such places? But wouldn't that be dangerous? Harry remembered tales of primal deists who could shatter massive mountains with ease. of immortals who were as far above the primal deists as primal deists were above mere mortals. Then again, that previous offer, just an old painter had given him perfect control over how much of his power and relevance was emanated towards the outside worlds. Even the mightiest beings wouldn't notice him unless he allowed it. And this elder blood ability started crude, he would have time to master it before attempting anything too ambitious, right? Could he really pass this up? The chance to explore countless worlds, to see wonders beyond imagination? What if this offer never came again? Harry smiled gently. The choice was obvious. He accepted the offer, embracing the power of elder blood. Something immediately tried to alter his appearance, probably to match this Siri person he was now related to. But Harry's soul rejected the change completely. His body remained exactly as it was, protected by that gift of absolute stability. Krissa. Harry pulled out the premier ball, releasing his companion in a flash of red light. Come on, we need to tell Uncle Nick and Aunt Nell. He burst through the cottage door, nearly colliding with Nicholas, who was reading in his favorite armchair. Uncle Nick. The most amazing thing just happened. Pernell walked out from her herb room, drawn by his excited voice. Harry? What's got you so worked up? Did something happen in the forest? I got another offer. Harry grinned wildly while Chris's circled around him. This one changes everything. It's called Elder Blood, and it lets me travel between worlds. Nicholas set his book aside, eyes sharpening with interest. Between worlds. More than that. Harry gestured wildly. Different realities entirely, through the Omniverse itself. And through time too. The offer said it starts crude and needs training, but... He took a deep breath. Think of what we could learn. The things we could see. Slow down. Pernell guided him to sit at the kitchen table. Start from the beginning. Tell us exactly what this elder blood does. Harry took a deep breath, running his fingers through Chris's fur as she sat beside his chair. The offer was called of the elder blood. It said I'm now related to someone named Siri through Laura Doran, and I'm an active carrier of the elder blood. Related to? Nicholas leaned forward. Through blood magic? Maybe, but I don't think so. Harry shook his head. The offer tried to change how I looked, probably to match this Siri person. But my soul rejected it completely thanks to the stability offer. He smiled at his guardians. The important part is what elder blood does. It lets me travel through the Omniverse. Omniverse? Perinel's eyebrows drew together. I've never heard that term before. I didn't know what it meant myself until I read the word thanks to language comprehension. Harry's eyes lit up with excitement. The Omniverse is everything. All multiverses, all universes, all realities, all possible worlds that exist or could exist. And the offer said I can shift through time and space across all of it as easily as stepping through a door. Nicholas dropped his cup. Hot tea splashed across the table, but he didn't even notice. Impossible. His voice came out as a whisper. That would mean multiple worlds. Harry nodded eagerly. Remember those memories I have, the ones from that cultivation world? I could actually go there. And not just there, anywhere. The offer said my control starts crude and needs training, but... Harry. Pernell gripped the back of her chair so hard her knuckles turned white. Are you absolutely certain about this? The implications are incredible. Nicholas jumped to his feet and started pacing. Think of the knowledge we could gain. The secrets of reality itself. Every mystery of magic, every lost art. He stopped suddenly. But the dangers. Harry, there could be beings in these other worlds that... I know. Harry scratched Chris's ears as she made a concerned sound. But remember that other offer I got? The one that lets me control how much of my relevance and power emanates to the outside world? Even mighty immortals won't notice me unless I want them to. Still. Pernell sank into her chair. The scale of this, in 600 years, I've never heard of anything like it. Nicholas. Ha. Nicholas ran a shaking hand through his beard. Never, nothing even close. The ability to cross between worlds. He turned to Harry. We'll need to be extremely careful about this. Start small, test the limits gradually. Harry's eyes suddenly widened. Something deep inside bubbled up, like a spring breaking through rock. Beyond the edges of his perception, he sensed something vast, impossibly, mind-breakingly vast. No. Harry grabbed the table edge as a pulling sensation grew in his chest. The Elder Blood, it's not just crude control, it's completely unstable. His voice rose with panic. I can feel something out there. The Omniverse maybe? It's trying to pull me away. Krissa jumped up with a worried yowl as both she and Harry began to fade. The kitchen table became visible through Harry's increasingly transparent hands. Merde. Nicholas yanked out his wand. Beside him, Pernell swore as well while casting spells. Blue and silver light passed harmlessly through Harry's form. Nothing's working. Pernell cast another spell that fizzled uselessly. Harry, what's happening? I can feel it. Harry's voice sounded distant, even to himself. The Elder Blood is pushing me towards another world. He reached for Krissa, but his hand passed through her fur. At least she was still connected to him through the familiar bond. I'll try to come back as soon as I can. I don't know what other limitations. His voice cut off as reality twisted. The kitchen blurred and stretched like taffy. Harry caught one last glimpse of Nicholas and Pernell's panicked faces before everything went black. For a moment that felt like eternity, Harry floated in absolute darkness. Then light exploded around him, and he felt himself falling. Chapter 75, Sun Warrior Ruins. Atla Universe, Sun Warrior Ruins. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 1 year before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, September 27, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. The darkness pressed against Harry's senses until light burst through, blinding him. Wind rushed past as he fell, and his stomach lurched from the sudden drop. He crashed onto cracked stone tiles, landing in a crouch so that his enhanced body could easily absorb the impact. The intense heat surrounded him, the air heavy and wet, nothing like France's milder climate. Harry blinked rapidly to clear his vision while his heart hammered in his chest. Right. First priority. Harry drew back his power and relevance deep inside himself until barely a whisper remained. His halo dimmed and vanished as he pushed everything down. Who knew what mighty beings might exist in this world? Better to stay hidden until he understood where he was. A worried meow made him turn his head. Krissa stood a few feet away, panting slightly from the sudden heat. I'm okay. Harry's fingers found her mane. Just a rough landing. He looked around, taking in their surroundings. We need to figure out where we are. What he saw made him pause. 2 large barriers of stone blocks reached skyward, reaching 20 feet high. Time had worn the grey walls, leaving gaps where tree roots pushed through the mortar. Green vines spilled down the eroded faces. The path itself ran straight as an arrow, vanishing into the distance both ahead and behind them. Reminds me of those Mayan ruins we visited with Uncle Nick and Aunt Nell. Harry ran his fingers along the nearest wall, grimacing at the slimy moss. But something feels different about this place. Krissa bumped her head against his leg and made an inquisitive sound. Yeah, we should try going back. Harry closed his eyes and reached for that vast structure he'd felt before, the Omniverse itself. Unknown instincts guided him as he attempted to throw himself back toward home, toward the Flamel cottage. Nothing happened. The power remained dormant, refusing to respond. Great. Harry opened his eyes with a frustrated sigh. Looks like we're stuck here for now. I can feel it needs time to recharge or something. He looked down at Krissa's concerned expression. Don't worry, it can't be too long. Maybe a few hours. Krissa's tail swished back and forth as she stared up at him. You're right, no point standing around. Harry squared his shoulders. We might as well explore while we wait. Just, stay close, okay? We don't know what kind of traps or creatures might be here. They started walking down the stone path. Harry kept his steps light, watching for any signs of danger. The oppressive heat bore down on them, and his damp clothes clung uncomfortably to his body. If they ended up stranded here, food wouldn't be their main concern. He could survive on minimal sustenance, and the graphorn in his pokeball could serve as an emergency food source for them. Water would be the real problem in this heat. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead and glanced at Krissa. She padded along beside him, golden fur already darkened with moisture. We'll need to find shade soon. Harry kept his voice low. The empty ruins felt wrong somehow, like they shouldn't be this quiet. And water. Your fur must be. His foot caught on something. A tiny black rope stretched across the path, barely visible against the stone. Harry's eyes widened as the ground ahead dropped away, revealing rows of sharp metal spikes below. Pure instinct took over. Harry threw his head back and let out a blast of solidified fire from his mouth. The force slammed him backward while azure flames roared forward, melting the black spikes into slag. He landed hard on his back, the impact driving the air from his lungs. Krissa was on him in an instant, nose pressed against his face as she made worried sounds. "I'm fine." Harry pushed himself up, heart still racing. "Just surprised me." He crawled forward carefully and peered down into the pit. "What kind of place is this?" Those weren't normal spikes, they looked like they were made from some kind of black metal. A low growl rumbled in Chris's throat as she stared at the remains of the trap. "Yeah, we need to be more careful." Harry stood up slowly, brushing dust from his clothes. No more walking around blindly. The heat pressed down even harder now, making it difficult to think clearly. Harry shielded his eyes and looked ahead. The stone passage opened into a wider area, and he could see the edges of what looked like ruined buildings. "Come on." He gestured for Krissa to follow. "Let's see what's at the end of this death trap. Just, watch where you step." Harry took 2 steps forward before stopping abruptly. He smacked his forehead with an open palm. "I'm an idiot." Sweat dripped down his neck, soaking into the thick fabric of his robes. "No wonder I'm dying from this heat." Krissa tilted her head and made an inquiring sound. "These robes?" Harry pulled at the heavy material. "I still have my muggle clothes from visiting the Dursleys in my pouch." He reached for the enchanted bag at his belt. "Jeans and a t-shirt will be much better in this weather." A quick rummage through the pouch produced the familiar clothes. Harry leaned against the wall, keeping his voice low as he changed. "Keep watch, will you? I don't fancy getting ambushed with my robes around my ankles." Krissa snorted but turned to keep her eyes on both sides of the path, ears perked forward in alert. The difference was immediate once Harry pulled on the lighter clothing. The cotton t-shirt let his skin breathe, and even the jeans felt cooler than the stifling robes. He stuffed the wadded-up robes into his pouch and continued walking. "Much better." Harry rolled his shoulders, enjoying the freedom of movement. "Now maybe I can actually think straight without my brain melting." They continued forward more carefully this time, watching for any sign of additional traps. The passage gradually widened until the walls fell away completely, opening into what must have been a city square. Harry stopped at the edge of the open space, mouth falling open slightly. "Well, this is something else." Broken pillars rose from cracked stone tiles, some still standing 30 feet tall while others lay shattered across the ground. Beyond them stood the ruins of what must have been magnificent buildings, their walls weathered but still bearing traces of red and gold paint. Trees grew through empty windows, branches reaching out like grasping fingers. But what drew Harry's eye was the massive structure directly ahead. A stepped pyramid rose into the sky, each level smaller than the last until it reached a flat platform far above. The stone blocks were massive, each one larger than Harry himself. "That's bigger than the ones we saw in South America." Harry shaded his eyes, trying to count the levels. "Must be at least 200 feet high." Krissa growled softly, and Harry followed her gaze to their right. A huge stone wall stretched along one side of the square, covered in carved figures that had somehow survived the centuries. When they drew closer, Harry could make out more details. "Dragons." He squinted at the mural. 2 great serpentine forms curved around a central figure, their stone mouths open in eternal roars. The human figure between them stood with arms raised, flames hovering above both palms to join with the dragon's breath. Krissa padded forward to sniff at the base of the wall before looking back at Harry with questioning eyes. "I don't know what it means either." Harry ran his fingers over the carved flames. "But whatever civilization built this place loved fire." He glanced around the empty square. "The question is, what do we do now?" Harry wiped more sweat from his forehead and looked up at the bright blue sky. They needed to get their bearings, but wandering around on foot seemed risky after that spike trap. "Maybe we should try a different approach." Harry turned to Krissa. "The view from above might help us understand this place better." "But..." He frowned, crossing his arms. "I don't want to draw attention if there's anything dangerous up there." Krissa bumped her head against his leg and made an encouraging sound. "You're right." Harry smiled down at her. "We can't just stand here forever. And you'll need to go in your ball while I fly, I don't want us getting separated if something goes wrong." He pulled out the premier ball, expanding it to full size. "Ready for a quick rest?" Krissa nodded, and red light surrounded her body. Through their familiar bond, Harry felt her settle into the comfortable space inside the sphere. He clipped it securely to his belt before taking a deep breath. Here goes nothing. Bones shifted and hollowed while feathers sprouted across his body. He spread his wings wide, testing the air currents. The thermals rising from the sun-heated stones made taking off simple. A few powerful wing beats carried him above the ruined buildings. Higher and higher he flew until he could see the full extent of the ancient city. The view stole his breath away. The ruins spread across an entire valley, bordered by green mountains that rose like walls in every direction. Hundreds of stone buildings stretched out below him, bleached nearly white by countless years of sun. The massive pyramid dominated the center, but smaller temples and what must have been homes filled the spaces between. Trees and vines claimed much of the ground, breaking up the pale stone with patches of deep green. Harry banked left, riding another thermal even higher. From this altitude, he could see how the buildings followed careful lines, creating wide avenues that radiated out from the central pyramid like spokes on a wheel. Many structures had completely collapsed, leaving only scattered blocks to mark where they once stood. Others remained surprisingly intact. Movement caught his eye, something glinted in one of the distant mountains. Harry turned his head, sharp eagle vision focusing on the flash of metal. He flew closer, careful to maintain his height. There, nestled deep into the mountains was what looked like a village. Smoke rose from several points, and he could just make out people moving between buildings that shared the same architectural style as the ruins below. Harry's heart beat faster. People meant answers about where they were. But he couldn't just swoop down and transform back. What language would they speak? How would they react to a stranger appearing in these ruins? He needed more information first. Harry glided toward the village, searching for a good observation point. A small building near the edge had a flat roof partially hidden by overhanging trees. Perfect. He descended carefully, talons gripping the stone as he landed. Now all he had to do was listen and learn. Voices drifted up from the street below. Harry settled into a more comfortable position, grateful for the shade from the overhanging branches. The words he overheard gradually became clearer as his mind pieced together meaning and context. Two women walked past, discussing plans for a festival next month. A group of children chased each other down the street while an old man yelled at them to be more respectful near the temple. After an hour, Harry understood enough to follow most conversations. The people below spoke with formal cadence, using many traditional phrases and honorifics. They talked about daily life, cooking, training, ceremonies, but also mentioned guardians and ancient duties that meant little without context. Names drifted up as people called to each other. Itzali shouted for his son Nikali to come home. Yaoreza haggled with Akit over the price of woven cloth. Metzli scolded young Teyakapan for climbing the sacred statues again. The heat grew more intense as the sun climbed higher. Harry shifted position, careful to stay hidden in the shadows of the branches. The stone roof burned against his talons even through the shade. More voices approached, two men discussing guard rotations. Harry caught mentions of watching the ruins, keeping outsiders away, protecting something they called the sacred relic. But without seeing their gestures or understanding the context, much of the meaning remained unclear. He'd learned enough. Time to find a safe spot to transform back and approach properly. Harry spread his wings and took off, staying close to the treetops until he reached the outskirts of the village. A secluded clearing between massive boulders provided good cover. Harry transformed back, steadied himself against one of the rocks and pulled out the premier ball. Sorry about the wait. He released Krissa, who stretched and shook herself before bumping her head against his leg. I found people living in the mountains. They speak differently than anyone I've met, but I can understand them now. Krissa tilted her head and made an inquiring sound. They seem formal. Traditional. Harry ran fingers through his messy hair, trying to tame it. And very concerned about protecting these ruins. We should probably introduce ourselves before they find us wandering around. He straightened his t-shirt and checked that his belt with the pouches set properly. Ready to meet some locals? Just stay close. They might not be used to seeing Nemean lions. Krissa huffed and lifted her head proudly, making Harry laugh. Yes, you're very impressive. He started walking toward the village path. Let's just try not to start any fights, okay? The path wound upward between big stones, leading toward the village gates. Harry noticed more signs of habitation as they climbed, worn smooth patches in the rock from countless footsteps, carefully maintained stairs cut into steeper sections. They'll probably spot us soon. Harry kept his voice low. The sound of drums echoed from somewhere in the village. And I stick out like a sore thumb here. Krissa made a questioning sound. Everyone I saw had brown skin and a different facial structure. Harry gestured at his pale complexion. I look very different. He tugged at his messy black hair. At least my clothes are relatively plain, even if it's nothing like theirs. Better than showing up in robes that are not at all suitable for this climate. The drums grew louder as they rounded another bend. The village gates came into view, tall wooden doors set into the mountain rock. 2 guards stood at attention, wearing red and gold cloth wrapped around muscled frames. Both carried spears and wore elaborate headdresses that made them seem even taller. The guards spotted them immediately. Both men stiffened, spears lowering to point at Harry and Krissa. The taller guard barked out a command. Halt! How did you discover this place? Harry raised his hands slowly, keeping them visible and away from his belt. I mean no harm. He spoke carefully in their language. I found myself in the ruins below and sought out signs of civilization. The shorter guard stepped forward, spear still ready. Your skin. I have never heard of anyone so pale. His eyes narrowed. Where do you come from? Far away. Harry kept his voice steady. Very far away. I'm somewhat lost. Not technically a lie. He glanced at the spears still pointed at them. I'd prefer to explain to whoever leads your people, if possible. Krissa stayed pressed against his leg, watching the guards with alert eyes but making no aggressive moves. The taller guard stared at her. What manner of beast is that? This is Krissa. Harry placed one hand on her head. She's my companion. Well trained and no threat unless attacked first. The taller guard's eyes narrowed. You claim to be lost, yet these waters are isolated. No ships pass within sight of our shores. He stepped forward, muscles tensed. Where is your boat? How did you reach this island? Harry kept his hands visible. I appeared in the ruins. I know that sounds impossible. Appeared. The shorter guard spat the word. You expect us to believe you appeared from thin air? He jabbed his spear forward. Speak truth. Who sent you to spy on our sacred grounds? No one sent me. Harry stayed still, feeling Krissa's muscles bunch against his leg. He squeezed her scruff gently, a signal to stay calm. I understand your suspicion, but I truly mean no harm. I simply seek answers about where I am. The guards exchanged glances. The taller one raised his spear toward the sky and struck the butt against the ground 3 times. The sound echoed off the mountain walls. More guards emerged from the village gates, all wearing similar red and gold wrappings. They moved quickly, surrounding Harry and Krissa in a wide circle. Each held a spear at ready position. An older man pushed through the circle. His headdress rose higher than the others, gold and red feathers swaying as he walked. Face paint marked his features, red lines that resembled flames across his cheeks and forehead. I am Humak. The man spoke with authority. Chief of the Sun Warrior tribe. He studied Harry with sharp eyes. Explain your presence here. And choose your words with care. Harry met the chief's gaze. My name is Harry Potter. I found myself in your ruins and I don't understand why I'm here. I assure you I'm not a spy or a threat, just someone very far from home trying to make sense of my situation. You expect me to believe such tales? Humak's voice hardened. No one simply appears on our shores. The waters around this island kill any who dare approach without proper knowledge of the currents. He gestured at Harry's clothes. Your manner of dress is unlike anything in our lands. Your skin alone marks you as a foreigner not just to this island but to all we know. And that beast? He pointed at Krissa. I have never seen nor heard of such a creature in all my years. Harry felt frustration building in his chest. The spears hadn't wavered, and more guards had appeared at the gates. What must I do to prove I mean no harm? Harry spread his hands wide. I understand your suspicion. I look different, dress different, and appeared from nowhere with a golden lion at my side. He met Humak's stern gaze. But I speak truth, I'm lost and seeking answers. Nothing more. Krissa pressed closer against his leg, a low rumble building in her throat. Harry squeezed her scruff again. Easy girl, he whispered. Let me handle this. Humak stepped forward, the feathers of his headdress swaying in the hot breeze. You claim to seek answers. His eyes narrowed. Yet you stand in our village without permission. These grounds have remained secret for thousands of years. He raised one hand, and the circle of guards tightened. Why should we not throw you in our deepest cells until you reveal your true purpose? Because I'm telling the truth. Harry clenched his fists, then forced them to relax. Getting angry wouldn't help. Look, I'll submit to whatever test you require. I'll answer any question as honestly as I can. He gestured at the spears surrounding them. But threatening me won't change the facts. I appeared in your ruins without intending to. Chief, he must be lying. Arlan's a younger guard stepped forward, but Humac's sharp voice cut through the air. Silence, Nikali. The guard retreated, head bowed. For a moment, only the whisper of wind filled the tense silence. Though the circle of spears remained steady, Humac's expression shifted from open hostility to something more considering. Tell me, stranger. Humac stepped closer. Are you a bender? Harry blinked, caught completely off guard by the question. Bender? These people were benders? Then, were they firebenders like him? Had he somehow landed in a world full of people who could bend the elements? Yes, I am. Harry raised his right hand slowly, palm up. Azure flames crackled to life above his skin. Gasps erupted from the circle. Several guards stepped back, spears wavering. Even Humac's eyes widened as he stared at the blue fire. Impossible. The chief leaned forward. We've never seen anyone produce flames of such color. He gestured at a nearby guard. Nikali. The young guard who had spoken out of turn stepped forward. He thrust his palm outward, and orange flames burst forth. How do you create such flames? Humac demanded. Harry closed his fist, extinguishing the azure fire. It comes naturally to me. No need to explain about the offers or the natural balance between yin and yang. Some techniques were better kept private, especially since he didn't really know these people. But still, to think there was a whole society of firebenders hidden away on this island. Did that mean there were airbenders, waterbenders, and earthbenders in this world as well? The offer had mentioned them, so they must exist, right? Humac paced in a small circle, feathers swaying with each step. The gathered warriors watched their chief in silence. Finally, he stopped and faced Harry again. There may be a way to prove your intentions. Humac said quietly. If you truly seek knowledge, if your heart holds no deception. He pointed toward two mountains connected by a bridge in the distance. Face the test of the masters. Should you pass, we will know your spirit is pure. Harry frowned slightly. What kind of test? Follow me. Humac turned toward the massive pyramid. He motioned to four warriors who stepped out of the circle. Nikali, Itzali, Metzli, Akit, come. The spear-wielding guards parted to create a path. Harry walked forward with Krissa close to his side, the four chosen warriors falling into step behind them. First, you must prove worthy of the master's judgment. Humac led them through the village. People stopped to stare as they passed, mothers pulling children inside while others whispered behind raised hands. At the top of the Great Pyramid burns the eternal flame, a gift from the first masters to our people. After 15 minutes, they reached the base of the pyramid. Harry craned his neck back, counting at least 100 steep stone steps leading to the summit. The eternal flame has burned for thousands of years. Humac said. From this sacred fire, you must take a portion to present to the masters. Krissa jumped up the steps beside Harry, showing no sign of fatigue. The warriors behind them breathed heavily in the thick air, but kept pace. If the masters judge you worthy. Humac paused on a wide platform halfway up. You will live. If not. He left the threat unspoken. Harry nodded slowly. These masters, who are they? Humac simply continued climbing. They reached the summit, and his eyes widened when he saw what waited at the top. A massive flame roared within an decorated stone gate, reaching higher than Harry stood tall. The heat pushed against his face even from 20 feet away. The fire burned with a pure orange-gold color that reminded Harry of sunrise. Humac approached the eternal flame and twisted his body as he swiped away a small portion away from the main blaze. The fire hovered above his palms, perfectly controlled. You must maintain constant heat. Humac turned to face Harry. Make the flame too small and it will die. Too large and you will lose control. His eyes narrowed. Both mean failure. Harry nodded, stepping forward with hands raised. Humak carefully passed the flame across the gap between them. The fire settled into Harry's palms. The masters await your arrival. Humak pointed toward the distant mountains. We will keep watch. Come on, Krissa. Harry spoke softly in English, not taking his eyes off this eternal flame. Let's go meet these masters. He glanced at the distant mountains connected by that stone bridge. The path looked long, and the sun still beat down mercilessly. Krissa pressed against his leg and made a concerned sound. I know. Harry kept the flame burning steadily. But we don't have much choice. These people won't trust us until we pass this test. He looked back at Humak. And we need to know more about this world. 000000. Poll is over. Fire Nation Sun Warriors and Time Period Quiet Period, 98 AG, 1. Places. 1 Fire Nation Sun Warriors, QQ, 431, SB, 68, SV, 30, total, 529. 2 Fire Nation Capital, QQ, 308, SB, 31, SV, 4, total, 343. 3 Earth Kingdom Jailing, QQ, 204, SB, 18, SV, 5, total, 227. 4 Southern Water Tribe Discover Ong with Katara and Sokka, QQ, 124, SB, 20, SV, 14, total, 158. 5 Earth Kingdom Save Occupied Village from Earth Soldiers, QQ, 74, SB, 20, SV, 4, total, 98. 6 Earth Kingdom Zhangjiang's Camp, QQ, 30, SB, 11, SV, 4, total, 45. 7 Earth Kingdom Omashu, QQ, 27, SB, 11, SV, 4, total, 42. Time periods. 1 Time period Quiet period, 98 AG, QQ, 293, SB, 56, SV, 14, total, 363. 2 Time period Ong broke out of iceberg, 99 AG, QQ, 118, SB, 29, SV, 13, total, 160. 3 Time period Ong is mid-journey 99.7 AG, QQ, 119, SB, 16, SV, 3, total, 138. Chapter 76, Ran and Shah. Atla Universe, Sun Warrior Ruins. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 1 year before Ong's awakening. Universal Time, September 27, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Between cracked stone walls, Harry let out a heavy sigh. The high humidity proved unbearable. His t-shirt stuck to his skin in the most annoying way. Above his palms floated the eternal flame, which remained steady despite how uncomfortable he felt. The simple flame required minimal effort to maintain, a result of spending so much time perfecting fire control for his paintings. Behind him, dozens of sun warriors followed in complete silence. Their bare feet made no sound against the worn stone path, yet Harry could feel their presence. Every time he glanced back, he saw their eyes fixed on the flame he carried, some filled with reverence, others with wariness. His instincts also told him they couldn't defeat him, so he wasn't too concerned about going through this test of theirs to gather some information about the world. If it came down to it, he could just fly away anyway. The walls ended abruptly, opening into what must have been a city square long ago. At the center stood a small ruined temple. From the back of the group, Chief Humak's voice rang out with clarity. The path lies there. His outstretched arm indicated a narrow trail that snaked up into the nearby mountains, leaving the ruins behind. Harry nodded, careful not to let the movement disturb his flame. The eternal fire burned with a pure orange color that reminded him of sunrise. The trail proved steeper than it looked at first glance. Sharp rocks threatened to catch his feet with every step, but Harry kept his eyes forward. The flame never wavered. After 20 minutes of climbing under the merciless sun, the path leveled out. Harry came to a sudden stop. A stone bridge connected the two mountains ahead, stretching over a chasm too deep to see the bottom. The bridge looked sturdy, but what made him stare were the cave entrances. These massive round holes had been carved into each mountainside, like giant eyes watching him from the rock. Harry glanced down at Krissa by his side. I don't like those cave entrances. They remind me too much of eyes. Krissa bumped her head against his leg and made a soft sound of agreement. The bridge looks solid enough. Harry took a step forward, then paused. But something feels off about this whole setup. The eternal flame remained stable above his palms as he looked at the mountains. 2 caves, perfectly round, carved into the rock face. The Sun Warriors spread out below the bridge, forming a wide circle. Several pulled drums from their backs while others took positions around the perimeter. The sound of quiet footsteps made Harry turn his head. Chief Humac approached slowly. Go to the center of the bridge. Present the eternal flame to the masters. Harry frowned. Just stand there. The masters will come when they are ready. Krissa's tail swished back and forth as she stared at the caves. A low growl built in her throat. You sense it too, don't you? Harry whispered. Whatever's in those caves isn't normal. He looked down at his companion with concern. I think you should return to your ball. If something dangerous happens, I need to be able to move quickly. Krissa turned her golden eyes toward him and made a protesting sound. I know you want to protect me. Harry smiled. But if these masters are as powerful as everyone implies, having you out here might make things worse. He pulled the premier ball from his belt once he saw that the chief had left. I promise I'll let you out the moment this is done. After a moment of consideration, Krissa nodded. Red light surrounded her body as she returned to the safety of the premier ball. Harry clipped it securely to his belt before narrowing his eyes at the bridge. The first stone step onto the bridge sent a shiver up Harry's spine. Each footstep echoed against the mountainsides as he walked forward. The eternal flame burned steadily above his palm despite the wind whipping at his shirt. In the middle of the bridge, Harry stopped. He glanced left and right at the cave entrances, waiting for something. A minute passed. The sun beat down on his head while sweat trickled down his neck. What am I supposed to do now? Harry mumbled under his breath. The massive cave stared back at him like empty eyes. No movement, no sound, nothing but the wind and distant bird calls. Below the bridge, drums began to beat. Harry looked down to see the Sun Warriors spread in a wide circle. Some struck drums while others maintained rings of fire through circular fire bending. More Sun Warriors joined the ceremony. The drums grew louder, building to a rhythm that seemed to shake the very mountains. Harry's heart began to beat in time with the sound. Chief Humac's voice cut through the drum beats. Sound the call. A Sun Warrior took a deep breath before putting his lips to a gargantuan stationary horn. The blast that erupted made Harry flinch. Birds exploded from nearby trees in panic as the sound echoed off the mountains. The eternal flame trembled for a moment before Harry steadied it. The ground beneath his feet started to vibrate. Dust and small rocks fell from the cave entrances as something inside stirred. Harry's muscles tensed. Whatever lived in those caves was moving. A deep rumble came from both caves simultaneously. The sound raised every hair on Harry's body. That wasn't the sound of any creature he knew. The vibrations grew stronger, and more dust fell from the cave mouths. Harry's eyes darted between the two entrances. The eternal flame remained steady in his hands through sheer force of will. That was when the next 2 seconds foreseen through his inner eye finally caught him utterly by surprise, leaving him staring wide-eyed at the cave entrances. 2 seconds later, 2 massive shapes launched from the caves, accompanied by earth-shaking roars. Dragons. Eastern dragons with scales that gleamed red and blue in the sunlight. Wings spread wider than any creature he'd ever seen. Long serpentine bodies moved with impossible grace as they soared past him. The wind from their passage nearly knocked Harry off his feet. He planted himself firmly, keeping the eternal flame stable even as his heart hammered in his chest. The dragons circled the bridge at speeds that made them blur at times to even his vision. These were the masters. Harry watched them wheel through the air with growing concern. Running was pointless, they moved too fast for him to escape, even as an eagle. His thousand knives spell wouldn't even scratch those scales. Soul resonance mist might affect them, but using emotional manipulation against such beings seemed like a terrible idea. Lightning, maybe. But only natural lightning from storm clouds would guarantee killing something that size. The clear sky above offered no help there. The yin flames could absorb their fire, but maintaining the emotional void required through soul resonance mist under this kind of pressure would be nearly impossible. And his mantis style would be useless against creatures that massive. The dragons slowed their circling. Harry watched as they swooped down toward the bridge with frightening precision. Each dragon grabbed onto the stone pillars supporting the bridge, massive claws digging into the ancient rock. The blue dragon settled on his left, the red on his right. Harry's breath caught in his throat as two pairs of eyes fixed upon him. These weren't mindless beasts, intelligence burned in those ferocious eyes. The dragons looked at him with an intensity that made his skin crawl. Their eyes moved between his face and the eternal flame still burning steadily above his palms. Harry could somehow tell that they were looking not just at his face or the eternal flame, but into his very understanding of fire itself. The red dragon's expression softened with something like recognition. The blue dragon tilted its head, acknowledging some truth Harry couldn't yet see. When they opened their jaws, Harry's first instinct was to protect himself. His fingers twitched, ready to empty his emotions into soul resonance mist and shield himself with yin flames. But his inner eye showed him the truth, these flames weren't meant to harm. Orange fire erupted from both sides, but Harry didn't move. The moment the streams met around him, the world transformed. Colors beyond imagination burst outward, colors that shouldn't exist, colors that made his artist's mind struggle to comprehend their meaning. The flames spiraled upward, surrounding him in a tornado of prismatic fire that defied every principle of art he'd ever learned. Within the spiral of impossible colors, Harry felt the flames speak to him. Not in words, but in truth itself. These weren't just flames, they were fire in its purest form. Every color carried meaning. In the red, he saw how fire brought warmth to cold bodies. In the gold, how flames cooked food to nourish life. In the white, how the sun gave energy to plants. In the blue, how lightning sparked new growth after forest fires. Fire created. Fire nurtured. Fire transformed. The realization struck Harry like a physical blow. He had been missing something fundamental about fire all along. He'd long understood his azure flames were just another manifestation of fire itself. But fire wasn't just that, it contained the very essence of life itself. The sun didn't create techniques to give energy, it burned because that was its nature. Plants didn't learn methods to grow, they reached toward light because that was their essence. Even his own divine healing wasn't truly about guiding energy, it was about letting life flow naturally. Tears fell from Harry's eyes as the truth overwhelmed him. He felt the fire in his blood, in every heartbeat, in each breath. Not as power to be used, but as life itself expressed through fire. His hands moved without thought, and bright golden flames burst into existence, not created by him, but flowing through him like breath itself. These yang flames weren't techniques he'd mastered but truth he'd finally understood. They radiated vitality because that was their nature, healed because that was their essence, shared energy because life could do nothing else but give of itself. But in the darkness between colors, in the gaps where prismatic fire didn't touch, Harry gasped at what he felt deep in his soul. Brief as a heartbeat, yet as important as life itself. These spaces weren't empty, they were death. Not as opposition to life, but as part of fire's complete nature. His eyes widened as he understood why his attempts at yin flames through soul resonance mist had been mere imitation. True death wasn't an emptiness created by removing emotions, it was a fundamental state as natural as life itself. The prismatic flames faded slowly, revealing the two dragons still gripping the bridge supports. Harry looked at them with new eyes. The red dragon radiated vitality, life itself expressed through fire. The blue dragon emanated something deeper, death as fundamental as life. These weren't just powerful beings, but the original understanding of what fire truly meant. This wasn't about balancing yin and yang like his azure flames. That had been a stepping stone, teaching him control and unity. The path to mastering death within fire lay open before him, but he would need to comprehend it as intimately as he now knew life, not as an opposite force, but as an equally fundamental aspect of existence. Only then could he create flames like the dragons had shown him, understanding that life and death were never truly separate at all. The dragons must have seen his understanding. Both inclined their heads slightly before launching themselves back into the air. Harry watched them soar back to their caves, each movement displaying the perfect unity of life and death within fire. The drums below fell silent. Harry took a deep breath, feeling the bright golden yang flames still burning above his palms. These flames felt different from any he'd created before, they radiated outward with pure vitality, warming the air around him without his conscious direction. Chief Humak rushed forward with wide eyes. By the masters! He stared at the golden flames. Life flames! You actually created life flames! Several sun warriors climbed onto the bridge, whispering in excitement as they saw the golden fire. What? Harry looked between the chief and his flames in confusion. Humak laughed, a bright sound that echoed off the mountains. We Sun Warriors have understood for generations that both life and death exist within fire. But understanding isn't the same as manifesting. He grinned widely. In our entire history, only a handful of Sun Warriors have ever created life flames after seeing the Master's truth. And none. His voice filled with wonder. None have ever grasped them so quickly. All outsiders until now have only grasped a small part of life. And here we thought you might be a spy. A younger Sun Warrior called out from behind them. The others laughed. Shows what we know. Those were Ran and Sha, Humak said with reverence. The original masters of fire. Ran, he gestured to the red dragon's cave, represents life. Sha, he pointed to the blue dragon's lair, embodies death. Death flames remain beyond even our greatest masters. Humak shook his head, still smiling. To think you understood life flames in moments. You are full of surprises, Pale One. Harry felt his cheeks heat up. I only understood part of the truth. Death within fire. He glanced at Shaw's cave. That will take much longer to grasp. Ah, but you've seen the path. Humak clapped him on the shoulder. That's more than most ever achieve. Now come. We must celebrate, it's not every day we witness someone grasp life flames. Harry blinked at the sudden change in Humak's demeanor. The stern chief from earlier had vanished, replaced by someone whose smile reached all the way to his eyes. Around them, the other Sun Warriors broke into excited chatter, their earlier suspicion forgotten. I don't understand. Harry glanced between the gathered warriors. An hour ago you were ready to throw me in your deepest cells. Humak let out a deep laugh. The masters judge true hearts. Had you carried deception or ill intent, they would have burned you to ash where you stood. He gestured at the golden flames still hovering above Harry's palms. Instead, they gifted you with understanding few have ever achieved. A younger warrior, Nikali, Harry remembered, stepped forward with an embarrassed smile. We protect these ruins because many seek to abuse the Master's power. The Fire Nation. His face darkened. They would twist the Master's teachings into weapons of war. The Masters are the original firebenders, Humak explained as they walked back toward the path. They taught humanity that fire means life, growth, energy. Not just destruction. He shook his head. But some see only the power, not the truth behind it. Harry absorbed this while carefully maintaining the eternal flame he still held within one palm. So when I showed up mysteriously, we assumed the worst. Another warrior grinned. But the Masters saw your spirit. No spy could fake that kind of understanding. Harry nodded slowly. Speaking of the Masters. He lifted the eternal flame slightly. What am I supposed to do with this now? Humak waved his hand. You may extinguish it. The eternal flame grows stronger each day, this small portion has served its purpose. Oh! Harry closed his fingers, snuffing out the orange flames. The golden yang flames remained steady above his other palm, radiating warmth that seemed to make the air around them feel more alive. They started walking back to the village, and Harry noticed the warriors walking beside him now instead of following behind. Several asked questions about his homeland that he had to redirect, while others pointed out interesting features of their territory. See that red-leafed tree? Nikali pointed toward a gnarled trunk growing from a crack in the mountain. Ren breathed fire on a normal tree many years ago. Now every leaf burns bright red year-round. When they reached the village gates, Humak raised his voice. Today we celebrate. The Masters have blessed us with a new bearer of life flames. The news spread quickly through the streets. People walked out of homes built into the mountainside, their faces lighting up at the sight of Harry's golden flames. Several children broke away from their parents and ran forward. Can I see? A small girl with missing front teeth begged. Please. Harry knelt down to the little girl's level, bringing the golden flames closer. What's your name? Lolly. She bounced on her toes, eyes reflecting the warm light. The flames looked different from Papa's fire. More children gathered around, whispering and pointing at the yang flames. A boy who looked about 6 reached out before pulling his hand back quickly. It won't burn you, Harry assured them. The flames crackled softly above his palm. Feel the warmth. Lolly stretched her small fingers toward the golden fire. Her eyes widened. It feels like sunshine. My turn. The boy who'd hesitated before stepped closer. Soon a dozen children surrounded Harry, each wanting to feel the strange flames that radiated life instead of heat. The plants. One of the older children pointed at the ground. Small green shoots pushed through cracks in the stone around Harry's feet, drawn to the yang flame's energy. Humak watched with a small smile. Come, let's move this gathering somewhere more appropriate. The Great Hall awaits. The Great Hall turned out to be a massive cavern carved into the mountainside. Stone benches lined the walls while carvings covered the ceiling, dragons breathing fire that spiraled across the rock. Brass bowls filled with flames lit up the space. People started filing in, and Humak guided Harry to a raised platform near the back. We must speak of important matters before the celebration begins. Harry sat cross-legged on a cushion, the yang flames still crackling above his palm. Important matters. What you learned today? Humak settled beside him. The true nature of life and death within fire, we keep this knowledge hidden from outsiders. He glanced at the gathering crowd. Most who seek the Master's wisdom receive only basic teachings. The forms, the breathing, the techniques. Why tell me this then? Because you didn't just see the truth, you understood it. Humak pointed at the golden flames. Life flames prove that. The Masters judged you worthy of deeper knowledge. His expression grew serious. The Fire Nation would use such understanding to spread destruction. They've forgotten that fire means more than power. So when others come seeking knowledge, we teach them what flames to make, how to move, when to breathe. A slight smile crossed Humak's face. But nothing of life or death. Those truths remain sacred, shared only with those the Masters choose. Harry shifted on the cushion, watching the yang flames flicker above his palm. So I guess I shouldn't spread the existence of the Masters and their teachings. He glanced up at Humak. I'm good at keeping secrets, but what else am I supposed to hide? The Fire Nation was mentioned before, who are they? Humak's eyebrows shot up. You don't know of the Fire Nation? He frowned deeply. The empire that's been waging war across the world for nearly a century. Harry rubbed the back of his neck with his free hand. Where I come from, we don't have a Fire Nation. Impossible. Humak shook his head slowly. Even the most remote villages know of the Fire Nation's conquest. His eyes narrowed. Just where are you from? Harry stared at the yang flames above his palm, buying time to think. He knew how suspicious he must seem, appearing from nowhere, knowing nothing of this world's conflicts. He had to give them something, especially after learning how to improve his fire-bending thanks to them. Harry let out a heavy breath. I was at home with my guardians. I'd just returned from exploring a forest near our house. He looked up at Humak. Then something pulled me away. Next thing I knew, I was standing in your ruins. And in your homeland. Humak sat back in his cushion. No one else bends fire. No one. Harry shook his head. I'm the only one who can create flames like this. We don't have benders of any kind where I'm from. The yang flames crackled softly as he spoke. I didn't even know there were others who could bend fire until today. Humak stroked his chin, face deep in contemplation. The sounds of people gathering in the hall filled the silence between them. Finally, he spoke. Perhaps this is the work of a spirit. A spirit. The Masters are not the only ancient beings in this world. Humak gestured at the carved dragons on the ceiling. Spirits move in ways we cannot understand, crossing boundaries that limit mortals. Harry raised his eyebrows at that information. What kind of spirits? Some take physical form, like the Masters. Humak pointed at a carving of a massive fish. Others exist only in the spirit world, crossing over during solstices when the boundary grows thin. He smiled at Harry's wide-eyed expression. Perhaps one brought you here to learn from the Masters. That might explain. Harry trailed off as men entered carrying platters of food. The smell of roasted meat and spices filled the air. We can discuss nations and spirits another time. Humak stood up. For now, we celebrate. Everyone, gather round. The hall was alive with excitement as people found seats. Children squeezed between adults, pointing at Harry's golden flames which still burned bright above his palm. First, Humak raised his voice over the crowd. We feast. Then. He grinned at Harry. Our guest can demonstrate his life flames. Chapter 77, Return of the Journal. Atla Universe, Sun Warrior Ruins. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 1 year before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, September 28, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. 1 day later. So this avatar maintains balance between all 4 elements. Harry shifted on his cushion, eyes bright with interest. And they're reborn into a different nation each time. Chief Humac nodded from his position across the low table. Steam rose from the tea between them, filling the private chamber with a spicy aroma. The cycle moves from air to water to earth to fire, without fail. His expression darkened. Until now. Harry reached for his cup, holding it in his hand. What happened? The last avatar was an air nomad. Humac's voice grew heavy. When Fire Lord Sozin began his conquest, the avatar should have stopped him. But they vanished. He took a slow sip of tea. Some say the avatar died before mastering the elements. Others believe they still live, hidden away. But after nearly 100 years. 100 years. Harry set his cup down with a soft clink. The war's really been going on that long. The Fire Nation struck first at the air temples. An elder named Yaedel spoke up from beside Humac. Deep lines marked his face, carved by decades of sun exposure. They used the power of the Great Comet to enhance their bending. Not a single air nomad survived. Harry's fingers tightened around his cup. They killed everyone? Even the children. Fire Lord Sozin claimed the air nomads were gathering armies to destroy the Fire Nation. Humac sneered. A lie to justify genocide. The air nomads were peaceful people who sought enlightenment through their bending. He gestured at the carved walls. Their philosophy focused on freedom and harmony with the wind itself. And after the air nomads? Harry asked quietly. The Southern Water Tribe was next. Yaedel's wrinkled hands wrapped around his cup. Raids upon raids over decades. They captured or killed every waterbender they found. Now only the Northern Water Tribe maintains its strength. Humac played with the rim of his cup. The Earth Kingdom holds firm through sheer size and stubborn determination. But the Fire Nation takes more territory each year. Harry frowned at his reflection in the tea. Tell me more about the Avatar. If they can bend all 4 elements, how does that work? The Avatar's soul carries the wisdom of every past life. Humac set his cup down. When identified, they begin training in their birth element before learning the others in the cycle. Water follows air, earth follows water, and fire comes last. And no one knows what happened to the last avatar. Harry glanced between the elders. The air nomads identified them young. Yaedel rubbed his chin. The child would have been 12 when Sozin attacked. Some believe they fled to the spirit world. A scratching sound drew Harry's attention to the doorway. Krissa padded into the chamber, leaves stuck in her golden fur. Your companion returns from hunting. Humac smiled at the lion cub. She likes exploring. Harry watched Krissa settle beside him. Found anything interesting? Krissa made a dismissive sound and started cleaning her paw. The morning training will begin soon. Humac rose to his feet. You're welcome to observe, if you wish. Harry nodded, reaching over to pick a leaf from Krissa's fur. I'd like that. He turned to his companion. Want to watch their training with me? A pleased rumble answered him. The group made their way through stone corridors that opened into a wide courtyard. Sun warriors of various ages had already gathered, moving through fire-bending forms. Orange flames burst out from each punch and kick. Harry sat cross-legged at the edge of the training area, Krissa sprawled in his lap. The movements reminded him of his early training, the footwork, the breathing, the strikes that directed chi outward. They're really dedicated. Harry whispered to Krissa. Look at how smooth their transitions are. Krissa rumbled in agreement, golden eyes tracking the flames. A young warrior demonstrated a spinning kick that released a horizontal wave of fire. Harry lifted his hand to point at a particular detail for Krissa, and azure flames crackled to life above his palm. He bent the flames to form a miniature sun warrior that mirrored the technique. By the masters. Nikali's voice came from behind them. How are you doing that? Harry blinked, suddenly aware he'd been absently bending fire with his mind, something he'd grown so accustomed to doing while explaining things to Krissa. The miniature azure warrior continued moving above his palm as he turned. What do you mean? You're not. Nikali gestured wildly at Harry's completely still body. Where are your movements? How are you bending fire without moving? Oh. Harry's stomach dropped as he realized his mistake. He'd gotten so comfortable using mental chi control that he'd completely forgotten it wasn't normal here. But he couldn't exactly take it back now. I don't really need movements anymore. More Sun Warriors gathered around, no longer caring about their training as they watched the miniature flame person complete the spinning kick. Harry grimaced internally. He needed to make this seem less extraordinary. Even the greatest masters require some movement. An older warrior stepped forward. To bend properly. I know. Harry nodded, deciding to lean into it. If he acted like it wasn't a big deal, maybe they wouldn't fixate on it too much. He raised his other hand, and the azure figure multiplied into 3, each performing different movements. I spent years learning the forms too. But after enough practice, I found I could just bend fire with my mind. Krissa bumped her head against his knee with a questioning sound, picking up on his tension. Want to see something else? Harry smiled down at her, deciding that if he was going to reveal this ability, he might as well show them something beautiful. The azure figures dissolved into streams of fire that flowed upward as he began to paint. First came the mountains, outlined in precise strokes of blue flame. Then details emerged, the ancient ruins, the bridge where he'd met the masters, tiny figures moving through the courtyards. Harry focused on making each stroke deliberate and clear, hoping to direct their attention to the art rather than the method. Gasps rose from the gathered warriors. Harry added final touches, ran and Shaw circling the peaks, wisps of clouds between the mountains. The entire scene hung in the air, crafted entirely of azure and orange fire. This is what I really love doing. Harry looked at the Sun Warriors with a genuine smile, letting his enthusiasm for art shine through. Using fire to create beauty. There's no way. Nikali stepped closer to the azure flames. Fire needs constant movement to maintain. It should disperse the moment you stop directing it. Well, I learned to paint with normal materials first. Harry adjusted a small detail in the mountainside, keeping his tone light and conversational. Once I understood how to capture a scene on canvas, applying those principles to fire just made sense. Just made sense. Nikali shook his head in disbelief. The control required to keep every flame exactly where you want it. Krissa made a proud sound and bumped against Harry's knee again. She always did know when he needed support. Want me to add you to the painting? Harry smiled down at her, grateful for the distraction. Small lines of fire burst from his palm and gathered into a small lion made of golden yang flames that sat near the temple steps. There you are. The gathered warriors whispered among themselves. One of the elders stepped forward. Young one, what you're doing should not be possible. Fire exists through movement and change. To hold it still, to bend it with such control. Harry considered his words carefully. Where I lived, there weren't any other firebenders. I didn't know there were supposed to be limits. He paused, watching their reactions. But I understand why keeping fire still would be challenging if you need physical movements to bend it. How long have you been able to bend without movement? Chief Humak asked, eyes fixed on the perfectly still flames. Harry briefly debated lying, but decided against it. There was no point in hiding this information. About 10 months. The Sun Warriors stood frozen in stunned silence. Harry maintained his casual demeanor. He should have known better. Using his mind to bend fire had become second nature ever since the healthy eating offer transformed his chi system into a dantian and meridians. Of course it would seem unnatural in this world. Still, he wasn't too worried. Keeping it secret forever would have been impossible, and he could always pass it off as unparalleled talent. 10 months. Humak broke the silence. And before that? I needed movements like everyone else. Harry shrugged. But once I fully understood how chi flows through the body, physical movement became optional. He paused, then added, should I not have mentioned this? Krissa growled softly, pressing against his leg in support. No, no. Humak waved his hands. The masters chose to share knowledge with you. We simply... He exchanged glances with the other warriors. Did not expect such advancement in one so young. Harry let the fire painting dissolve into wisps of smoke. Maybe we could talk about something else. He smiled hopefully. I'd love to learn more about how your culture. Humak nodded, clearly grateful for the change in topic. Firebending's power comes directly from the great fire in the sky. He gestured upward. The stronger the sunlight, the more powerful our bending becomes. This is also the reason why we worship the sun spirit, for without it, all would become cold and still. Harry spent the rest of the morning listening to explanations about firebending's relationship with celestial bodies. The warriors described in detail how their flames weakened at night, and how solar eclipses could block their bending entirely. The most powerful moment in firebending history, Nikali explained during lunch, is always when the Great Comet, or Sozin's Comet as outsiders may call it, passes overhead every century. It amplifies everyone's flames 100-fold. That evening, in the privacy of his small dwelling, Harry let a spark of azure flames crackle softly above his palm. "There's something odd going on, Krissa." The Nemean lion cub looked up from where she'd been cleaning her paw. "My flames are just as strong now as they were at noon." Harry moved the spark between his hands. "The sun hasn't ever affected my bending in any way." Krissa made an unconcerned sound and went back to grooming. "I suppose you're right." Harry smiled. "No point worrying about it." The next few days Harry explored the ruins with Krissa, discovering hidden courtyards and ancient murals. He learned about the Sun Warriors' traditions, how they maintained the eternal flame, protected their sacred relics and dragon eggs should any exist, and passed down their knowledge through generations. During one exploration, an elder named Tupac shared stories about dragons while tending to some flowers. They used to fill the skies. His eyes grew distant. Now only Ran and Shore remained to our knowledge. The rest were hunted for glory by the Fire Nation. A week into his stay, Harry found himself spending more time in his room, pacing. "I should be doing something." He turned to Krissa, who watched him from her favorite cushion. "The elder blood still hasn't recharged. Everyone must be worried, right?" The lion cub made a sympathetic noise. The second week brought increasing restlessness. Harry appreciated the Sun Warriors' hospitality, but watching their training sessions grew tedious. The forms they practiced weren't relevant to his style of bending anymore, and their prized fire-breathing technique was something he'd already figured out. The last person who understood Yang/life flames had died more than 3 decades ago, so he couldn't seek any guidance. "You know what?" Harry turned to Krissa as they sat together that evening. "As much as I respect the Sun Warriors, their isolation means we're missing out on so many other fire-bending techniques. I need to explore beyond this place, see what else the world has to show me." Krissa tilted her head questioningly. "Yes, I know it might be dangerous." Harry sighed. "But I can't just sit here waiting for the elder blood to recharge. Besides..." He created a small azure flame butterfly that flew around the room. "I want to see what other benders can do with fire." The next morning found Harry seated with Chief Humac and several elders around a large table. An old map lay spread across the surface, marked with faded ink and careful notations. "The northern mountains are quite big, but also very much barren." Humac traced a line with his finger. "Few ever go there. The Western Air Temple lies hidden at the edge of those peaks." His hand moved northeast. "Beyond that, you'll find the Northern Water Tribe's territory." "What's east of here?" Harry asked. "Forests and mesas for several days' travel." Yaedel pointed to various locations. "Then Fire Nation colonies begin. Continue east far enough and you'll reach the Earth Kingdom proper. And south? The Fire Nation archipelago." Humac's finger moved across a chain of islands. "Towns and villages dot the smaller islands. The capital city lies on the largest." He paused. "Further southeast you'll find the Southern Air Temple, and beyond that, the Southern Water Tribe." Harry nodded, memorizing key landmarks with a glance. "How far is it to the Fire Nation capital?" Before Harry could answer, the hero's journal within his Hun soul sent him a feeling. He pulled the representation of the hero's journal from his belt, drawing curious looks from the elders. Elegant script filled the pages as they fell open. Each turn revealed new adventures presented right after Humac had gone through the geography of the world, a library lost to desert sands, unexplained events in the northern mountains, odd tales from scattered towns, and more. But the entry about what must be the Fire Nation capital caught his attention. First person, Harry's POV. And south. The Fire Nation archipelago. Humac's finger moved across a chain of islands. Towns and villages dot the smaller islands. The capital city lies on the largest. He paused. Further southeast you'll find the Southern Air Temple, and beyond that, the Southern Water Tribe. I nodded, memorizing key landmarks with a glance. How far is it to the Fire Nation capital? Third person, omniscient narrator. Deep beneath the Fire Nation capital, where ancient volcanic vents breathe warmth into secret halls, the royal guards scramble in barely concealed panic. 1 week ago, thieves breached the sealed archives containing Fire Lord Sozin's most dangerous secret, not just detailed studies of the capital's volcanoes, but scrolls describing a powerful fire-bending technique that could manipulate its very heart. The fire sages have tripled the patrols, worried out of their minds. They know what few others do, that the royal family's method of saving the capital could be twisted into something far more sinister. Time grows short. Harry stared at the journal entry. A fire-bending technique powerful enough to control a volcano? That seemed like exactly the kind of advanced knowledge he needed. The masters had taught him the truth of fire, but the Sun Warriors focused primarily on preserving ancient ways rather than developing new techniques. They were wonderful people, but they lived in isolation by choice. Besides this technique, who knows what other knowledge might exist in the Fire Nation proper? Even if they used that knowledge for war, understanding different approaches to fire-bending could only help him improve. I'd like to visit the Fire Nation. Harry looked up at Humac. See what other fire-bending techniques are out there. Humac frowned. Without a boat. About that. Harry took a deep breath. You've been honest with me about your secrets. I should share one of mine. He stood up from the table. I don't need a boat. What do you mean? When I was born, I received a gift. Harry moved to an open space in the room. The ability to take another form. Humac's eyebrows rose. Another form. I asked earlier if powerful beings existed here. Harry smiled slightly. You said only spirits had such powers. Then it follows that one of the spirits must have gifted me with this. He started transforming into his animagus form. The Sun Warriors leapt back from the table as Harry's body shifted and shrank. Feathers sprouted across his skin while his arms stretched into wings. Soon a large bird of prey stood where Harry had been, head tilted to observe their reactions. A raven eagle. Nikali squinted. But the coloring is wrong. That's not a raven eagle. Yaedel stepped closer, eyes wide. Look at the plumage, pure gold and brown. But that's impossible. Harry spread his wings, showing off the gleaming feathers. He hopped onto the table, careful not to scratch the map with his talons. Golden eagles died out thousands of years ago. Humac's voice shook. They exist only in our oldest scrolls and carvings. Harry transformed back, now sitting cross-legged on the table. What's the difference between golden eagles and raven eagles? Raven eagles are, well, more raven than eagle. Nikali gestured vaguely with his hands. Darker feathers, different head shape. And they're not exactly known for their nobility or grace. Last week I saw one crash into 3 different trees while chasing a lizard squirrel. Another warrior added helpfully. The lizard squirrel got away. But golden eagles. Humac's eyes were wide open. They were the sun spirit's sacred messengers. In our oldest stories, they guided our ancestors across the oceans to these very islands. He pointed to the walls where faded carvings showed massive birds leading people through seas and mountains. The masters accepted you so quickly. Yaedel's voice trembled. And now we understand why. You carry the mark of the sun spirit itself. Oh. Harry shifted uncomfortably on the table. I didn't know about that connection. Your flames remain strong regardless of day or night. Yaedel's voice grew excited. You bend fire without movement. And now we learn you take the form of a creature we thought lost to time. He turned to the other elders. This cannot be coincidence. Harry suppressed a groan. He felt the weight of expectations once again settling on his shoulders, a feeling he'd hoped to leave behind in his own world. He slid off the table and back into his seat, buying time to think. I appreciate what you're saying, Harry grimaced slightly, but I'm just someone who ended up here by accident. The golden eagle thing is something I may have been given by a spirit, but it doesn't have to represent anything special. But the spirit prophecies speak of, Yaedel began. Please. Harry slapped a hand to his forehead. I've had enough experience with prophecies. He smiled to soften his words. Can we focus on the practical matters? Like how to reach the Fire Nation archipelago safely. Humac looked into Harry's eyes for a moment before nodding. Of course. He gestured at the other elders to sit back down. The journey south will take you over several smaller islands. His finger slid down the map. Most are uninhabited, but they might be hard to find. If you can truly make the flight in one day, Yaedel added, still looking starstruck, you won't need to land until you reach the islands here. He pointed to a cluster of marks. Ember Island would be safest, it's mostly a vacation spot for wealthy Fire Nation citizens from what we've heard from our last guest. Harry nodded slowly. How far is it exactly? Humak glanced at the map. Nearly 800 miles over open ocean. I can manage that in less than a day. Harry followed the route with his finger. My eagle body is quite strong. A knock on the door interrupted them. Nikoli poked his head into the room, looking uncertain. Chief Humak? Sorry to interrupt, but... He glanced at Harry. 3 of our people have fallen ill. The healers wondered if... He hesitated. If the life flames might help. Harry looked at Humak. I can try. He stood up from the table. The golden flames are meant for healing, after all. Nikoli led them through the village to a small building where 3 people lay on simple beds. Red spots covered every inch of visible skin, and all 3 patients burned with fever. A young boy, maybe 6 years old, whimpered as he scratched at his arms. His mother, similarly covered in spots, weakly tried to stop him. The 3rd patient, an elderly man, coughed continuously. We've never seen anything like this. The tribe's healer wrung her hands. The fever started 2 days ago, then the spots appeared. Harry frowned. He'd never encountered this particular illness before either. First, he reached for his divine healing energy, only to find mere droplets where a river of faith had existed before. What? Harry's eyes widened as he searched deeper. All the faith from his world, built up over years as the boy who lived and then as himself, was gone. But Harry wasn't stupid, he could figure out the reason. Faith couldn't cross between worlds, so he'd have to start from scratch here if he wanted to heal with divine energy. Thank Merlin for the master's lesson about life within fire. I need everyone to step back. Harry moved between the beds. Golden flames sparked to life above his palms, radiating warmth and vitality. The boy stopped scratching to stare at the beautiful fire. Harry started with the child, holding the yang flames close to the boy's chest. The golden light sank beneath the skin, spreading through the small body. Everywhere the flames touched, red spots faded and fever diminished. Within minutes, the boy sat up with clear eyes and healthy skin. The itching stopped. He cheered on the bed, full of energy. His mother reached out with trembling hands. My son. Let me help you next. Harry moved to her bed, golden flames already flowing over her body. The process repeated, spots vanishing, fever breaking, strength returning. The elderly man took slightly longer to heal, but soon all 3 patients were completely recovered. What was that illness? Harry asked the healer while the families hugged each other. She shook her head. I've never seen anything similar in all my years. The spots, the fever. She glanced at the now healthy patients. We're lucky you were here. Indeed. Humak placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. The masters chose well when they shared the secret of life flames with you. Harry nodded, but his thoughts wandered to the divine healing he'd lost. Starting over from nothing wouldn't be easy. At least the yang flames worked well, though he suspected that it wouldn't be nearly as effective if he was dealing with dark magic wounds. Not yet at least. They walked out of the healing house into bright sunlight. Children played with small fire-bending tricks while adults went about their daily tasks. Everything looked so peaceful that Harry almost couldn't believe that there was apparently a global war going on in the outside world. In the middle of the village square, Harry's eyes darkened. A new offer appeared. Crossbow 20 minutes till dawn costs 100 CP, 100 CP available to spend. This crossbow can charge its shots to increase damage and pierce those targets. It has high base damage and can fire quickly, though given its nature it takes a while to reload and can only have a single bolt loaded at a time. Harry shook his head slightly. What use was a crossbow when he already had so many other options? Besides, it would be annoying to maintain and carry around. Are you all right? Humak asked. Yes. Harry blinked, focusing on the present moment. Just thinking about tomorrow. Ah yes, your journey. Humak gestured toward a nearby bench. They sat down together, watching village life continue around them. The winds should be favorable. Have you decided when you'll leave? Early morning would be best. Harry leaned back against the warm stone. I can reach Ember Island before sunset if I maintain a good pace. We'll prepare some supplies for you. Humak smiled. Harry smiled back. I appreciate everything you've done for me these past weeks. You've given us hope. Humak's voice grew soft. It's so rare for anyone to comprehend the hidden truths shared by the masters. We've told you that the last elder capable of life flames died 3 decades ago, but seeing them again, he trailed off, looking at the village around them. The old ways aren't lost after all. I'll keep your secrets safe, Harry promised. The masters, the ruins, everything. Humac nodded. I know you will. He stood up from the bench. Get some rest. Tomorrow brings new horizons. Chapter 78, Hidden Danger. Atla Universe, Sun Warrior Ruins. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 11 months before Ong's awakening. Universal Time, October 13, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Harry knelt in front of his small travel pack, having just finished organizing it all for easy access. A few pieces of dried meat and fruit, a couple of water skins, and an extra set of Sun Warrior clothes lay neatly arranged inside. Krissa sat on the woven mat beside him, occasionally reaching out to bat at the map spread between them. We'll fly straight south. Harry followed the route with his finger. See these islands here? Perfect spots to rest if needed. Nikali leaned against the doorway of Harry's room in the central building, arms crossed. The winds should help carry you most of the way. This time of year brings strong currents from the north. Good to know. Harry rolled up the map and slipped it into his pack, and then stuffed the pack in his enchanted pouch. What about? The sound of running feet thundered down the hallway. Into the room burst a young tribesman, out of breath and sweating despite the morning's cool air. My family. He clutched the doorframe with trembling hands. The spots are spreading everywhere, so quickly. Harry jumped to his feet. Are there more sick? 10 since sunrise. The warrior's voice broke. Even my little sister burns with fever now. Krissa whimpered and pressed herself against Harry's leg. Lead the way, Harry urged. Nikali, find the chief and tell him. They ran through the village. Past the central square they went, following the road down to the healing house. Once they were inside, Harry paused at the terrible sight. On reed mats lay children who cried softly while adults tried offering comfort, though they too showed signs of illness. Angry red welts covered every patch of visible skin, and Harry could almost see the rash continuing to spread. Harry moved between the patients, golden flames already flickering above his palms. He started with the children, knowing their smaller bodies would be more vulnerable. The yang flames sank beneath skin, seeking out and destroying whatever caused the illness. But something felt different this time. The flames needed a bit more chi to achieve the same results. Harry frowned as he finished healing a young girl whose spots had spread particularly quickly. I know you said you haven't seen anything like this before, but do people regularly get sick here? He asked the healer from yesterday while moving to the next patient. She shook her head. No. Our people are strong, we rarely fall ill at all. She helped an elderly woman sit up as Harry approached with the healing flames. And never something that spreads this quickly. Harry kept working, healing each new case. But his thoughts kept circling back to an uncomfortable thought. The timing was too perfect, a strange new disease appearing right after his arrival. And these symptoms, they reminded him a little bit of dragon pox, the illness that killed his father's parents. The spots were the same, but dragon pox caused a greenish tinge to the skin, and sparks to shoot from the nose. Could he have somehow brought a disease like that into this world? But how? He wasn't sick, and his body was completely immune to disease. Unless... Harry glanced at Krissa, who watched him work with concerned golden eyes. Could she be sick somehow? But that didn't make sense either, she seemed perfectly healthy. There you are. Chief Humac's voice came from the doorway. Nikali said there were more cases. Harry nodded, finishing the healing on the last patient. 10 new ones. That makes 13 total since the first cases yesterday. He wiped sweat from his forehead. And more people are showing early symptoms, mild fever, fatigue. Humac's expression darkened. This is troubling news. The next 3 days proved exhausting. Each morning brought new cases, and by the 4th day, Harry had healed over 50 people. The pattern became clear, those who had close contact with the initially infected would show symptoms within 2 to 3 days. The red spots would appear first, followed by fever several hours later. Despite Harry's best efforts, the disease continued spreading. He would heal a family in the morning only to find their neighbors showing symptoms by evening. The healing house remained constantly occupied, with recovered patients leaving just as new ones arrived. You need to rest. Chief Humak pressed a cup of water into Harry's hands on the afternoon of the fourth day. Even the masters don't enlighten everyone at once. Harry shook his head, but accepted the water. Something about this isn't right. He drained the cup in 3 long gulps. The timing, the way it spreads. Krissa bumped her head against his knee with a worried rumble. Harry reached down to pat her furry head. I know, girl. He sighed. I think we might be responsible for this somehow. What do you mean? Humak sat down beside him on one of the wooden benches. Harry set the empty cup aside. Your people rarely get sick, right? But now, just after Krissa and I arrive. He gestured at the room full of patients. 20 new cases since this morning? The timing can't be coincidence. But you show no signs of illness. No. Harry frowned. I don't ever get sick. And Krissa seems fine too. He turned to the lion cub. You feel all right, don't you? Krissa made an affirmative sound and stretched, showing off her healthy golden fur. A woman's cry from outside drew their attention. More villagers approached the healing house, supporting family members covered in spreading red spots. These were from the far side of the village, people who hadn't had any direct contact with the earlier cases. This can't continue. Humak stood up. We need to gather all of the elders. He looked at the growing crowd. After you help these new arrivals. Harry pushed himself up from the bench, legs shaking with exhaustion. The golden flames flickered weakly above his palms as he approached the new group of patients. His chi reserves had never felt so depleted, even during his most intense training sessions with fire and lightning. I can only heal a few more, Harry admitted to the healers. I don't have the chi reserves to sustain the life flames for much longer. Krissa pressed against his leg, offering silent support as Harry knelt beside a young mother and her infant. The baby's cries pierced the air while angry red spots spread across tiny arms and legs. Harry gritted his teeth and poured what remained of his chi into the healing flames. The spots faded from the baby's skin, but black spots danced at the edges of Harry's vision. He swayed, catching himself against the wall. That's enough. The head healer gripped his shoulder. You'll collapse if you continue. But there are still. Harry gestured at the waiting patients, but his arm sagged to the ground mid-motion. No. She pulled him away from the crowd. We can treat the fever with herbs until you recover your strength. Humak returned with 5 elderly sun warriors. Harry recognized Yaedel among them, but the others he'd only seen during ceremonies. They gathered in a corner of the healing house, speaking in low voices while watching the growing number of sick villagers. How many are infected now? One of the elders asked. 47 confirmed cases. The head healer answered. And more appear every hour. Harry leaned against the wall, grateful for its support. Krissa whined and bumped her head against his hand. I know, girl. He whispered. I pushed too hard. The room spun slightly as he turned to face the elders. This has to be connected to us somehow. The timing is too perfect. The eldest woman stepped forward. Her white hair was bound in thin braids, and she wore several necklaces of bone. I am Maya Huel. Her eyes fixed on Harry. And yes, young one. I believe you may have brought this illness to us without knowing. Harry straightened despite his exhaustion. But how? I'm not sick, and neither is Krissa. Some illnesses can hide in a person without causing symptoms. Maya Huel moved closer, the bones around her neck clicking together. The carrier remains healthy while spreading disease to others. Then, Harry looked down at his hands. The same hands he'd used to heal people, to accept food, to shake hands with people. I've been making everyone sick just by being here. Krissa growled softly, pressing harder against his leg. Not intentionally. Maya Huel's voice softened. But yes, you or your companion might carry something our people have never encountered. Your homeland is isolated from the rest of the world, yes? It might be that our bodies aren't prepared for these new diseases. Harry ran his fingers through Krissa's fur, frowning deeply. What if I use the life flames on myself and Krissa? Burn away whatever we're carrying. The elderly healer frowned. It should work. But... She turned to face Chief Humak. The disease has spread beyond our guests now. Many of our own people could be carriers, even if they show no symptoms yet. And my chi is almost gone. Harry admitted. I can barely maintain the flames right now. Maya Huel's wrinkled hands twisted together. There might be another way. She glanced at the other elders. We could ask Ran for help. The reaction was immediate. Several elders inhaled sharply while others exchanged worried looks. Disturb one of the masters. Yael's eyes widened. For an illness. Our young friend's life flames are impressive. Huel gestured at Harry. But he's new to the flames, young, and exhausted besides. Ran's flames could gradually cover the entire island, purging any trace of the disease from our people. Harry pushed away from the wall, forcing his tired body to stand straight. You think Ran would help? The masters protect us. Huel nodded. And this threatens everyone, even the children. But... She hesitated. We must be certain. If we call upon Ran without true need, the disease spreads faster each hour. Humac stepped forward. If we wait too long, it might escalate. He looked at the room full of patients. We should go now, while there's still daylight. The climb to the Master's twin mountains seemed longer than Harry remembered. Each step up the mountain drained what little energy he had left. Krissa stayed close, ready to support him if he stumbled. 6 warriors carried burning braziers filled with sparks of the eternal flame, while the elders followed behind Chief Humac. The procession moved slowly through stands of massive trees until they reached the stairs to the bridge where Harry had first met the masters. Are you sure you want to continue? Humac asked Harry. You look ready to fall over. I need to be here. Harry wiped sweat from his forehead. This is my fault somehow. Krissa made a disagreeing sound and head-butted his leg. Well, our fault then. Harry corrected himself. But still our responsibility. The brazier carriers took positions around the bridge between mountains. Huel directed the other elders to specific spots, forming a half-circle before the cave entrance where Ran lived. Deep rumbles echoed from the cave as the Sun Warriors began following the ancient ceremony. The brazier flames burned bright while smoke curled upward into the sky. Harry stood between Humac and Huel, watching carefully as the cave mouth seemed to darken. A massive red scale gleamed in the shadows. Then another, and another, until Ran's serpentine head emerged into the sunlight. The dragon's scales burned like fresh copper. Krissa pressed herself flat against the ground, golden fur bristling as Ran's enormous body continued to pour from the cave entrance. Harry would have forgotten just how large the dragon was if he didn't have perfect memory. Ran's body stretched longer than 3 houses placed end to end, and when he unfurled his wings, they blocked out the sun entirely from their perspective. The dragon's head lowered toward the group, bringing one massive eye level with them. That eye alone was larger than Harry's head, and within it burned an alien intelligence. Great Master! Humac stepped forward and bowed deeply. We come seeking your aid. Ran's eye fixed on Harry for a moment before returning to Humac. A low rumble shook loose stones from the mountainside. A sickness spreads through our people. Huel moved to stand beside Humac. One we have never encountered before. It moves too quickly for normal healing, and even our guest's life flames struggle to keep pace. The dragon's head tilted slightly. Another rumble, softer this time. Harry stepped forward on shaking legs. I didn't mean to bring harm here. He bowed as low as his tired body would allow. But I fear others might become carriers even after I heal them. Ran's enormous eye studied him again. The dragon's head moved closer, and Harry felt warm breath wash over him. It smelled like summer meadows and mountain air. Krissa whimpered but stayed pressed against his leg. We request. Huel's voice wavered slightly. Would you consider cleansing the island with your life flames? To burn away this foreign sickness before it spreads further. The massive dragon pulled back slightly. For a long moment, only the crackling of brazier flames broke the silence. Then Ran's head dipped in what could only be a nod, and the dragon's body began to coil like a spring. Step back. Humac called out. Give the master room. Harry stumbled backward with Krissa's help as Ran's wings spread wide. The dragon's serpentine body rippled with muscle as massive legs pushed against stone. Ran launched skyward with enough force to crack the mountain's surface. Look. Huel pointed upward. The master rises to aid us. Ran's massive body spiraled upward into the clear sky. The dragon's scales caught sunlight and scattered it like thousands of copper mirrors. Among the scattered clouds, Ran appeared to float weightlessly. Watch closely. Huel gripped Harry's shoulder. Few ever witness this. Golden light erupted from Ran's outstretched wings and mouth. These flames surpassed Harry's life flames in both brilliance and purity. Like a gentle wave, the radiance spread outward before descending toward the island below. The flames. Harry blinked against the brilliance. They feel different from mine. The masters understand life and death as naturally as we understand breathing. Humak kept his eyes fixed on the dragon above. What you've begun to learn, they've known since the world was young. The golden light bathed everything below like warm summer rain. It passed through Harry without resistance, searching but finding nothing to cleanse. Krissa trembled as the energy flowed through her fur. Throughout the distant village, the flames spread across buildings and inhabitants. Harry could faintly hear a cheer. For several minutes, Ran released wave after wave of life flames. Each pulse intensified until the island seemed to glow from within. After the final wave subsided, the dragon twisted back toward his mountain peak. Ran's massive body coiled around the summit before settling near the gathered sun warriors. The dragon's head lowered until one enormous eye met Harry's gaze. A deep rumble shook the stones beneath their feet. The master says the sickness has been burned away. Maya Huel translated. From every person, every surface, even the air itself. Harry bowed deeply. Thank you. He straightened up, wobbling slightly. I'm sorry for bringing trouble to your people. Ran's eye blinked once, slowly. Another gentle rumble filled the air. The master says you could not have known. Humak placed a steady hand on Harry's shoulder. What seems harmless in one place might cause great harm in another. Krissa bumped against Harry's leg and made a questioning sound. Yes, you're clean now too. Harry scratched behind her ears. Ran's flames checked everyone. The massive red dragon pulled back slightly. A final rumble echoed across the mountain. We should return to the village. Maya Huel gestured toward the path down. The master wishes to rest. Harry watched as Ran's serpentine body unwound from the peak. The dragon slipped back into the cave entrance with surprising grace for something so enormous. Just before disappearing completely, Ran's head turned slightly to fix Harry with one last meaningful look. Did? Harry glanced at Humak. Did Ran just tell me to be more careful? The chief smiled. The masters see much. Perhaps this was a gentle reminder that our actions can have unexpected consequences. They made their way down the mountain path. The brazier carriers extinguished their flames while the elders discussed what had happened in low voices. Harry stumbled more than once, caught each time by Chris's body beside him. I should check on everyone. Harry mumbled as they approached the village. Make sure they're all better. You can barely stand. Humak shook his head. Rest first. The master's life flames have surely fixed everything that can be fixed. Harry allowed himself to be guided back to his room. The exhaustion hit full force as soon as he sat down on the sleeping mat. Krissa cuddled up next to him. I'll check on everyone tomorrow. Harry mumbled, eyes already closing. When my chi recovers. He woke to the morning sun shining through the window. Krissa still slept peacefully beside him, one paw twitching as she dreamed. Harry sat up slowly, relieved to feel his chi reserves nearly full again. Ready to face the day? He asked Krissa quietly. The lion cub yawned and stretched, showing off sharp teeth before bumping her head against his arm in agreement. They found the villagers already busy with their daily activities. Lots of people were even practicing fire-bending forms. No one showed any signs of the illness from yesterday. Young guest. A woman called out from nearby. She carried a basket of fruit, and Harry recognized her as one of yesterday's patients. My family wants to thank you for helping us. I'm just glad everyone's better. Harry smiled, but guilt gnawed at his stomach. I'm sorry for bringing the sickness here in the first place. Nonsense. She shook her head firmly. You healed as many as you could, then helped bring the master's aid when needed. We're grateful. The sound of footsteps drew their attention. Chief Humak approached from the direction of the central square. Everyone has recovered completely. He smiled at Harry. The master's flames burned away every trace of illness. Harry sighed in relief. I'll need to be more careful from now on. He looked down at Krissa. We'll have to cover ourselves in yang flames before entering any new areas. We got lucky this time, having Ran nearby to help. At that thought, Harry froze mid-step. Krissa bumped into his leg and made a confused sound. Lucky. Harry whispered. That's exactly what happened, isn't it? The timing suddenly seemed too perfect. The disease appeared the day before he planned to leave. Then more cases occurred right as he prepared for departure. If he'd left the island without knowing about this problem. Harry shuddered. He could picture himself flying from island to island, city to city, completely unaware that he or Krissa carried diseases from another world. How many people would have died? Entire villages might have been wiped out by illnesses they'd never encountered before. But his fortune had given him an opportunity. The blessing he'd received made sure the problem revealed itself while he was still in the one place that could actually handle it. An isolated island with a master of life flames. No matter how improbable it could possibly be. Are you all right? Humak asked. You look pale. I'm fine. Harry smiled weakly. Just realized how much worse this could have been. He stared at the happy villagers. We're really lucky it happened here instead of somewhere else. Thank you. Harry whispered, but he wasn't talking to anyone present. Instead, he directed the gratitude toward his past self who had accepted that blessing of fortune. That one choice might have just saved countless lives. When do you plan to leave? Humak asked. Harry straightened up. Tomorrow morning, I think. But first. He gathered yang flames in his palms. Krissa and I need to make absolutely sure we're clean. The golden flames wrapped around both of them, and then Harry bended the flames further into his enchanted pouch, making sure to cover everything he owned. Harry wouldn't take chances, not with people's lives at stake. 000000. The next morning arrived with clear skies and a steady northern wind. Harry stood at the edge of the village with his extra supplies stored away in his pouch. The Sun Warriors had gathered to see him off, with Chief Humak and the elders at the front. Remember what we discussed? Maya Huel pressed a small package wrapped in leaves into his hands. These herbs will help slightly if you need to recover your chi. Harry tucked the package into his pouch. Thank you. He looked at the gathered crowd. For everything. The masters chose well in sharing their knowledge with you. Humak clasped Harry's shoulder. Use it wisely. Krissa bumped against Harry's leg, making an impatient sound. Yes, yes. Harry smiled down at her. Time to go. He pulled out her ball. Ready for a long flight. The lion cub sat down and tilted her head, waiting. Harry tapped her nose with the premier ball, and red light consumed her body before pulling her inside. The ball clicked shut with a soft sound. What manner of artifact is that? Yaedel stepped closer, eyes wide. Something from my homeland, it only works on beasts. Harry attached the ball to his belt. It lets Krissa travel comfortably while I fly. The warriors glanced at one another in confusion. Before anyone could speak, Harry's transformation began. His body started to shrink while feathers began sprouting from his skin. The change happened swiftly. In the space of a few heartbeats, a large golden eagle now occupied the spot where Harry had stood. May the sun light your path. Humak bowed slightly. And may your flames bring prosperity rather than destruction. Harry spread his wings wide, feeling the northern wind beneath them. With 3 powerful beats, he launched himself skyward. The gathered Sun Warriors grew smaller below as he circled once. Then he turned south and began the long journey toward the Fire Nation. The wind carried him steadily onward while the morning sun warmed his feathers. Far below, endless blue waters continued till the horizon. Harry maintained a steady pace, staying high enough to spot any ships that might pass beneath him. He'd need to be careful. According to the Sun Warriors, the Fire Nation had a tight grip on the nearby seas. 4 hours into his flight, Harry spotted a dark shape on the horizon. Dense vegetation blanketed what appeared to be a large island. Something felt wrong. His instincts suddenly screamed a warning, then fell silent. The abrupt shift left him hovering in place, his wings fighting against the wind as he tried to process what had happened. Never before had his instincts warned him only to vanish without a trace. It made no sense. Harry circled higher, sharp eagle eyes scanning the mysterious island below. The vegetation looked normal enough, thick forests covered most of the land while mountains rose toward the center. A few clearings broke up the greenery, and a river cut through from north to south. Nothing appeared immediately threatening. No signs of habitation, no obvious traps or dangers. Just a seemingly ordinary tropical island. But Harry's instincts had never failed him before. Not once since his first known memory at Hogwarts had they given him a false warning. The sudden burst of danger followed by complete silence felt wrong on every level. He remembered what the Oracle had told him in Greece, that his danger sensing was another form of seeing. If something could hide from or fool this ability. Harry climbed even higher, using the strong winds to maintain position while he considered his options. The island wasn't on his planned route anyway. The Sun Warriors map showed a chain of smaller islands leading straight to Ember Island. This place lay at least 50 miles west of his intended path. Still, the strange behavior of his instincts bothered him deeply. He'd grown to rely on that warning system. It had never failed him, warning him about everything from hidden marble serpents, Peter Pettigrew, and more besides. For it to suddenly cut off mid-warning. Harry banked in a wide circle around the island, keeping well beyond whatever range might have triggered that brief warning. The Sun Warriors had mentioned spirits several times, always with either deep respect or fear in their voices. According to them, spirits could exist everywhere, in the trees, the mountains, even the air itself. Could a spirit hide from his instincts? It must originate from his soul, which meant it operated on a spiritual level. The warning activated when his soul sensed danger in other souls. But if something could mask its presence entirely? Harry's eagle eyes widened. The Oracle at Delphi. She'd tried to possess him, to override his soul with her own. His instincts hadn't warned him about her true danger. She must have made it so others couldn't divine her soul. And here? A single spike of warning that vanished completely. As if something had noticed him noticing it, then pulled a veil over itself. The wind carried him higher as he considered his options. He could investigate, try to figure out what was so dangerous on the island. But alone, in an unknown world, with no backup. No. Better to mark this location in his memory and continue toward Ember Island. Whatever was on the island could wait until he understood this world better. Right now he needed to focus on learning about the Fire Nation and finding that fire-bending technique mentioned in his journal. Harry adjusted his wings, catching a particularly strong gust that pushed him back toward his original course. The mysterious island grew smaller behind him while he watched for any sign of his instincts returning. Nothing. Just silence where that brief warning had been. The rest of the journey passed without incident. 7 hours after leaving the Sun Warriors, Harry had already flown past several small islands until he finally spotted buildings rising from a crescent-shaped beach. According to the map, this definitely had to be Ember Island. Harry circled the island once, sharp eagle eyes taking in every detail. Most buildings clustered near the main beach, but smaller coves dotted the coastline. Perfect. He needed somewhere isolated to transform back. A secluded stretch of black sand caught his attention. Steep cliffs rose on both sides while thick vegetation grew right up to the edge. No paths led down to this hidden beach, and the few boats he spotted stayed well away from the rocky shore. Harry circled down, checking one last time for any observers before landing on the coarse sand. The transformation back to human form took mere seconds. He stretched his arms above his head, working out the stiffness from hours of flight. "All right, Chrissa, coast is clear." Harry pulled the premier ball from his belt. Red light burst outward, forming into the golden-furred lion cub. She shook herself vigorously before sniffing at the black sand. "We made it." Harry smiled as she sneezed, sending up a small cloud of dark grains. "But we need to be careful. The Sun Warriors lived completely cut off from the world, we don't know how accurate their information is." Chrissa looked up at him and made a questioning sound. "Exactly." Harry nodded. "We need to gather information first." He turned toward the cliff face. "Now we just need to find a way up without being noticed." Chapter 79, Power of Boundaries. Atla Universe, Ember Island. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 11 months before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, October 17, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Harry pulled himself over the cliff edge with one hand, muscles barely straining despite the 100-foot climb. Loose pebbles skittered down the black rock face as he found secure footing. His eyes darkened suddenly. Mimic's Veil Elden Ring, Limegrave costs 200 CP, 200 CP available to spend. Golden Veil of intricate design, it will disguise the wearer as a mortal that bears striking resemblance to Queen Marika the Eternal. When Godric was hounded from Lindell, the royal capital, this was one of a multitude of treasures he took with him. It is also known as Marika's Mischief. Harry sighed. This was getting out of hand, now there are 2 useless items. First a crossbow and now this? At least this seemed magical, but why would he want to disguise himself as some queen? Rejected. All clear up here. Harry reached down to help Chrissa, but the Nemean lion cub had already scrambled up beside him. She shook sand from her golden fur and sneezed. "Yeah, that black sand gets everywhere." From their elevated position, they could see buildings along the shoreline with bright red roofs that were scattered between roads that snaked upward through the forested hills. Families played and laughed beneath colorful umbrellas that dotted the crescent-shaped main beach. We should probably find somewhere to stay first. Harry brushed black sand from his jeans. The Sun Warriors mentioned noble families often go here, so there must be. He trailed off as movement on the beach caught his attention. A group of teenagers played some kind of game with a leather ball. They moved with grace, leaping and spinning to keep the ball airborne. What caught Harry's eye were the bursts of flame that occasionally propelled the ball higher. Would you look at that, Chrissa? Harry gestured towards the players. They've turned firebending into a game. His posture shifted abruptly as something caught his eye. Wait, is that blue? A girl around his physical age had just launched the ball with a precise burst of blue fire. The flames flickered between orange and blue, lacking the stability Harry had achieved, but still far more refined than regular firebending. Well, well. Harry smiled. The Sun Warriors had me thinking blue flames were unheard of, yet here we are. Chrissa meowed, looking at the players and then back at him. You're right. Harry pulled out her premier ball. Better keep you hidden for now. We don't know how they'll react to you. He tapped her nose with the ball, and red light pulled her inside. The ball clicked shut as Harry attached it to his belt. Harry made his way down the path toward the beach, hands in his pockets and a slight smile on his face. The sounds of laughter and shouting grew clearer as he approached. None of the vacationers seemed to notice him, just another kid heading to the beach. The game looked even more interesting up close. 6 teenagers divided into 2 teams kept a leather ball in constant motion. They used hands, feet, and bursts of fire to pass between teammates while trying to score points by getting the ball through vertical poles at each end of the court. 2 elderly women sat beneath a red parasol near the court, watching the players with sharp eyes. Their identical faces creased with approval whenever someone made a particularly good move. The blue fire girl commanded attention without effort. She moved gracefully, calling out orders to her teammates between aggressive shots. When she struck the ball, blue flames crackled around her hands before transferring the concussive force of the fire to the leather surface. But Harry noticed something off about those flames. They flickered between orange and blue, lacking the stability that came from proper balance between yin and yang. Sometimes they'd surge with too much power, other times barely spark at all. Keep your guard up. The girl snapped at a teammate who'd missed a block. Chan, that footwork was sloppy. The boy named Chan straightened up immediately. Sorry, Princess Angela. Princess? Harry raised an eyebrow. That explained the commanding attitude. He leaned against one of the court's boundary poles, watching as the game continued. A girl in dark red clothes approached the sidelines carrying 2 glasses filled with some kind of fruit juice. Her face was set in a neutral expression that reminded Harry of how Ant-Man looked during particularly boring days. Your drink, Angela. The girl held out one of the glasses toward the blue fire princess. Set it down by Li and Lo. Angela commanded without taking her eyes off the game. I'll have it when we finish this round. The girl placed both glasses on a small table beside the elderly women, then turned to study Harry with sharp eyes. She moved closer, maintaining that carefully blank expression. You're new here. Her tone made it a statement rather than a question. Harry smiled, keeping his posture relaxed against the pole. Just arrived. The game caught my attention, never seen anything like it. Kuai Ball. She glanced at the ongoing match. Popular on Ember Island. I'm Harry. He shifted to face her properly while keeping the game in view. And you are? My. She studied his clothes with a raised eyebrow. Those aren't Fire Nation style. Harry looked down at his jeans and t-shirt. No, they're not. I've been traveling. Clearly. Mai's lips twitched somewhat. Most travelers don't watch people play Kuai Ball quite so intently. Another burst of unstable blue flames launched the ball high into the air. Harry watched its path with ease. He noticed a pattern in Angela's fire bending. Whenever her frustration with teammates peaked, the blue flames shifted toward orange. It was obvious she hadn't yet mastered blue fire. The princess seems to struggle with blue fire. Harry watched another flicker between blue and orange. Strange that she hasn't mastered it yet at her age if it's known here in the Fire Nation. You did not just say that. Mai's eyes widened, breaking her neutral expression. Well, look at how unstable those flames are. Harry gestured toward the game. The technique requires perfect balance between yin and yang. Doesn't she have teachers who could guide her through that? The ball sailed higher as more orange flames burst from Angela's hands. Harry shook his head. She's clearly forcing it with physical control rather than understanding the underlying principle. Mai took a step backward. Be quiet, she snapped. You have no idea what you're talking about. Harry blinked in confusion. But surely the Fire Nation has books about proper blue flame techniques? The philosophy behind it must be documented somewhere, right? All activity on the court came to an abrupt halt. Princess Angela remained motionless while blue flames crackled around her tightly balled fists. The other players retreated hastily from the area. She had clearly heard his comment. You dare criticize my bending? Angela's shout echoed along the beach. The sound sent nearby beachgoers scrambling. Parents snatched up their children and hurried toward the safety of the water's edge. Harry straightened up from his relaxed position. I wasn't trying to criticize. I just assumed since blue flames are known here, the technique would be properly documented. The flames around Angela's hands grew more intense as she advanced toward him. What do you mean by documented? No other firebender has bended blue flames for generations, I am the only one. Oh. Harry's cheeks blushed red as he realized he'd misread the situation completely. The Sun Warriors were right, blue flames were still practically unheard of in this world. The Kuai ball shot toward his face, propelled by a massive burst of blue fire. Most people would have barely seen it move. But to Harry's senses, the ball moved almost lazily through the air, trailing blue flames behind it. He could have dodged. Could have stepped aside and let the ball crash into the pole behind him. Instead, Harry's hand snapped up, catching the ball inches from his nose. The leather was hot against his palm, but his durable skin barely registered the heat. Nice shot. Harry tossed the ball up and down. But you're still forcing the flames rather than letting them flow naturally. He demonstrated by wrapping the ball in stable azure flames that burned far deeper blue than Angela's attempts. See? No flickering at all. Dead silence fell across the beach. The two elderly women under the parasol started whispering to each other while staring at Harry. Mai had retreated several steps, hands hidden in her sleeves. Angela's eyes narrowed to slits as she watched Harry handle the ball. Her fingers twitched with barely contained fury, tiny sparks jumping between them. No one else dared move. Who taught you? The princess stalked forward, each word sharp as broken glass. What master showed you the technique? Harry frowned at her hostile tone. No one taught me. I figured it out by understanding the balance of yin and yang. He extinguished the azure flames around the ball. Would you like me to explain how it works? Liar. Angela spat the word. Blue fire is my achievement. I perfected it through years of training. More sparks crackled around her hands. You must have stolen the knowledge from somewhere. I don't appreciate being called a liar. Harry's voice cooled several degrees. He set the ball down on the ground. You might be a princess, but that doesn't give you the right to throw accusations. How dare you speak to me that way? Angela's face contorted with rage. I am Princess Angela of the Fire Nation. Daughter of Fire Lord Oze himself. And I am Harry. He met her furious gaze without flinching. Harry Potter. But I won't stand here and let anyone insult me. The elderly women under the parasol rose in perfect synchronization. Maybe, one began. We should all, the other continued. Calm down. They finished together. Stay out of this, Li and Lo. Angela snapped without taking her eyes off Harry. This peasant needs to learn respect. Harry's expression hardened. The temperature around him rose noticeably while azure flames sparked in his fists. Take that back. Or what? Angela's smile turned cruel. Will the peasant cry? Last chance. Harry held up one finger. Apologize for the insults, or I'll teach you about consequences. Mai's hands emerged from her sleeves holding several pointed objects. The other teenagers had backed away to what they hoped was a safe distance. Even Li and Lo seemed unsure how to handle this escalating situation. Angela punched out multiple bursts of blue-orange flames straight at Harry. His inner eye showed him exactly where each burst would land, making them appear almost comically slow. He stepped between the flames, not even bothering to try to bend them away. Stand still. Angela's face twisted with fury as none of her attacks connected. Harry tilted his head to avoid another blast. Why would I do that? He shifted his weight, muscles coiling like springs. You're the one who needs to learn about respect. I'll show you respect. Angela spun into a kick, releasing a massive arc of fire. Harry saw the attack coming 2 seconds before it happened. He slipped past the flames and closed the distance between them in a blur of motion. Most observers barely registered his movement before he appeared directly in front of the princess. What Angela's eyes widened as Harry's fingers struck 3 precise points along her right arm. Her next attempted flame fizzled out completely. The arm hung limp at her side while she staggered backward. What did you do to me? Mantis style. Harry's fingers found 2 more points on her left shoulder. Pressure points that disrupt the functionality of your arms. Her other arm dropped uselessly. Very suitable for suppressing people who insult me. Mai threw several pointed weapons toward Harry. He caught them between his fingers without looking, then let them drop into the sand. Please don't interfere. This is between me and the princess. Guards! Angela shouted, backing away from Harry. Arrest this! Harry's hand shot out, striking a point at the base of her throat. The command died in her mouth as her voice cut off completely. She tried to speak again but no sound came out. I don't see any guards, you know. Just a lot of teenagers running away very quickly. Anyway. Harry circled the paralyzed princess while maintaining eye contact. About those insults. The elderly women, Li and Lo, approached cautiously. Young man, they spoke in unison. Perhaps we should. She'll recover in about 10 minutes. Harry cut them off. The paralysis is temporary. He turned back to Angela. I could have done much worse, but that would be uncivilized. The tense silence lingered on the beach while Angela glared at Harry with murderous intent. Her arms hung uselessly at her sides as she paced in small circles, testing the limits of her remaining mobility. Each time she tried to speak, her mouth opened but no sound came out. Li and Lo were both keeping their distance. The other teenagers had retreated even further up the beach, but Mai remained close enough to intervene if needed. Harry sat down cross-legged in the sand. We might as well get comfortable while we wait. He picked up a handful of black sand and let it run through his fingers. The paralysis will wear off gradually, first your voice, then your arms. Angela's face contorted with rage. She kicked sand toward Harry, but he barely bothered moving aside. That's not very princess-like behavior. Harry brushed sand from his jeans. You know, I read that nobility is expected to show grace and composure. He looked up at her. Especially when dealing with situations that don't go their way. The princess stopped pacing. Her shoulders tensed as she stared down at Harry, but something shifted in her expression. Your arms should start tingling soon. Harry noted. That means feeling is returning. He stretched his legs out in front of him. Once you can speak again, we can have a proper conversation about respect. Mai moved closer, but kept her weapons sheathed. He could have killed you, Angela. The princess shot Mai a withering look. It's true. Mai shrugged. He caught my weapons without even looking. And that speed. She gestured at Harry. He appeared in front of you within a second. 7 minutes left. Harry announced cheerfully. Anyone want to explain the rules of Kui Ball while we wait? It looked interesting. Li and Lo exchanged glances before approaching. The game originated, one began. In the southern islands, the other continued. During the reign of Fire Lord Sozin. They finished together. Harry listened with genuine interest as the elderly women explained the scoring system and basic rules. Angela remained standing nearby, but her expression had changed again. Something in her eyes grew more pronounced while she watched Harry's reactions. There. Harry pointed at Angela. Your voice should work now. Angela cleared her throat several times before speaking. I apologize for my behavior. Her voice came out slightly raspy. The insults were beneath my station. Harry took a moment to study her expression. The previous rage had disappeared, giving way to something different. Her sharp eyes now looked at him with clear interest. Apology accepted. Harry stood up and brushed sand from his clothes. Your arms should start working properly in another minute or two. You're not from the mainland. Angela flexed her fingers as feeling returned. Where did you learn to bend blue fire? That's a long story. Harry smiled. But I'd be happy to explain the technique, if you're interested in learning the proper way. Mai stepped between them. Angela doesn't need. Yes. Angela cut her off. I would very much like to understand how you achieved such control. She rolled her shoulders as mobility returned. Perhaps over tea? Li and Lo have a house nearby. The elderly women nodded in unison. We would be honored, they spoke together, to host such an educational discussion. That sounds perfect. Harry's smile widened. He felt pleased that his lesson about respect had such immediate results. Just like with Healer Nightshade, sometimes people needed clear consequences before they could improve their behavior. Not to mention that he now had a good source of up-to-date information about the Fire Nation. Excellent. Angela's lips curved upward. Inform the servants we'll be having a guest for tea. She gestured toward the path leading up from the beach. Shall we? Harry fell into step beside her while Mai hurried ahead. The other teenagers had already scattered, clearly not wanting to risk getting caught in another confrontation. They soon arrived at Li and Lo's beach house that stood on elevated ground overlooking the ocean. Red-tiled steps led up to a wide veranda where screens kept out the heat while allowing the sea breeze to flow through. The view must be spectacular at sunset. Harry watched waves roll against the shoreline below. We often meditate here. Li gestured toward cushions arranged near the railing. To clear the mind. Lo nodded sagely. And strengthen the spirit. They finished together. Angela walked slightly ahead of Harry as they entered the house. Her posture remained perfect, head held high despite what happened on the beach. But Harry noticed how she kept glancing back at him when she thought he wasn't looking. The main room opened into a circular space with low tables and comfortable cushions. Scrolls lined the walls while brass incense holders hung from the ceiling. A servant quietly entered, bearing a tray of fragrant tea and small cakes. Please, sit. Angela gestured at the cushion across from her own. Harry settled onto the cushion, noting how Angela watched his every movement. Mai knelt beside the princess while Li and Lo took positions near the wall, perfectly mirroring each other. You mentioned traveling. Angela lifted her teacup. Where exactly are you from? Far to the south. Harry accepted the cup from the servant with a slight nod. I spent time with some rather isolated tribes before making my way here. Interesting. Angela took a sip from her cup. And what brought you to Ember Island? Knowledge. Harry sipped the fragrant tea as well. I'm looking for more advanced fire-bending techniques. Like blue flames. Angela narrowed her eyes. Well. Harry set his cup down. I must admit, I'm curious how you achieved blue fire without fully understanding the underlying principles. Li and Lo exchanged looks. The princess has trained, one began. Since she could walk, the other added. To achieve perfect control. They finished together. Harry shook his head. Perfect control over the body and the chi within it, yes. I had sought much the same when I was younger, but fire isn't just about physical movement. He drew a taijutsu on the table with his finger. Tell me, what do you know about yin and yang? Basic philosophy. Angela crossed her arms. Opposing forces that exist in everything. Not just opposing. Harry drew the taijutsu again, emphasizing the dots. Complementary. Like breathing in and breathing out, one cannot exist without the other. He brought a small blue flame to life above his palm. Look at this flame. What do you see? Mai shifted uncomfortably while Angela leaned forward slightly. Blue fire. Yes, but why is it blue? Harry moved the flame between his hands. Regular orange fire expands outward, consuming everything around it. Primarily repelling yang energy with a hint of RETR active yin energy to keep it in check. The flame grew brighter. But when you introduce more RETR active yin energy, the blue flame compressed inward, becoming more dense. Yin pulls inward while yang pushes out. When they are perfectly balanced, as all things should be. Harry let the flame hover between his palms. The fire burns hotter, more focused. The color shifts because the energy exists in perfect equilibrium. Angela uncrossed her arms and rested her elbows on the table. So my flames flicker because you're forcing yang energy outward without balancing it with yin. Harry extinguished the flame. Like trying to breathe out without breathing in first. It works for a moment, but becomes unstable. You could force it through continuous perfect control, but it will never be as stable as it is for me. And how exactly does one balance these energies? Angela tapped her fingers against the table. First, you must understand them completely. Harry sat up straighter. Yin represents contraction, depth, darkness, cold, rest. Yang represents expansion, height, light, heat, activity. He gestured at the room around them. Everything contains both aspects. This house provides shelter by keeping things out while creating space within. The ocean moves outward with waves while pulling back with tides. Li and Lo nodded in perfect sync. Angela's eyes never left Harry as he continued. Your chi paths carry both energies naturally. Harry placed both hands flat on the table. But most firebenders will focus only on yang, the explosive, outward force. They never learn to harness yin energy that pulls inward, concentrates power, focuses heat. And you learned this from your isolated tribes. Mai raised an eyebrow. Among other places. Harry smiled. The principle exists everywhere once you know how to look. He lifted the teapot. Even in how tea is served, the liquid flows outward while the cup contains it inward. Angela stared blankly at the tea Harry was pouring. I see. She straightened her back. The push and pull affect everything. Exactly. Harry set down the teapot. Would you like to try an exercise? Mai shifted uneasily beside Angela. The princess shot her a quick glare before turning back to Harry. What kind of exercise? Something that requires focus. Harry glanced at the others in the room. Could we have some privacy? This works better without distractions. Li and Lo exchanged alarmed looks. Princess. They spoke together. Leave us. Angela waved her hand dismissively. Mai, wait outside with them. Mai stood up slowly, hand brushing against her sleeve where Harry knew she kept those pointed weapons. She walked backward toward the door, keeping her eyes on Harry until she disappeared behind the screen. Once they were alone, Harry moved to sit beside Angela. Now, I want you to close your eyes. The princess stiffened. Why? Because you rely too much on physical control. Harry turned to face her properly. Your body already knows how to bend fire. What we need to work on is your understanding of the energies themselves. Angela's jaw clenched. For several moments she remained perfectly still, clearly weighing her options. Then, with obvious reluctance, she closed her eyes. Good. Harry gathered a wisp of soul resonance mist in his palm, infusing it with calming energy. The silvery vapor spread outward, surrounding them both in a gentle haze. He reached out and placed his hand over hers. Now breathe deeply. What is that? Angela's nose twitched. Like rain on warm stone. Just something to help you relax. Harry kept his voice soft. Feel how the energy flows through your chi paths. The mist thickened slightly. Notice how it naturally expands and contracts with each breath. Angela's shoulders began to loosen. I feel it. Now, create a small flame. Harry guided her hand upward. But don't focus on controlling your body's movements. Instead, picture the tide pulling back before a wave. Flames sparked above her palm, flickering between orange and blue. Don't try to force it. Harry adjusted her fingers slightly. Let the energy flow both ways at once. Like how the moon affects the tides, pulling back while pushing forward in the same moment. The flame steadied somewhat. Angela's brow furrowed in concentration. You're still trying to control everything. Harry released more calming mist. Remember, your body knows what to do. Focus only on the energies themselves. He drew a tattoo on the back of her hand with one finger. Expansion and contraction happening together, not one after another. The orange slowly faded from her flames. For a brief moment, pure blue fire crackled above her palm. There. Harry squeezed her hand. Do you feel the difference? Yes. Angela opened her eyes to stare at the blue flames. It feels easier. Good. Harry beamed at her success. You're a natural at this. He slowly withdrew his hand and let the relaxing soul resonance mist fade away. Once you understand the principle, the technique will become second nature. Angela's fingers twitched toward his retreating hand. For a moment, she seemed about to grab it back, but caught herself. A faint pink touched her cheeks as she pulled her own hand back into her lap. Angela cleared her throat. What do you want? Harry blinked at the sudden question. For teaching me this. Angela's eyes narrowed. No one shares knowledge like this without wanting something in return. Ah. Harry scratched his chin. How long are you staying on Ember Island? The princess frowned. 3 more days. Then we return to the capital. She crossed her arms. You didn't answer my question. Actually, that works perfectly. Harry brightened. I'd like to go to the capital with you. He rubbed his hands together. You wouldn't mind helping me access some advanced firebending techniques once we're there, right? I've never had proper teachers or books to study from. Angela's eyebrows rose. You achieved this level without any formal training. Pretty much. Harry shrugged. Mostly just figuring things out as I go along. But I'd love to learn advanced firebending techniques. He smiled at her. We could even spar regularly. It would help both of us improve. Yes. Angela caught herself and smoothed her expression. I mean, that seems reasonable. Father would be interested in meeting someone else who can produce blue flames. She tapped her chin. And having a proper sparring partner would be useful. Perfect. Harry stood up and stretched. Should we let the others back in? I'm sure your friend is about ready to break down the door. Wait. Angela grabbed his shirt. Show me that exercise one more time. I want to make sure I understand it completely. Harry sat back down beside her. Close your eyes. Chapter 80, Street Bender. Author's note. Since it may not be entirely clear to some readers, I'll explain something about Harry's age. Harry was born 8 years ago, so you'd think he was 8 years old, right? That wouldn't be entirely accurate. Harry's numerous perks have matured his body to the point where he is now equivalent to a 13-year-old. He has also already started puberty. His emotional/mental age has reached the level of someone between 13 to 17 years old, depending on the situation. Harry received multiple years' worth of memories, even if most are vague, from the healthy eating perk, which caused an alternate self to grow up in the cruel cultivation world of Desolate Era. Besides that, his life experience and mental/soul perks also contributed to this maturity. So you can treat Harry as a very mature 13-year-old. He is not really 8 years old. 000000. Atla Universe, Ember Island. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 11 months before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, October 18, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Harry tapped the premier ball at his belt. What do you think about all this shopping, Krissa? The ball warmed slightly under his fingers, and he smiled. Yeah, I'm not impressed either. The morning market took up several town squares that connected near the beach of Ember Island. Shopkeepers announced their prices from behind their stalls as servants moved through the crowd, carrying items for wealthy customers. Fresh bread and grilled fish filled the air with appetizing smells, along with wisps of smoke from nearby cooking fires and insect-repelling incense. Make way for Princess Angela. A guard's shout sent people scrambling to clear a path. The merchants showed various reactions as Harry's group moved through the area. Several eager sellers stepped forward to display their best items. The more cautious ones retreated into their stalls, avoiding attention. Between these extremes were those who simply followed proper etiquette with formal bows. The groveling gets worse every year, Mai muttered from just behind Harry. Last year that fruit seller only bowed twice. Now look at him. The merchant in question had dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead against the dusty ground while presenting a basket of perfect fire plums above his head. Angela's lips curved upward as she passed without acknowledging the display. He learned his lesson about selling dirty fruit to the royal family. Harry caught Mai rolling her eyes at Angela's comment. He glanced at the still prostrating merchant and raised an eyebrow. What exactly happened with the fruit? Nothing worth mentioning, Angela kept walking, but her smile widened. He simply needed to understand proper quality standards. A commotion ahead drew their attention. Shouts and bursts of flame came from an open plaza overlooking the beach. The arcade, Mai whispered, sounding relieved. Finally something less boring than watching merchants grovel. Harry followed Mai and Angela toward the noise. The plaza opened up to reveal several wooden stations arranged in a half-circle. Each station held a miniature arena where small figurines moved and fought while children crowded around, cheering and shouting commands. What exactly am I looking at? Harry moved closer to look. Two metal control rods stuck out from the wooden frame on both sides, connecting to figurines below. Street Bender, Angela explained as she walked up to an empty station. You pick a warrior, put in a silver piece, and fight. Harry nodded and tilted his head to examine the figurines displayed in small niches along the side of the machine. Each one stood about the size of his palm, carved from wood and painted in vivid detail. A stern-faced man with impressive sideburns wore what he could guess was military armor. Next to him stood a figure with flowing robes and white hair, Avatar Roku, according to the small nameplate. Several other warriors followed, including what looked like. "Is that you?" Harry pointed at a figurine wearing ornate red and black armor. The tiny Azula held a fighting stance, blue flames painted around her hands. "Of course." Azula picked up her miniature counterpart. "They added me last month after I demonstrated blue fire at court." She placed the figure on one side of the arena. "Choose your warrior." Harry studied the remaining options. A muscular man labeled the boulder flexed next to a serene air nomad monk. General Iroh looked pretty fat for a general. "How about this one?" He selected a figure of Admiral Zhang Zhang, impressed by the detailed flame patterns on the wooden uniform. "Interesting choice." Mai moved to stand in the shade of a nearby parasol. Most people avoid picking deserters. Teenagers gathered around their station as Azula inserted a silver piece into the slot. A boy with carefully styled hair pushed through the crowd. "Princess Azula. I didn't know you were visiting the arcade today." He flipped his hair. "I'm Ruanjian. Maybe we could play a match after you finish with." His eyes narrowed at Harry. "Who exactly are you? I don't recognize those features from any noble family." Harry placed his figurine on the platform. "Harry. Now, how do these controls work?" Azula smirked. "The rods move your warrior. Buttons make them attack. And if you heat the metal with fire bending." She gripped her controls. Blue flames raced down the rods, making her miniature self glow. Special moves become available. "Hey, don't ignore me." Ruanjian stepped closer. "Where are you from? Those aren't proper Fire Nation eyes." Harry turned to face Ruanjian. Several other teenagers had stopped playing to watch the confrontation unfold. The sea breeze carried whispers about Harry's green eyes and unfamiliar features. "I'd rather play the game." Harry sighed, not really wanting to discipline everyone. "Unless you plan to apologize for that tone." Ruanjian ran fingers through his hair and scoffed. "Apologize? To some half-breed who probably has Earth Kingdom peasant blood." He glanced at the crowd, clearly playing to his audience. "Does the princess know you're letting colonial trash?" He didn't finish. Harry's firebending enhanced strikes caught him in the legs, enough to push force past his clothes, and he finished it off with a gentle strike against the throat. Ruanjian's mouth hung open with his hand still in his styled hair, unable to speak or move. 10 minutes. Harry turned back to the game controls. "That should be enough time for you to think about manners." A girl in expensive red silk gasped. "What did you do to him?" "Pressure points." Harry gripped the metal rods. "He'll be fine once the paralysis wears off." Azula watched the exchange with a massive smirk on her face. "Shall we start our game? Or would anyone else like to question my choice of company?" The gathered teenagers suddenly found other stations very interesting. Several moved away while trying to appear casual about it. Ruanjian was frozen on the spot, only capable of waving his hands wildly in the air. Mai remained nearby, leaning against a wooden post with the ghost of a smile on her face. "Now," Harry shook the control rods. "You mentioned something about heating these. Watch carefully." Azula's hands tightened on her controls. Blue flames raced down the metal, making the miniature princess glow with inner fire. The tiny figure spun through a perfect kata, launching azure flames across the arena. "Your turn." Harry channeled heat through his palms. The metal grew warm under his fingers as azure flames surrounded Admiral Zhang Jiang's wooden body. 3 crystal lights above each figure showed full brightness. "First to lose all 3 life bars loses." Azula's eyes gleamed. "Ready." Several people that were still observing from afar let out surprised gasps as Harry's flames burned a deeper blue than Azula's. "He can make blue fire too." A boy in expensive silk robes grabbed his friend's arm. "I thought only the princess could do that." Harry ignored the whispers, focusing on how the controls moved the miniature admiral. The left rod shifted the figure's position while the right controlled attacks. Simple enough. His inner eye sparked to life, showing him exactly how Azula would move in the next 2 seconds. "Begin." Azula pushed her controls forward. The tiny princess rushed across the arena, blue flames trailing behind her wooden form. Harry saw the incoming sweep kick before Azula's fingers tightened on the trigger. He pulled back just as the attack passed through empty air. The admiral's figure spun away, azure flames crackling around his carved uniform. No way! A girl near me shouted. Nobody dodges the princess's opening move. Angela's eyes narrowed. She commanded her figure through multiple precise strikes, each one missing as Harry's admiral seemed to predict the attacks. The wooden figures moved faster as both players fed more heat into the control rods. How are you doing that? Angela's fingers flew across the controls. Her miniature self launched into an advanced kata that filled the arena with blue fire. Harry smiled as his inner eye showed him the perfect counter. You telegraph your moves. The admiral moved between flames and struck back, catching the princess figure with a blast of azure fire. One of Angela's crystal lights dimmed. He scored first. The silk-robed boy tugged harder on his friend's sleeve. Did you see those flames? They're even bluer than. Shut up, Viaku. Angela snapped without looking away from the game. She gripped the controls tighter, making the metal glow red-hot beneath her hands. Harry watched Angela's miniature figure rush forward with an overhead strike. You know. He smirked and shifted the admiral sideways, avoiding the attack completely. For someone who played this game before, you're not very good at it. Shut up. Angela's controls sparked with intense heat. The tiny princess spun through multiple attacks, each one missing as Harry's admiral dodged between them. And now you're getting sloppy. Harry grinned. The admiral's figure struck out, catching Angela's princess mid-spin. A second crystal light dimmed above her side of the arena. Mai pushed off from her post. I've never seen anyone read moves this well. Read moves. Harry channeled more heat into the controls. I just have a good eye for it. The admiral's wooden form began glowing with azure flames. Speaking of which, watch this. Harry pulled both control rods back while feeding constant heat through the metal. Admiral Zhang Jiang's figure moved into a low stance as flames gathered around him. The special attack activated, sending a massive wall of blue fire across the entire arena. No. Angela tried to dodge, but the flames caught her figure from all sides. The final crystal light flickered and went dark. Their part of the arcade grew quiet. A few more teenagers paused their games to look at them. Mai's eyebrows lifted slightly, a rare show of surprise from her from what he had learned so far. Harry noticed their reactions and understood why they were stunned. That was fun. Harry released the controls. Want another round? I'll let you get at least one hit in this time. Angela's face turned an interesting shade of red. You. Blue flames crackled around her hands as she grabbed fresh controls. Again. And this time I'm using my special attack first. Of course, princess. Harry gave an exaggerated bow while he watched Angela insert another silver piece with shaking hands. Whatever makes you happy. A few people backed away as Angela's flames grew more intense. Ruanjian remained frozen in place, forced to watch as Harry continued smirking at the increasingly furious princess. Harry couldn't remember the last time he'd enjoyed himself this much. The game was fun, but watching Angela's reactions made it even better. He placed Admiral Zhang back on the platform while humming a cheerful tune. Ready when you are, princess. Harry wiggled his fingers above the controls. Unless you need more time to prepare. Angela's nostrils flared. Blue flames surged down the metal rods before the match even started. The tiny princess figure blazed with such intense heat that the wood began to smoke slightly. Begin. Angela yanked both controls backward. Her figure leaped into the air, surrounded by a sphere of blue fire. Let's see you dodge this. Harry's inner eye showed him exactly what would happen. He could have moved, but watching Angela's face turn even redder seemed more entertaining. The special attack slammed into Admiral Zhang, extinguishing one of Harry's crystal lights. Ha! Angela's triumphant smile lasted exactly 2 seconds. Not bad. Harry channeled more heat through the controls. My turn. The Admiral's figure spun through 3 counters, each strike finding Angela's princess before she could recover from her special attack. All 3 of her crystal lights went dark at once. Mai actually laughed. The sound made several teenagers jump in surprise. That's... Angela stared at the darkened crystals. That's impossible. Nobody can chain attacks that fast. Really? Harry released the controls and yawned. Maybe you should practice more? I hear the local children might give you better competition. The gathered crowd collectively held their breath. Even Mai's eyes widened at Harry's casual mockery. Angela's hands clenched into fists as blue flames crackled between her fingers. Another round. She slammed a silver piece into the slot. Now. Actually. Harry picked up General Iroha's rotund figure from the display. Let's make this interesting. This Dragon of the West seems more appropriate. My uncle. Angela scoffed, but Harry noticed how she gripped the controls tighter. He's gotten soft since retiring. A boy with expensive golden armbands stepped forward. Princess Angela is right. General Iroha spends more time drinking tea than training now. He smirked at Harry. Not that a foreigner would understand Fire Nation military matters. And you are. Harry placed Iroha on the platform, noting the detailed teacup carved into the figure's left hand. Lee. The boy puffed up his chest. My father serves as admiral in the Eastern Fleet. How interesting. Harry channeled heat through the controls. Now be quiet, the adults are playing. Lee's face reddened. How dare you? Shut up. Angela snapped at him. Unless you want to explain to your father why you interrupted my game. The match began with Angela's princess rushing forward again. Harry guided Iroha's figure through defensive movements, making the retired general appear to redirect each attack. The crowd grew as more teenagers gathered to watch. My father says the colonies need stricter control, Lee announced loudly. Especially over foreigners who don't know their place. Harry's smirk grew wider as Angela's figurine began her own special flaming arc attack. Iroha's wooden body dropped into a low stance and breathed out a massive cone of azure flames. One of Angela's crystal lights went dark. Angela's eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage as she turned to face Lee. Speaking of not knowing your place. Who asked to hear what your father thinks? Lee stepped back. I just meant. You meant to curry favor by mocking my opponent. Angela advanced on him. As if I need help from someone like you. Lee stumbled backward from Angela. No, princess, I only meant to defend your honor against this foreign trash. Harry raised one hand, 3 fingers extended toward Lee. The gesture caught Lee's attention mid-round. What's that supposed to mean? Lee glared at Harry. You think you can mock me? My father commands an entire naval division of the Eastern Fleet. One finger lowered. Angela's eyes darted between them, a calculating look replacing her previous rage. Look at him. Lee turned to the crowd. Green eyes like a forest peasant. Probably some Earth Kingdom horse bastard trying to play at being Fire Nation nobility. The second finger lowered. Harry's smile never left his face. You dare stand there looking smug. Lee's face turned purple. You're not worthy to breathe the same air as Princess Angela. Go back to whatever horse pond. The final finger lowered. Harry's expression shifted from amused to utterly cold. Lee launched a weak fireball at Harry's chest. The flames sputtered and wavered, barely maintaining shape as they crossed the distance between them. Harry bended the attack away with one hand while the other pressed against Lee's forehead. None of the watchers noticed the dense black mist hidden within the hand. Harry poured half of his internal magic pool into the soul resonance mist, condensing every fear and terror he could muster into an impossibly dense cloud. The mist seeped through this weak Lee's skin, straight into his mind. Lee's eyes rolled back as the mist seeped into his mind. His mouth opened in a silent scream before he collapsed to his knees, batting at things only he could see. Mommy! Lee collapsed, clawing at his arms. Get them off! The spiders! They're everywhere! His hands clawed at empty air while he tried to brush away phantom terrors. Lee screamed again as phantom centipedes burst from beneath his fingernails. He rolled across the ground, tears streaming down his face while unseen horrors crawled through his mind. Please! The faces! They're watching me! Harry stepped back and brushed off his hands. That should do it. He glanced at the terrified crowd. Anyone else want to comment about my parents? The gathered teenagers scrambled backward. Several bumped into each other in their haste to create distance. Even Ruanjian, who had regained a little bit of mobility by now, managed to shuffle a few inches away. What did you do to him? Angela moved closer to examine Lee, who now sobbed while batting at invisible moths around his head. Her voice held equal measures of surprise and fascination. Made him face justice. Harry shrugged and walked back to the game station. Shall we finish our match? I believe it was your turn. The shadows. Lee curled into a ball, shaking. They have teeth. Mother help me. Mai edged away from Lee's thrashing form. That's new. Harry gripped the game controls while Lee continued screaming about phantom horrors behind him. So, Princess, ready to finish our match. Angela stared at Lee for several more seconds before turning back to the game. A new sparkle appeared in her eyes as she watched Harry. That technique, you'll have to teach me. Maybe. Harry channeled heat through the controls. General Iroha's figure glowed with azure flames. If you manage to score a hit this round. The remaining teenagers huddled near the other game stations, whispering among themselves while casting fearful glances at Harry. Lee's screams had devolved into whimpers about shadow creatures eating through his bones. Angela's lips curved into a predatory smile as she commanded her miniature self through attacks. I must admit, your method of dealing with insults is impressive. Justice should be memorable. Harry guided Iroha between the strikes. Otherwise people might repeat their mistakes. Mai watched Lee rock back and forth while muttering incoherently. How long will this last? As long as is needed. Harry triggered Iroha's special attack, breathing azure flames across the arena. Just long enough to make the lesson stick. Please. I'll be good. Lee sobbed. See. Harry smiled as another of Angela's crystal lights went dark. He's learning already. Angela barely noticed as Harry's Iroha figure landed another hit, extinguishing her final crystal light. She kept staring at him with an intensity that would have made most people uncomfortable. Harry maintained his cheerful smile while Lee continued sobbing about spiders behind them. That power. Angela released the controls. You must teach me how you do that. No. Harry stretched his arms above his head. Some things cannot be taught. But. Let it go. Harry's voice remained light. I am the crown princess of the Fire Nation. Angela stepped closer. I command you to. Harry turned to face her, staring into her golden eyes. Let it go. Mai backed away, hands trembling slightly beneath her sleeves. The gathered teenagers held their breath as Angela processed Harry's words. For a moment, the princess looked ready to argue further. Then she noticed Harry's smile had disappeared completely. Angela's throat bobbed as she swallowed. Well. She waved her hand dismissively. There are more interesting games to try anyway. She grabbed Harry's wrist and pulled him away from the street vendor station. Have you seen the fire juggling competition? Much more entertaining than listening to that wimp. The centipedes are eating my soul. Lee's scream followed them as Angela dragged Harry deeper into the arcade. Mai's typically empty expression cracked as genuine fear crept across her face. She shifted her gaze between Lee, who was slowly calming down, and Harry's figure disappearing into the distance. What kind of guy did Angela just befriend? The whispered words escaped her lips. Chapter 81, Accidental Slip. Atla Universe, Ember Island. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 11 months before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, October 19, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Time until Hun and Po souls are deemed suitable by the laws of the Harry Potter universe to learn structured HP magic, July 31, 1991. Harry's age, 13 years old. What is that creature? Angela demanded as Harry deliberately pressed the button on the white and red sphere. Red light flashed as Krissa appeared on the beach, stretching her golden-furred body and shaking off her drowsiness in the premier ball. Harry ran his fingers through the golden fur. This is Krissa, my familiar. That's not what I asked. Angela's eyes narrowed at the sphere in Harry's hand. What kind of device? Some mysteries should stay mysteries. Harry shrunk the sphere and put it against his belt, smiling at Angela's frustrated expression. Fine. Then what kind of animal is it? Angela stepped closer, studying Krissa's features. Those aren't platypus bear features, and she's too small to be a. She's exactly what she appears to be. Harry interrupted her. A lion. There's no such. Angela caught herself mid-sentence, forcing her face back to neutral. A slight twitch in her left eye betrayed her annoyance. Ready for the spar? Same rules as we discussed? No lethal moves, no paralyzing strikes, no permanent damage. And flames at low strength. Angela's hands clenched. I don't want to explain to Father why I burned down Ember Island. Agreed. Harry glanced at Krissa. Watch from over there, girl. This might get intense. The cub padded toward a nearby rock formation where Mai already sat beneath a red parasol. Krissa settled into the black sand, golden eyes fixed on Harry. Harry spread his feet apart, settling into a basic stance. The black sand shifted beneath his boots as he watched Angela mirror his position. "Ready when you are," Harry called out. Angela's lips curved upward. "You remember what I said about going easy on me?" "Don't." "Exactly." Blue flames burst to life around her hands, crackling with barely contained energy. She launched forward, fire roaring from both fists in a devastating wave. Harry sidestepped the attack, feeling the heat brush past his face. He dropped low, sending azure flames racing across the black sand toward her feet. Angela leapt over his attack, twisting midair to bring both arms down. The beach lit up as blue flames crashed where Harry had been standing moments before. He rolled away from the heat, coming up with a quick palm strike that sent concentrated flames toward her stomach. "You'll have to do better than that." Angela's arms moved in a circular sweep, dispersing his attack. A confident smirk spread across her face as she planted her stance and began spinning her hands in front of her body. The air crackled as blue flames condensed between her palms, forming a bright disk that grew larger with each rotation. The sheer heat radiating from the disk made Harry's eyes go wide. Something about it felt different, more concentrated, more lethal. "Is this an advanced fire-bending technique?" he asked. The disk shrieked through the air like a thrown blade. Harry threw himself down, and sand exploded around him as searing heat passed overhead. The acrid smell of singed hair filled his nostrils. "I learned it from the Royal Fire Academy," Angela announced. Another disc began taking shape between her hands. "I was one of the few who mastered it." "Impressive," Harry said, launching himself backward as a second disc sliced through the spot he'd just occupied. "But doesn't all that spinning make you dizzy?" A muscle twitched near Angela's eye. She brought both hands up sharply, pulling blue flames into a wall between them. The fire roared as she thrust her palms forward, sending the entire barrier rushing toward Harry. He leapt sideways, using a nearby rock to launch himself higher. The air filled with the snap and hiss of flames as he spun, releasing 3 quick bursts of azure fire from his feet. Angela cartwheeled between the flames. She came up with 2 fingers extended on each hand, sending thin streams of blue fire that cut through the air. Harry ducked under the first blast but caught the second along his sleeve, the fabric smoldering at the edges. "First blood." Angela pressed forward, each landing from her flips releasing another burst of focused flames. The air filled with the sharp crack of superheated air as her attacks forced Harry to give ground. Harry deflected the streams of fire with quick circular motions, azure flames trailing from his fingertips. Heat shimmered around them as their flames clashed. "You're still holding back." Angela narrowed her eyes at him. She swept both legs in a wide arc, creating an expanding ring of blue flames that raced outward across the sand. Harry jumped over the ring, tucking into a tight roll. He came up inside her guard, forcing her to block his punch rather than bend. "So are you." "Fine." Angela grabbed his extended arm, muscles tensing as she prepared to throw him. "Let's fix that." Harry moved with her grip but planted his foot, halting his rotation. The sudden change pulled Angela off balance, but she adapted instantly by transitioning into a one-handed cartwheel. Blue flames erupted from her feet as she spun away. "Nice recovery." Harry grinned, seeing that her breathing had quickened. "But you missed something important." "Did I?" Angela regained her stance near the water's edge. Small waves lapped at her heels as she raised her hands into a defensive position. "Yes." Harry sprinted forward, azure flames crackling around his fists. "You should have noticed the steam." He struck downward, sending fire into the shallow water around her feet. Steam exploded upward as fire met water, obscuring Angela's vision. Harry closed the distance in that moment, striking with precise jabs along her arms. Each movement flowed naturally into the next, his strikes barely missing as Angela twisted away. She spun inside his reach, blue flames trailing from her fingertips like deadly ribbons. Harry saw the attack coming with his inner eye. He could have avoided it completely, but where would be the fun in that? Instead, he leaned just enough that the flames singed his shirt. "Nice try, but..." He dropped low, sweeping her legs out from under her. "You left yourself open." Angela caught herself with one hand, pushing off into a back handspring. More blue flames burst from her feet during the flip, forcing Harry to roll sideways. "You're enjoying this too much," says the girl who keeps smiling. Harry came up beside her, catching her fist before it could connect with his face. "Want to try without bending? Since the fire isn't working." "Scared of my flames?" Angela yanked her hand back, frustration clear in her voice. She launched a spinning kick at his head. Harry caught her leg mid-spin, barely moving from the impact. More like giving you a chance. He pushed upward, forcing her into another flip. Since you can't break through my defense anyway. Stop! Angela landed and immediately struck with a flurry of punches. Each impact against Harry's blocks felt like hitting stone. Holding, she grit her teeth as he deflected another strike. Back. Make me. Harry's hands blocked her attacks while barely shifting position. His fingers curled like mantis claws, tapping pressure points in her arms, not enough to disable, just enough to remind her he could. Angela jumped back, shaking out her tingling arms. Sweat ran down her face as she studied him, looking for any opening. You're stronger than you look. She circled him slowly, feet shifting across the black sand. Much stronger. Good observation. Harry matched her movements, keeping the distance steady between them. His casual stance only seemed to irritate her more. Want to guess how much I'm holding back? Enough to make me want to break that smug face. Angela feinted left before driving her knee toward his stomach. Harry caught her knee with one hand while the other moved to block her follow-up strike. Now that's not very princess-like. Neither is this. Angela pushed off his grip, using the momentum to bring her other leg up in a kick aimed at his chin. Harry leaned back just enough for her foot to brush past. Not bad at all. He grabbed her ankle before she could complete the rotation, holding her in place. Let go. Angela pulled against his grip, but Harry's hand might as well have been forged from iron. Frustration colored her cheeks red as she realized she couldn't break free. Sure. Harry released her leg and stepped back, unable to hide his amusement. Ready to admit you're not the only one holding back. Angela's eyes narrowed dangerously. Fine. She extended 2 fingers on each hand, blue flames igniting at the tips with a sharp crack. Let's see how you handle this. The fire between her fingers grew brighter, more concentrated. Harry recognized that stance. She was done playing around. Now we're talking. Harry raised his hands, azure flames crackling to life around them. Want to see something interesting? What? Angela's eyes widened as Harry's flames condensed without him moving. The fire responded to his will alone, forming tight spheres around his fists that pulsed with inner light. How are you doing that? She struck forward with both hands, sending a stream of blue fire at his chest. Harry sidestepped, letting her flames pass. Without a single movement, azure fire shot from his fist, forcing Angela to dive sideways. The sand beneath her feet turned black from the heat. That's impossible. She rolled to her feet, flames still burning at her fingertips. Her usual confidence cracked slightly. Firebending requires proper form and movement. Does it? Harry grinned and flicked his finger. A small stream of azure flames curved through the air between them, moving like a living thing. Maybe you should question what you've been taught. Mai's bored voice carried from the rocks. Show off. I demand you explain this. Angela launched herself forward, both hands trailing blue fire. She spun mid-air, creating a spiral of flames that lit up the beach around them. Harry raised his head, and a wall of azure flames split Angela's spiral attack down the middle. Natural talent. The flames dispersed with a casual wave of his hand. Nothing more to explain. Liar. Angela landed and immediately pushed both hands forward. A concentrated stream of blue fire erupted from her fingertips, the heat intense enough to make the air shimmer. No one can bend like that. Harry's flames shot up without him moving, forming a shield that absorbed her attack completely. Maybe you're just jealous. He smirked as color flooded her face. The princess can't handle someone being better. Better. Angela's voice rose sharply. She swept her leg in an arc, blue flames lashing down along the ground toward him. I'll show you better. Harry jumped over the flames, letting his own solidified fire propel him higher. He hung in the air for a moment, supported by streams of azure flame from his feet. Coming up. Stop showing off. Angela flipped backward onto a rock outcropping, chest heaving with each breath. Sweat ran down her face as she glared up at him, her perfect hair now disheveled from the fight. Fight properly. Make me. Harry dropped back to the sand, the impact sending black grains flying everywhere. Unless you're too tired. A growl escaped Angela's throat. Blue flames gathered between her palms, crackling with barely contained energy. I'll wipe that smug look off your face. From the rocks, Chrysa let out a rumbling sound that might have been a laugh. Even your pet mocks me. Angela's eyes blazed with new intensity. She crouched low, flames building around her hands and feet until the air shimmered with heat. Let's see you laugh at this. Blue fire exploded from her feet as she launched forward like a meteor. The air crackled around her as she rocketed toward Harry, leaving a trail of superheated wind in her wake. Harry had already moved 2 seconds before she began, his inner eye showing him exactly where to step. His hand shot out, catching her arm mid-charge. The momentum spun them both, but Harry's feet remained firmly planted in the black sand. That's an amazing technique. He twisted, using her own speed against her. But you are still too predictable. Angela slammed into the ground, black sand spraying everywhere. Harry pinned her arms behind her back, keeping her face pressed into the beach. Ready to yield? Never. She thrashed against his grip, but Harry's strength felt immovable. 2 seconds passed. Harry released her left arm and leaned back, watching as blue flames shot from her fingers where his head had been. Really? He grabbed her arm again, pressing her harder into the black sand. Trying to burn my face off. Get off me! Angela screamed in frustration as she fought against his hold. The perfect princess image shattered completely as she spat out a mouthful of sand. Not until you yield. Harry increased the pressure slightly. Unless you want to keep struggling? I can do this all day. Mai sipped her tea, hiding a small smirk. Just give up, Angela. He's clearly stronger. Shut up, Mai. Angela twisted her head to glare at her friend, then froze as Harry chuckled above her. You know. Harry leaned closer, maintaining his firm grip. For a princess, you look pretty undignified right now. Face full of sand, hair all messy. I will burn everything you love. Angela spat out another mouthful of black sand. No, you won't. Harry grinned. Because we both know you can't break free. So how about that yield? Never. She tried to headbutt him, but Harry simply shifted his weight to avoid it. Your choice. Harry raised his free hand. Let me show you exactly why you can't win. Azure flames flowed into the air above them, moving with impossible control as they began taking shape. Angela's struggles ceased as she watched from the corner of her eyes. Miniature versions of themselves appeared in the flames, every detail perfect, from her spinning fire discs to Harry's casual dodges. The azure figures moved through their entire spar in perfect recreation, down to the smallest gesture. That's... Angela's voice came out barely above a whisper. That level of bending isn't possible. The flame painting continued, showing their current position with Harry pinning Angela to the ground. The mini Angela in the flames even had grains of sand in her hair, the level of detail making it impossible to deny the gap between their abilities. Angela went limp beneath him. I yield. What was that? Harry made the flame figures bow to each other, his control so perfect that even their expressions were visible in the fire. I yield. Angela stared transfixed at the fire art above them. Now tell me how you're doing that. Harry released her and stood up, the flame figures dissipating into wisps of azure fire. Pure talent. He offered her a hand. Nothing more to it. Angela ignored his hand and jumped to her feet, brushing black sand from her clothes. That's not an answer. No one can bend fire like that. She gestured at the space where the figures had been. You didn't even move. Maybe you're just not talented enough. Harry smirked as her face reddened again. I mean, you did just yield to me. Because you cheated. Angela jabbed a finger at his chest. Firebending requires proper form and movement. You're breaking fundamental rules of... Boring. Harry turned and walked toward the rocks where Mai and Krissa watched. Come on, girl. Time for breakfast. Don't you dare walk away from me. Angela stomped after him, her royal dignity forgotten. I demand. You demand a lot of things. Harry scratched behind Krissa's ears as the cub padded up to him. Doesn't mean you'll get answers. Mai stood up, rolling her eyes as she put away the parasol. He's just trying to annoy you, Angela. And it's working perfectly. Harry grinned at Angela's frustrated expression. You're cute when you're angry. The words hung in the air between them as his brain caught up with what his mouth had just said. Even Krissa stopped mid-step, looking up at him. Angela's mouth fell slightly open as she stared at him. Harry watched the anger fade from her features, giving way to an expression he'd never witnessed before. Mai's parasol slipped from her fingers, hitting the black sand with a soft thud. Harry cleared his throat. That came out wrong. What? Angela's voice came out flat. I meant. Harry took a step back. You know what? We should get breakfast. Lots of hungry people here. Right, Krissa? The cub nodded her head anxiously. You. Color rushed back into Angela's face. You just. Time to go. Harry turned toward the path leading back to town. My, you coming? Great breakfast place around the corner. My treat. Harry. Angela's voice had dropped to a dangerous whisper. Look at the time. Harry started walking faster. We'll be late for something. Harry stumbled mid-step as his eyes darkened. Loyal Steed Records of Ragnarok Gauntlet, Humans, costs 200 CP, 300 CP available to spend. This animal, by default a horse, is a companion unlike any other. You two will be so close it will be as if it were part of you. In fact, if you can't walk on your own feet, this steed may support you in the fight. Your companion is capable of moving at 3 times your maximum speed in any given situation and is unyieldingly loyal to you. It will follow you even into the afterlife and death, and possesses durability 3 times greater than your own. You may import an animal you already have into this role. His eyes widened as he read through the details, focusing on the part about importing an existing animal. He glanced at Krissa, who tilted her head at his sudden stop. This could be exactly what he needed to ensure she stayed safe and could keep up with him in the future. 3 times his durability, 3 times his speed. Behind him, Angela and Maya whispered furiously to each other. Did you see his face when? Shut up, Mai. He might hear. Harry spun around. I need to discuss something with Krissa. He pointed at a cluster of rocks further down the beach. Won't take long. You can't just. Angela started. Back in a minute. Harry jogged toward the rocks, Krissa running after him. Once hidden from view, Harry crouched next to his companion. Listen, girl. I just got an interesting offer. He explained the details, watching her golden eyes grow wider. It means you'll always be able to keep up with me. More than keep up, actually. Krissa's tail swished back and forth in the black sand. But it's your choice. Harry scratched under her chin. Do you want this power? To always stay by my side, no matter what. Krissa didn't hesitate. She bumped her head against his chest and nodded firmly. You're sure? Harry grinned as she head-butted him again. All right then. Harry accepted the offer. Warmth spread through his chest as the connection between him and Krissa deepened, transforming into something far beyond a simple familiar bond. He could feel her excitement bubbling through the link, her joy at becoming stronger mixing with his own happiness. This feels. Harry blinked as Krissa's emotions flowed into him. Her absolute trust, her fierce protectiveness, even her amusement at his earlier slip-up with Angela, all of it came through crystal clear. Krissa stood straighter, leg muscles twitching beneath golden fur. She looked at Harry and he instantly understood her desire to test these changes. Race you to that big rock. Harry pointed down the beach. The moment he finished speaking, Krissa shot forward like an arrow. Black sand sprayed in all directions as she covered the distance in seconds. Harry couldn't help but laugh at her eagerness. Through their connection, he sensed how pleased she was with herself. She had already spun around and started heading back while he was barely getting started. Are you done hiding? Angela's voice came from behind the rocks. Harry felt Krissa's mischievous suggestion through their bond. Actually. He grinned. Want to give them a surprise? Krissa crouched low, muscles coiled like springs beneath her golden fur. Harry felt her anticipation building through their bond. Harry. Angela's voice grew closer. Stop avoiding. Krissa burst from behind the rocks, moving so fast she appeared as a golden blur. She circled Angela and Mai 3 times before they could blink, spraying black sand everywhere. What in Agni's name? Angela spun around, trying to track the movement. How is she? Just some exercise. Harry stepped out, brushing sand from his clothes. Krissa needed to stretch her legs. Mai actually took a step back as Krissa came to a stop beside Harry. That wasn't normal speed. Nothing about him is normal. Angela glared at Harry, then at Krissa. First the bending without movement, now this? What else are you hiding? Harry patted Krissa's furry head, feeling her enjoyment of their shocked reactions. Probably lots of things. He grinned at Angela's frustrated expression. But weren't we going to get breakfast? Don't change the subject. Angela stepped forward. And don't think I forgot what you said earlier. The restaurant should be open by now. Harry started walking toward town, Krissa padding beside him. Through their bond, he felt her growing hunger. They make excellent fire-grilled fish. You can't just ignore. Angela hurried to catch up. My, have you tried their spicy noodles? Harry turned to the quieter girl. The chef uses actual dragon chilies. Mai raised an eyebrow. Changing the subject won't work forever. No, but it works for now. Harry grinned as Angela made a frustrated noise behind him. They walked up the beach path toward the market district. Morning crowds filled the streets as merchants set up stalls and servants rushed to complete early errands. About what you said, Angela tried again. Look, they have fresh moon peaches. Harry pointed at a nearby stall. The sound of breaking pottery cut through the market noise. Harry stopped, feeling Krissa tense beside him. Through their connection, he sensed her immediate dislike of what lay ahead. Lee stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by broken clay shards. He stared at the ground, muttering to himself. Isn't that the fool from yesterday? Angela frowned. The one you made scream about centipedes. The same. Harry watched Lee bend down to pick up pottery shards. Something seemed off about his movements, but Harry couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Lee looked up, eyes focusing on Harry. Back for more. His voice carried an edge that hadn't been there yesterday. The foreign bastard returns. Apparently he didn't learn his lesson. Angela stepped forward, but Harry raised a hand. No forest peasant could ever belong here. Lee straightened, dropping the pottery shards. Look at those eyes. Green like rotting leaves. Did your whore mother spread her legs for? Harry felt his hands heat up. Yesterday he'd wondered if he'd used too much magic in the mist. Now he was starting to think it hadn't been enough. Shut up. Harry's voice came out cold. Or what? Lee's lips curved into an unpleasant smile. Going to cry about it? Run back to whatever gutter spawned you? I bet your mother didn't even know which man. Krissa growled, but Harry felt more than anger through their bond. She sensed something wrong about Lee, something that set her instincts screaming. You know what your mother probably did? Lee continued. Probably sold herself to Earth Kingdom soldiers. Bet she enjoyed. Harry moved forward, soul resonance mist already gathering in his palm. Yesterday's dose clearly hadn't been enough to teach this fool proper respect. Lee didn't back away as Harry approached. He stood there, smiling that strange smile while continuing his tirade. Maybe she enjoyed it. All those soldiers, taking turns with. Harry slapped his palm against Lee's forehead, black mist already seeping between his fingers. The moment they connected, Harry's eyes widened. Something was wrong. The mist didn't spread like it should, instead it seemed to be pulled into Lee's skin. What's wrong? Lee's smile grew wider, showing too many teeth. Surprised your trick isn't working. You. Harry tried to pull his hand back, but something held it in place. What are you? Lee grabbed Harry's wrist with impossible strength. Finally. The voice that came from his mouth no longer sounded human. So much fear in this mist. So much power. Harry. Angela's voice came from somewhere behind him. What's happening? Black mist began pouring from Lee's eyes and mouth, but instead of spreading outward, it spiraled around them both like a tornado. Time to feed. Lee's face split into a grin that stretched far too wide. The black mist surged upward, forming a dome that cut them off from the market street. Harry heard Angela shout something, followed by the sound of flames hitting the barrier. Lee's skin began to crack like dried clay, revealing darkness underneath. Such wonderful fear you gave this boy. The thing wearing Lee's face pulled Harry closer. But you're mist, that power calls to me. Krissa slammed into the barrier, trying to reach Harry. Through their bond, he felt her desperate need to protect him. What are you? Harry tried to wrench his hand free, but the grip remained iron-tight. A spirit that sustains itself on terror. Fresh cracks spider-webbed across Lee's face as he spoke. Black liquid seeped from the fissures while he continued, through many millennia of wandering, I've sampled countless morsels of mortal fear. But what you showed me yesterday was different, something pure, untainted. Harry focused past the pain in his wrist, reaching for his animagus form. In an instant, he shrank and twisted free as a golden eagle, leaving the spirit clutching empty air. How odd! The entity wearing Lee's body followed Harry's movements with keen interest as he shifted back to human form. Did you merge with a spirit? There's no other explanation for these strange abilities you possess. Outside the dome, Azula's blue flames crashed against the barrier. Harry! Can you hear me? Over here! Harry pressed his hands against the black dome. The mist is solid, but maybe we can break it together. Azula's voice came clearer now. Now! Azure and blue flames struck the barrier simultaneously, creating a small tear. Krissa darted through first, followed by Azula. The gap sealed before Mai could follow, trapping her outside. Your flames are strong. The spirit's voice echoed from everywhere at once. Lee's skin had completely cracked away, revealing a writhing mass of darkness. But they will soon be meaningless. The black dome pulsed. Reality seemed to tear around them as the spirit pulled them, somewhere else. When Harry's vision cleared, they stood in a twisted landscape. Massive tree roots curved through air filled with perpetual mist, while strange plants grew sideways from floating islands. Welcome to my domain. The spirit's voice came from the mist itself. Azula punched forward, but no flames appeared. What? She tried again, more desperately. My bending. Her voice cracked as she struck out again and again, each motion producing nothing. Her usual confidence crumbled as she backed away from the surrounding mist, golden eyes wide with fear. Your body remains in the physical world. The spirit's laughter shook the mist. Only your spirit traveled here. No, no, no. Azula's breathing became erratic as she continued trying to bend, her movements growing increasingly frantic. This can't be happening. Harry raised his hands, azure flames springing to life. Through his strengthened bond, he felt Chris's presence beside him, fully real in what must be the spirit world described by the Sun Warriors. Impossible. The spirit's voice boomed through the mist. We're nowhere near a spirit portal. How did you bring your physical body with you? The blue flames caught Azula's attention immediately. She lurched forward, looking very unlike herself as an intense desperation drove her toward the fire. You can still bend. Questions later. Harry moved to stand beside her, keeping Krissa between them and the surrounding mist. He could feel Azula trembling slightly next to him, though she was clearly trying to hide it. We have bigger problems. Chapter 82, Justice of Heaven. Atla Universe, Spirit World. Avatar Timeline, 98 AG, after genocide, 11 months before Aang's awakening. Universal Time, October 19, 1988. Time until Elder Blood teleportation is available, November 26, 1988. Time until Hun and Po souls are deemed suitable by the laws of the Harry Potter universe to learn structured HP magic, July 31, 1991. Harry's age, 13 years old. Black mist swirled around them in thick clouds, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. Harry took a deep breath, closing his eyes to focus. More and more fire began sparking to life around his hands. Stay close, Harry told Azula, who had finally stopped trembling. The mist responds to fear. Don't let it get to you. I am perfectly capable of. Azula's retort cut off as Harry's flames suddenly intensified, burning bright enough to illuminate several yards of their surroundings. Harry swept both arms outward, sending waves of azure fire cutting through the black mist. The flames roared as they spread, but the fog simply parted and reformed, unaffected. Your flames cannot harm me here. The spirit's voice echoed from everywhere at once. This is my domain. Then maybe this will work better. Harry dropped into a familiar stance, fingers extended as he began separating the energies within himself. Chi flowed through his meridians as he guided it toward his fingertips. Azula's eyes widened. You can't possibly. Lightning crackled to life around Harry's hands, filling the air with the sharp scent of ozone. Blue-white arcs of electricity danced between his fingers as he gathered more power and then amplified it even further through the power of virtue. How? Azula's voice barely rose above a whisper. Only the royal family. Harry released the lightning in a massive burst, the blast illuminating the entire space in stark white light. Thunder crashed as multiple bolts split the air, searching for a target. But just like the flames, the lightning passed harmlessly through the mist. So much power. The spirit's laughter shook the fog around them. But ultimately meaningless. Krissa snarled and leapt at a particularly thick tendril of mist, but passed right through it. Harry felt her frustration and fear through their bond as she landed next to him. Now, the spirit whispered, let me show you true fear. The mist surged forward like a tidal wave. Harry grabbed for Angela's hand, trying to keep them together, but the fog wrapped around his arm and pulled. He heard Angela cry out somewhere to his left, while Chris's presence in his mind grew more distant. No. Harry struggled against the mist's grip. Angela. Chrissa. Their voices faded as the black fog dragged them in different directions. Harry pulled against the black mist, trying to anchor himself in place. The fog pressed against him from all sides, cold and suffocating. He could no longer see or hear Angela and Chrissa. One last option remained. Harry closed his eyes and focused inward, reaching for the calm center he'd discovered while painting and worked on through a clumsy practice. Peace filled his mind entirely as he channeled the emotion into his soul resonance mist. Silver-white fog began seeping from his skin, carrying with it a deep tranquility. Ah! The spirit snickered. How clever! Harry's peace mist spread outward, pushing back against the darkness. For a moment, the black fog seemed to retreat. Do you truly believe you are the first to try this? The spirit asked. I have lived for so many years, little mortal. Every trick you know, I have encountered and devoured 100 times before. The black mist surged forward, consuming Harry's silver fog. He watched in horror as the peace-carrying mist turned dark and twisted, becoming part of the spirit's domain. Your attempts at resistance only make me stronger. The spirit's laughter filled Harry's mind. Now, let me show you what true fear looks like. Harry blinked awake to sunlight shining through the windows of his room in the Flamel cottage. He stretched and yawned, wondering why he felt so disoriented. Harry! Perinel's voice called from downstairs. Breakfast is ready. Harry pulled on a clean shirt and made his way down the wooden stairs, each creak bringing him more fully awake. Nicholas sat at the kitchen table, reading the morning paper while sipping tea. Sleep well? I think so. Harry slid into his usual chair. Had weird dreams? Pernell set a plate of warm bread and eggs in front of him. You were tossing quite a bit last night. Maybe too much sugar before bed. Maybe. Harry spread honey on his bread, still trying to grasp at the fading fragments of his dreams. Where's Chrissa? Outside chasing garden gnomes. Nicholas turned a page in his newspaper. That cub needs the exercise. Everything felt normal, yet something nagged at the back of Harry's mind. He took a bite of bread, enjoying the sweetness of the honey. The morning sun warmed his back through the kitchen window. A knock at the door made them all look up. Are we expecting anyone? Harry asked. Pernell wiped her hands on her apron. Not that I recall. Another knock, more insistent this time. Nicholas folded his paper and stood up. I'll get it. Harry watched Nicholas walk to the door, that strange feeling of wrongness growing stronger with each step. The door opened to reveal a tall figure in black robes. Can I help you? Nicholas asked. The figure raised a bone-white wand. Green light filled the doorway. Nicholas crumpled to the floor without a sound. No. Harry jumped up, knocking over his chair. Pernell screamed behind him. Lord Voldemort stepped over Nicholas' body, red eyes fixed on Harry. The boy who lived, how disappointing to find you here, playing house with old fools. This isn't real, Harry whispered, but he couldn't deny what he saw him felt absolutely genuine. He could smell the honey on his breath, feel the warmth of the sun on his back, hear Perinel's quiet sobs. Your parents died to protect you. Voldemort raised his wand. And you waste their sacrifice learning parlor tricks from has-been alchemists. Harry reached for his magic, for his fire, for anything, but nothing came. He stood frozen as Voldemort turned toward Pernell. No, please. Harry tried to move, to help, to do something. Green light flashed again. Pernell fell next to her morning bread dough, flour dusting her still face. You see. Voldemort's lipless mouth curved into a smile. All who shelter you die. All who love you suffer. That is your legacy, Harry Potter. Harry stared at Nicholas and Perinell's bodies. The scent of fresh bread mixed with something metallic, blood, he realized. Sunlight still shone through the windows as if nothing had changed. Nothing to say. Voldemort stepped closer. No clever tricks? No desperate attempts to fight back. Harry backed away until he hit the kitchen counter. The honey jar still sat open next to his half-eaten breakfast. Everything felt so real, the smooth wood under his fingers, the warmth of the kitchen, even the slight draft from the open door. You can't be here, Harry whispered. This isn't possible. And why not? Voldemort reached down and picked up Harry's teacup, examining the delicate painted flowers. Because you thought you were safe? Because you believed these old fools could protect you. The teacup shattered against the wall. Harry flinched at the sound. I have always been here, Harry Potter. Voldemort moved closer. Waiting. Watching. Learning about the boy who somehow survived. Harry's eyes darted to the door. Chrissa should have heard the commotion. She should have come running. Looking for your pet. Voldemort smiled again. I dealt with that creature first. Such loyalty deserves a quick death, don't you think? Something shifted in Harry's mind. The bond with Chrissa, he could still feel it. Distant and muted, but definitely there. And if the bond existed? No. Harry straightened up. This isn't real. Denial won't save you. Voldemort raised his wand. Just like it didn't save your parents. Green light gathered at the wand tip. Harry watched it build, frowning heavily. The scene before him stayed perfectly clear, but small details began catching his attention. The sunlight hadn't moved since he'd sat down. The bread dough beside Pernell wasn't rising. And Nicholas? Nicholas would never answer the door without checking first, Harry said. He's too cautious. The kitchen flickered. Just for a moment, but Harry saw it. Enough stalling. Voldemort's voice gained an edge of frustration. Time to join your family. My family isn't dead. Harry met those red eyes. And you're not really here. The killing curse launched forward, but Harry stood his ground. The green light passed through him harmlessly, and the kitchen dissolved into wisps of dense black mist that quickly swallowed Harry whole, and suddenly he stood in an enormous hall carved from white stone. Massive pillars rose tens of thousands of feet into the air, supporting a ceiling that disappeared into clouds. Just breathing in the air could revitalize someone. Harry blinked. This was the outer court of Snowdragon Mountain, where disciples gathered to receive teachings. He wore simple white clothing marked with the symbol of the Snowplume lineage. Young Master Harry. A servant bowed deeply. Your father requests your presence in the training grounds. Harry's stomach clenched. The training grounds meant public practice, which meant, tell him I'll be there shortly. Harry's voice came out steady despite the fear building in his chest. The servant hesitated. Primal Deist Snowplume was quite insistent. I said I'll be there. Harry snapped, then immediately regretted it as the servant flinched away. Harry took a deep breath, forcing down the anger. It wasn't the servant's fault. None of this was anyone's fault except his own useless body that refused to channel ki. The walk to the training grounds felt both too long and too short. Each step brought whispers from passing disciples. There goes the cripple. Can't even become a Hushan stage ki refiner after eating such high-quality dire monster meat. What a waste of Deist Snowplume's bloodline. Harry kept his eyes forward, jaw clenched so tight it hurt. He wanted to scream at them, to make them take back every word, every insult. But what could he do? They spoke truth, he was worthless, unable to become a ki refiner or fiend god despite having one of the three primal deists as his father. The training grounds extended like an endless plain of white stone. Thousands of disciples filled the designated practice areas, their bodies blurring with impossible speed as they sparred. Harry strained to follow their movements, but it was futile, even the weakest among them moved faster than his eyes could track. He stood rooted in place, painfully aware of his own limitations. While others harnessed incredible power, he couldn't do anything but eat dire monster meat in the hope of fate changing. Ah, the useless young master arrives. A boy in blue robes stepped forward, smirking. Come to watch real ki refiners train. Ming Cloud Spear. Already at the peak of Hushan realm despite being only 12. He never missed a chance to remind Harry of the difference between them. Move aside. Harry tried to walk past, but Ming blocked his path. Or what? Ming's smirk grew wider. Going to tell your father? Hide behind Primal Deist Snowplume like always. Other disciples gathered around them, eager for entertainment. Harry saw the contempt in their eyes, the mockery. Some didn't even bother hiding their laughter. My father requested my presence. Harry kept his voice steady, but his nails dug into his palms hard enough to draw blood. Let me pass. Your father. Ming shook his head. Do you know what people say? That your mother must have been unfaithful. No true son of Deist Snowplume could be so pathetic. Harry's vision went red. He lunged forward, throwing a punch at Ming's face. The other boy didn't even bother dodging, he just stood there and let Harry's fist connect. It felt like hitting a wall of steel. Pain shot through Harry's hand as his knuckles cracked. Ming hadn't moved an inch. See? Ming grabbed Harry's wrist, squeezing until bones ground together. You can't even hurt someone in the early Hushan realm. What a disgrace! Tears of pain and humiliation burned in Harry's eyes. He wanted to fight back, to prove them wrong, but his worthless body betrayed him again. No ki flowed through his meridians. No divine power filled his muscles. He was weaker than the weakest mortal. That's enough. The commanding voice belonged to a woman, and at its sound the disciples vanished like leaves in the wind. Harry's mother appeared before them, ethereal in her white robes. She maintained perfect composure, yet Harry caught the flicker of anguish in her eyes as their gazes met. Ming Cloud Spear. She addressed the boy directly. Release my son. Ming let go and bowed deeply. Lady Snowplume, I meant no disrespect. I was merely helping young Master Harry understand his place. Leave. The single word carried enough authority to make Ming retreat without another word. Harry couldn't meet his mother's eyes. The shame burned worse than his broken hand. She had to protect him, had to watch him fail again and again. Let me see your hand. She reached for him, but Harry stepped back. I'm fine. The words came out choked. I don't need help. Harry. His mother's voice softened. You know I love you, no matter. No matter how useless I am. Harry laughed bitterly. No matter how much shame I bring to father's name. You are my son. She moved closer. Nothing will ever change that. But Harry saw the truth in her eyes. The worry. The fear that one day his father's patience would run out. That the other primal deists would convince him to disown his crippled son. Would she choose Harry over her husband when that day came? Could he bear to make her choose? The fear of losing her love ate at him every day. Each failed attempt to refine Ki, each public humiliation, brought that day closer. Soon she would realize what everyone else already knew, that he was worthless, broken, unfixable. Come. His mother gestured toward the healing pavilion. We need to treat your hand before meeting your father. Harry followed numbly, each step echoing across the white stone. Other disciples bowed as Lady Snowplume passed, but he caught their sideways glances. The whispers would start again the moment they were gone. The healing pavilion was 100 feet high, built from pure white jade that radiated natural energy. Normally the mere presence of such materials would strengthen a cultivator's ki, but Harry felt nothing. Just like always. Sit. His mother pointed to a bench. She retrieved several bottles from nearby shelves, healing medicines worth more than entire mortal kingdoms. All wasted on him. You don't have to keep doing this. Harry stared at his swollen hand. We both know I'll never improve. Enough. She uncorked a jade bottle. Give me your hand. Harry presented his broken hand, watching as she applied the medicine. The pain faded instantly as bones knit back together. Another precious elixir used to fix his weakness. Your father has acquired something special. She spoke while working. A cloudy golden sparrow's heart from the divine windswept realm. Harry's stomach twisted. Another attempt to fix me. Harry. She finished wrapping his hand. We haven't given up hope. Maybe you should. The words slipped out before he could stop them. Everyone else has. His mother's face hardened. You are my son. I will never. Stop. Harry stood up. Please, just, stop pretending. Pretending. That I'm not a complete failure. Harry gestured at the healing pavilion. Look at all this. Divine medicines and elixirs, dire monster meat from the highest realms available. And none of it matters because I'm broken. You are not broken. She reached for him but he stepped back. Really? Harry laughed bitterly. Then why can't I sense ki? Why don't my meridians work? Why am I weaker than a mortal child while others my age reach the high stage Hushan realm at the very least? The heavens have different paths for different people. The heavens. Harry's voice rose. The heavens made me a cripple. The heavens made me a joke. The heavens made me ashamed to father's name. Your father loves you. She spoke firmly. As do I. For now. Harry met her eyes. But how long until that love turns to disappointment? How long until you realize I'll never be worthy of the Snowplume name? His mother went very still. Is that what you truly believe? That our love is conditional? Isn't it? Harry's voice cracked. Everyone else abandoned me. The servants whisper when they think I can't hear. The disciples mock me openly now. Even Father. He swallowed hard. Even Father can barely look at me anymore. That's not true. It is. Harry slammed his newly healed hand against the wall. I see how he turns away when I fail. I hear him argue with the other primal deists about my weakness. I know he regrets acknowledging me as his son. Harry, please. And you? Tears fell freely now. You'll leave too. Once you accept what everyone else already knows. That I'm worthless. That I'm hopeless. That I'm nothing but a waste of. The slap echoed through the pavilion. Harry touched his cheek, staring at his mother in shock. Never. She grabbed his shoulders. Never speak of yourself that way again. Do you understand me? Never. Harry saw the tears in her eyes and felt something inside him break. I'm sorry. He collapsed against her. I'm so sorry. I try, I really do, but nothing works. Nothing ever works. She held him close as he cried, stroking his hair like she had when he was small. But they both knew tomorrow would bring more failure, more insults, more shame. And one day, even a mother's love might not be enough to protect him from the truth. Harry wiped his face and stepped back from his mother. The walk to meet his father still awaited him, 1,000 steps of pure white stone leading to the Hall of Clouded Peaks. Remember to breathe. His mother smoothed his robes. Your father means well. Harry nodded, not trusting himself to speak. They passed more disciples who bowed and stepped aside, but the whispers followed. Another healing session. Can't even take a single punch. What a burden on Lady Snowplume. Each whisper felt like a knife in his back. Harry clenched his fists, focusing on the pain of nails digging into flesh. The physical hurt was better than listening to these insults, better than acknowledging the truth in those words. Every insult burned into his memory, fuel for imagined revenge. One day he would make them pay. One day he would force them to take back every cruel word. The massive doors of the Hall of Clouded Peaks opened before them. Harry stepped into a chamber large enough to hold entire mortal cities. Above, clouds swirled around pillars that vanished into darkness. The air crackled with power that Harry could never touch. Two primal deists stood beside Harry's father, Deist Thunderclap and Deist Frostpeak. Snowplume. Deist Thunderclap spoke first. We have discussed this matter at length. Harry's father nodded, not even looking at his son. The decision is made. Father. Harry stepped forward. What decision? You are no longer my heir. The words fell like hammer blows. You will leave Snowdragon Mountain by nightfall. Harry's mother gasped. You can't. Silence. Deist Snowplume turned to her. You coddle the boy. He brings shame to our bloodline with every passing day. He is your son. No longer. Snowplume's face might have been carved from the same stone as the mountain. The servants will escort you to a mortal city. Something stirred in Harry's mind. A distant memory of another life, another world. Where actions had consequences, where power meant the ability to enforce those consequences. In this world, Harry was powerless. Unable to cultivate, unable to fight back. Every insult burned into his soul because he could do nothing about them. His only outlet had been dreams of revenge, of making others suffer as he had suffered. But now, Harry looked at his father, at the man who would cast aside his own child. At Frostpeak who spread poisonous rumors. At Thunderclap who encouraged this betrayal. Power corrupted them, let them believe they could act without consequence. Just like those who had mocked him. Just like those who had whispered behind his back. Just like those who thought strength meant freedom from repercussion. You dare! Harry's voice came out barely above a whisper, but this time it wasn't from fear or weakness. This time he understood something deeper. You dare cast me aside like trash. Watch your tone, boy. Deist Frostpeak sneered. You address a primal deist. Harry's hands clenched as understanding grew clearer. In this world, his other self had dreamed of revenge. But revenge wasn't justice, revenge was just another form of power without consequence. And you? Harry turned on Frostpeak. You who whispered poison in my father's ear. You who spread rumors about my mother's faithfulness. Enough. Snowplume's power filled the hall. Guards, remove this, remove him. Guards appeared from the shadows, reaching for Harry. His mother tried to intervene but Snowplume held her back. If you defend him, Snowplume told her, you will share his exile. Harry watched his mother's face, saw the pain there. Even love faced consequences in this world. But was that justice? No. True justice wasn't about suffering. It wasn't about making others hurt. I understand now. Harry straightened up as guards grabbed his arms. The truth crystallized in his mind. Every action demands consequence, but appropriate consequence. Not revenge. Not mere punishment. The hall flickered slightly. Reality wavered at the edges. What nonsense do you spout? Thunderclap demanded. Justice. Harry met his father's eyes. Not the justice of revenge that I once dreamed of. Not the justice of mere balance that I became obsessed with. But the fundamental truth that actions must have appropriate consequences. The guards' grips felt less solid. The great hall seemed less real with each passing moment. Those who mock others must face judgment, not to satisfy hatred, but to maintain the meaning of respect. Harry continued speaking as the world began dissolving around him. Those who abuse power must answer for it, not from envy, but because power without consequence corrupts. Those who betray trust must lose what they betrayed, not from spite, but because trust requires foundation. How dare you lecture us about Frostpeak's voice cut off as black mist began seeping through the cracks in reality. This is justice. Harry felt the truth of it resonate through his entire being. Not personal satisfaction. Not cosmic balance. But the pure principle that actions must have meaningful outcomes, outcomes that maintain the integrity of choice itself. The illusion shattered completely, leaving Harry standing in the spirit's domain once more. But something had changed. A bright clear ring of light hung behind his head as justice became fully codified within him. He had broken through to second virtue temperance of moral codification. Interesting. The spirit's voice echoed from the surrounding darkness. You broke free, but at what cost? Now you remember everything, don't you? Every insult. Every humiliation. Every moment of powerless rage. Harry frowned as black mist swirled around him. The spirit's power pressed against his mind like an ocean of darkness, completely ignoring his occlumency barriers. These weren't magical attacks, this was something far different, far more spiritual. You seem confused. The spirit's amusement filled the void. Did you think your mental walls would stop me? I am fear itself. No. Harry's eyes narrowed. You're a spirit that feeds on fear. There's a difference. The mist condensed before him, forming a vaguely humanoid shape. Such certainty from one so young. Tell me, did those memories help you understand? The worthlessness? The impotence of being unable to strike back. Harry remained silent, thinking. The spirit had absorbed his peace mist earlier, claiming it made the spirit stronger. But hadn't it also said something else? Something about his fear mist being pure, untainted. Nothing to say. The spirit moved closer. Has remembering your weakness in that other life finally silenced your defiance? You made a mistake. Harry met the spirit's gaze. You showed me those memories thinking they would break me. But they showed me something else instead. Oh. The spirit's form rippled. And what would that be? That fear isn't just about being afraid. Harry smiled. It's about overcoming fear. About facing it. About understanding it. The black mist wavered slightly. You understand nothing. Don't I? Harry took a step forward. You said my fear mist was pure, untainted. But you never explained what that meant. The spirit drew back. Irrelevant. I don't think so. Harry's smile grew wider. I think you're afraid right now. Afraid because you've never encountered someone who can use emotions as purely as I do. The mist churned violently. Enough. Let me show you true terror. No. Harry's voice cut through the darkness. Let me show you something instead. Dark gold mist began seeping from Harry's skin. But this time he didn't try to push the spirit's darkness back. Instead, he let his mist flow naturally, carrying not just bravery but understanding. Understanding of fear itself. The dark gold mist spread outward, meeting the spirit's black fog. Where they touched, a chain reaction began, fear and courage intertwining, each making the other stronger. Harry's halo brightened as the power of virtue flowed into the mixture. What are you doing? The spirit's form flickered. This isn't possible. Must have been difficult. Harry smirked as more dark gold mist poured from his skin. Affecting my soul, I mean. Did you have to use more power than usual? The spirit's darkness pulled back slightly. How did you? And that piece missed earlier. Harry took another step forward. You really spent a lot of energy absorbing it, didn't you? If converting emotions was that easy, you wouldn't have needed such elaborate illusions to trap me. You know nothing. The spirit's voice cracked. I am fear incarnate. No. Harry cut it off. You're afraid right now. I can feel it in your mist. The spirit's form wavered violently. Impossible. I do not feel fear. I create fear. Everything feels fear. Harry watched his dark gold mist continue spreading. Even spirits of fear itself. Maybe especially spirits of fear. Stop this. Black tendrils whipped through the air. I'll show you true terror. You're already running out of power. Harry smiled. Between forcing through my soul's resistance, absorbing my peace mist, and maintaining those illusions, you've used up too much energy. You're nothing. The spirit's form grew more unstable, black mist dispersing and reforming rapidly. I watched you soar over the ocean as an eagle. I followed you here. I planned everything. Harry froze. What did you just say? The spirit seemed to realize its mistake. The black mist churned violently as it tried to recover. You followed me. Harry's eyes narrowed. From when I was flying over the ocean. No. I meant the spirit's form collapsed entirely, spreading out like a pool of darkness. You weren't supposed to know that. You weren't supposed to be capable of this. Harry's dark gold mist pressed forward, corralling the spirit's essence. So you've been watching me. Planning this attack. He smiled. And now you've revealed yourself too early, haven't you? Too greedy. Stay back. The spirit tried to reform, but Harry's mist prevented it. Your power, it shouldn't exist. No mortal should be able to manipulate emotions so purely. Maybe that's why you followed me. Harry stepped closer, his halo brightening. You sensed something different about my soul that day. Something that made you curious. The spirit's darkness compressed into a smaller and smaller space as Harry's mist surrounded it. Please. I can teach you. I can show you secrets of fear that no human has ever. I don't need your teachings. Harry watched the spirit continue shrinking. I understand fear perfectly well now. Thanks to you, actually. A strange keening sound filled the void as the spirit's essence condensed further. In the center of the remaining darkness, a small black pearl began to crystallize. Harry watched carefully, keeping his dark gold mist ready. I am Wei Ku. The spirit's voice came from the crystallized sphere. And you, Harry Potter, are far too dangerous to leave alive. Harry's inner eye flared with warning. He started to dodge left, already seeing Wei Ku's intent to launch the sphere at him. Perfect. Wei Ku's voice held triumph. Your precognition works exactly as I planned. The sphere shot forward, but not toward where Harry would dodge. Instead, it curved in midair, following a path Harry hadn't foreseen. His eyes widened as the crystallized essence flew straight into his open mouth. Now your body is mine. Wei Ku's laughter echoed inside Harry's head. I will what? No. This isn't possible. Harry felt the spirit trying to alter his body, to take control, but the changes simply wouldn't take hold. His post-soul maintained his physical vessel perfectly, rejecting any unwanted modifications. Your body. Wei Ku sounded shocked. It won't change. Why won't it change? Harry frowned and concentrated. Dark gold mist began pouring from every pore, filling his lungs, surrounding the spirit's essence. Fear and courage merged together, powered by virtue, refining Wei Ku's very being. No. Wei Ku screamed as the process began. You can't do this. I am fear incarnate. I am. The scream cut off as Harry's mist consumed the spirit completely. He flinched as new instincts engraved themselves into his soul, how to sense fear in others, how to concentrate it until reality itself thinned between the two worlds. He could feel fear radiating from everywhere now, Angela's terror at losing her bending, Chris's worry about failing to protect him. The spirit's domain began dissolving around him, Harry straightened up, dark gold mist still swirling around his body. Time to find his friends and get out of here.
Additionally, if you would like to request novels and access my Google Drive where I have 200 plus audiobooks, then you can join my Patreon. Link is also provided in the description.
Thanks for listening.